The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Top women's players from around the world are back for the 2025 Cairns Cup in St. Louis. Newcomer Alina Kashlinskaya made an impression, taking down reigning champ Zhongyi to jump into a five-way tie for first. The tournament's lowest-rated player, Alice Lee, sure doesn't look like it, casually picking up a full point to join the leaders. A completely decisive round left a rift in the standings. Who will rebound and close the gap? Day 2 of thrilling chess, coming up next.
We are here in the World Chess Hall of Fame. It is round 2 of the Cairns Cup. Let's go to the studio as the round is about to begin.
Day 1 of the Cairns Cup was a battle with 5 decisive rounds. Will the fighting chess continue? We'll find out as some of the best women chess players in the world start round 2 right now. Hello everyone and welcome to the show. I'm Women Grandmaster Katerina Nemcova and I'm joined by International Master Almira Skripchenko and International Master Nazi Paikidze. Ladies, I'm happy to be here with you for yet another day of exciting chess.
Hello, hello, it's great to see you again.
Hello Katerina, hello Nazi and Tom, you know I am reporting for duty. Hello everyone, welcome. And the first round of the Cairns Cup was a pure testament to fighting chess, 5 decisive games. So from deep strategic battles to beautiful combinations and unexpected blunders, you know, every game was a journey. So what more proof do we need that chess is an exciting, thrilling sport to watch? Don't you think, Katerina?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
So let's take a look at the standings because we talked about 5 decisive games. So who were the winners? Humpy Koneru, Bibisara, Assaubayeva, Harika, Dronavalli, Alina, Kashlinskaya and Alice Lee. All those players managed to start the tournament really well with 1 point tying for the first. Now let's take a look at the format of this event. We play a 10-player round robin, which means each player plays everybody else in the field. Classical time control, 90 minutes for first 40 moves, followed by 30 minutes for rest of the game, and 30-second increment from move 1. No draw offers allowed whatsoever in these games. And traditional scoring system, 1 point for a win, half a point for a draw, and 0 points for a loss.
So no draws are allowed, and we saw the results yesterday.
No need to, you know, to force players not to offer draws because they are here to fight. Now let's take a look at the schedule of this event. We always play 1 round a day. Today, Wednesday, June 11th, we have round 2, and then on Sunday, June 15th, is a rest day for all the players to recharge. And if necessary, on Friday, June 20th, we will see playoffs. Now, Nazi, what do you have for us? What is the special for today?
Thank you, Katerina. Well, I just want to highlight again what a thrilling day we had yesterday. I mean, 5 decisive games, fireworks on the chessboard. And then we also had some underdogs defeating the favorites. So let's take a look at the graph here. You can see that the 4 white wins, 1 black win. I specifically want to highlight that black win. It was Alina Kashlinskaya who took down the top seed and the reigning champion Zhongyi. So that was a fantastic game. We'll see if the ladies can repeat this kind of day today. And let's see what our statistician Ben Underwood thinks about that. He gave us predictions for today. As you can see, draw is a most expected result in every game, but look at that. Mariya Muzychuk, big favorite against Alice Lee. However, I'm a little bit skeptical since Alice started with a win and Mariya had a tough game yesterday. Then we see Assaubayeva being the favorite with the black pieces against Dzagnidze. So quite shocking, but we'll see if these ladies can do more upsets today.
I'm always surprised and impressed by those numbers, and I want to know more. What are the elements? What are the variables which are integrated into the algorithm?
Do emotions
Emotions,
go into
yes.
count? Yes, we'll see. And now to hear more insight, we go to World Chess Hall of Fame to hear from one and only Yaser Seirawan.
Thank you, Nasi. Indeed. Welcome, everyone, to our show. I must say, like yourselves, I was completely thrilled by the 5 decisive games from round 1. Wow, if that kind of combativeness reigns throughout the tournament, well, fireworks galore. Today, round 2, I've got my eyes on a heavyweight matchup between Zhongyi and Humpy Koneru. These two ladies are the highest seeds in the tournament. But for Tan, it's a particularly brutal test. Why? She's starting the tournament with her second white in a row. She lost the first game with white, and she needs to bounce back. But she has to bounce back against a player with whom she has a really terrible score, as you saw that graphic. But it's what it's all about when we make champions here in St. Louis. You are tested and tested and tested some more. So that's a huge matchup. And for Carissa Yip, she's on the other, the shoe is on the other foot there, in that she's starting the tournament with the second black in a row. My pick, by the way, to win the tournament. She's got a big test against Alina, who won her first game and is flying high. So let's see if Carissa can bounce back. In fact, can all of these ladies who lost their first round bounce back and potentially tie for first? It's pretty amusing as we start round 2. Back to you in studio.
Thank you very much, Yaser, and another exciting round ahead of us. Katerina, let's have a look at the pairings.
Absolutely. So round 2 pairings. We have Nana Dzagnidze playing Bibisara Assaubayeva, and as you see, all the players who lost their games are playing winners, so this is going to be pretty exciting. Then Mariya Muzychuk playing Alice Lee, Alina Kashlinskaya against Carissa. I am expecting this game to be extremely fighting because both players are very aggressive style playing players. Then Zhongyi against Humpy Koneru and Nino Batsiashvili playing Harika Dronavalli.
Katerina, we might have a unique situation today. So at the end of this round, 5 players could have 2 points and 5 players could tie for the 6th place with 0 points.
Or all players could tie for first place.
Exactly, with 1 point.
Let's see what today brings. And players are fighting hard for a very generous prize fund. Let's take a look at that. The total prize fund of $250,000, with the first place winning $60,000, second place $50,000, third place $40,000, all the way to the 10th place $7,000. And on top of that, if there is a clear winner of the tournament, there is a winner's bonus, $5,000.
Wow.
So thank you so much to St. Louis Chess Club for a really generous prize fund to this tournament.
That's a very impressive prize fund.
And now we see the playing hall. Players are starting to take seat and getting ready for the second round.
Whose games are you most excited to watch today? I know we have all 5 games, very exciting.
For me, it's going to be definitely Kashlinskaya against Yip. I think Alina and Carissa, they are just super aggressive, and I'm expecting fireworks there.
It will be a very interesting game, but I'm also very curious to find out what Yaser emphasized, how Zhongyi will face this game today, how she prepared. Will she take any risks because she's having the second white in a row, or she's going to be more cautious in her strategy, especially given that Humpy Koneru is a very uncomfortable opponent for her.
And here we see Nana Dzagnidze and Bibisara Assaubayeva really focused, calm, kind of relaxing before the game.
They look stoic.
Just thinking, what do I want to accomplish in this game? Let's get my thoughts clear on that.
Well, Nana, of course, wants to bounce back and play aggressively for a win, but we know Bibisara had such a beautiful and somewhat easy win yesterday, so maybe taking a big risk against her is not a good strategy today.
Especially against Bibisara, who has such an aggressive repertoire against d4 with black. She plays King's Indian, so it might backfire. So Bibisara can also start with 2 wins. It's going to be a very interesting round.
And I think the only player that is missing is Alice Lee, because there is an empty chair next to Mariya Muzychuk. or
I
across Mariya
think that
Muzychuk?
yesterday she was also the last player to arrive, so maybe this is some sort of ritual for her. The former world champion Mariya Muzychuk is waiting for Alice Lee to go through the security check.
I mean, she is. She
we
just
also-
came through the room.
We also heard that the players from Europe, they are experiencing jet lag, so they are waking up really early.
Yeah,
And we heard the bell, so that means the game is starting.
the commentators from Europe also are experiencing the jet lag. D4 has been played on the board between Nana Dzagnidze and Bibisara Assaubayeva. I'm expecting the King's Indian. Let's see if
You did
my
your homework,
prediction is
Almira. You saw what they play. You're prepared.
Knight f6 on the board, you may be right.
I know my players.
C4, so let's see, E6,
Oh,
C6.
Six.
okay,
Surprise.
that's a surprise.
For us, and probably a surprise for Nana as well.
Let's see how she will react. It's a very unique move order because she is intending to play the Slav, but will she play the Slav? Let's see.
Because she could have played D5, C4, C6, right, to
Exactly.
transfer.
So what is she trying to avoid with this setup? Can Nana try D5 here?
Ooh.
It's a very bold try. I'm pretty sure that they're.
I mean, push the pawns, Yasser will be
push-
proud of you.
take the space. And what do you think,
No,
Nazim?
there's 20 games in the database after D5.
Ah,
so
there are,
It
okay.
has been tried, yes. It's an interesting move. Should we check? Oh, we say knight f3. I was going to say we can go around and see how other games are starting.
Of course, so knight f3 and then d5 simply transposes. Okay. So some things are left behind the curtain. Yes, we will ask Bibisara about them. So let's have a look. Mariya Muzychuk against Alice Lee and Rusolima Sicilian. Rusolima Sicilian is characterized by this move. What I wanted to say is bishop b5. Yes, so I think that Alice Lee is playing the Sveshnikov Sicilian. So she very often after d4. That's what I just wanted to say. What Mariya is trying to avoid. She absolutely loves to play this opening, which is a very sharp opening. So I think that Mariya wanted to avoid this, and the only way to avoid it is here to play bishop b5, what was in the game, of course, or you can also start with c3, which is a very interesting positional choice. So bishop b5, d6, castle, bishop d7, and rook e1. All this is very well-known theory. a6, bishop f1 normally is
Usually
played.
that's why we move the rook also, right? To
Yes.
vacate that f1 square so the bishop can hide all the way back, because the thing is, if you put it on c4, the pawn on b5 can just attack the bishop.
Yes, and the thing is, you cannot play here, of course, because you will simply lose a piece, this beautiful chain of pawns, as we saw yesterday in the Caracan. Yes, it was another example where you said that you've won a piece several times.
Yeah, that was on the king side with
Yes,
that h4
exactly.
move.
So here, the reasonable option, wait a second, yes, let me refresh, is to play bishop f1, then knight f6. We can transpose to different structures, which will remind you of Rue Lopez. So if white will play c3, e5, and then d4.
That's possible.
We started with the Sicilian. We might as well end up with the Rue
Rue
Lopez.
Lopez.
Yes, chess is surprising me all the time. So let's have a look at Alina Kashlinskaya.
We have Rue Lopez
Yes,
here.
We have Rue Lopez here. And Carissa started with two blacks. Yesterday she suffered a defeat. She played a long, grueling game
For
against
6 hours,
Harika, Dronavalli.
almost defending, but then at the end, just making a mistake and losing.
We were talking also about the opening choices. So it seems to me that Carissa is very principled. She was working on e5. I think she prepared this for this event. So she played this once again. And her opponent yesterday took on c6 here. Yes, bishop c6. Whether Alina Kashlinskaya goes for the classical line. She plays rook e1, b5, bishop b3 here, and d6. So let's see who is better prepared. h3.
Here a switch line Carissa is going to choose here? If she's going to go for Breyer or...
Yes, it depends. You have multiple choices here. What's interesting to show here, of course, you have this move here. So white have this possibility to play knight g5, but then you'll simply play rook f8, and if you play knight f3, this is the only way for our players to make a draw so early. Yes, silent draw offer, of course.
Threefold repetition. But Carissa won bishop b7.
Bishop b7, yes. So it's one of the choices here. Bishop b7. You just to finish our opening analysis, you can also play knight a5.
Kind of the classical way to put pawn to c5 and start marching those pawns in the center.
I like this move, bishop b7, eye in the e4 pawn, of course. So what was Alina's reply? d4. She pushed this pawn in the center, grasping all the squares, of course, and rook e8.
The players are playing pretty fast because this is all theory, right? We're going to see whenever somebody deviates and plays something different. But right now, it's just main theory. And you see both the players blitzing it out. So what about the next game?
I'll show you. I have
Nazi, go for it.
I have something interesting to show you in the game between Nino Batsiashvili and Harika Dronavalli. We have this Queen's Gambit declined exchange variation, which is very popular. As you can see in this position, there is over 22,000 games played. But here, Harika played a move that is definitely rare. Very early bishop e6. As you can see, it dropped to only 68 games. We'll see what she has prepared. I was looking at e3, just logical development, knight d7, bishop d3. And Black's idea might be that they go early h6, g5, and knight h5. What do you think about this? Have you ladies seen this before? Because I've been playing this opening with both colors most of my life, but I still have never seen this line.
I think I saw bishop e6 as one of the players preparing it for a tournament. I don't want to say whom, but I don't know much more about it. So
okay.
Yeah, I've seen this idea, but also the white setup is very tricky. When you put the knight on knight g2 and the bishop on e6, white's idea is to push f4, f5. So sometimes this h6, g5 is played out of necessity, so you won't lose a piece.
This bishop could get trapped with a 4,
of course, it's a very interesting idea. So it's an aggressive setup, and in this way, Harika also shows her intentions that she might as well grasp the initiative and play for a win.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see how they continued. e3 happened, knight d7. So far, they're following our analysis, but here Nino played h3. I can see from the engine that it says f4 immediately is possible. That is so aggressive, and then Black can respond with h6 and g5 still.
Oh wow, and after pawn takes knight h7 or?
Knight e4.
Knight e4.
This is absolute madness, which we probably won't see. So h3 has happened instead, and now let's see if there's any games. 14 games still in the database. Black can develop the bishop on e7 or d6. And this is going to be probably more peaceful development. Would you still play knight e2 or knight f3 here?
It's interesting because I think that both moves are possible. Maybe knight f3 is more classical, knight g2 is more flexible. But now that you've played h3, I think that she wants to play knight f3,
right? Yes, that makes more sense. And here Black could immediately trade the bishops after knight h5. So that's why I think I saw that White sometimes plays bishop f4, a prophylaxis move, just to avoid knight h5, and bishop does have this safe spot now on h2. So a very interesting take in this very well-known opening. So I like that yesterday we saw Humpy Koneru had that bishop e2 idea in also a very well-known position. So these ladies came very well prepared for this tournament.
Well, they're studying day and night. I know how it is, you know, in order to prepare to such a tournament, very often, like how I would proceed, we would schedule training sessions, and it's up to 6, 8, 10 hours of chess analyzing a day. So it's very important, of course.
So one more game to look at, Zhongyi against Humpy Koneru.
This was our key matchup for the day. And was this the 4 knights? Let me have a look. And Zhongyi started with the
bishop opening.
Bishop opening, knight c3, d3, bishop b4. Perfectly replying this line because you want to take on c3. And after we played d5, that's what she did, Humpy.
So here, if we move back one move,
Yes.
Black could have tried to capture the pawn on c3. How do you feel about that?
Well, I don't like this at all because, first of all, you gave up the bishop. Even the immediate queen e1 probably gets the pawn back. Let's try it, yes, because I think that this move underlines that the knight is on freeze and I can take on e5, and then also, yes, how can I like underline all the threats here? And the thing is, let's say, what can you do after queen e1?
That's the thing. I cannot play queen d4 to defend both.
So maybe knight d5
so I have to move back.
And how are you parrying all the threats after knight e5?
It's very scary.
Because then I'm ruining your structure, and I have those powerful two bishops. I can deploy them.
Probably I have to castle.
Yes, exactly. That's what I thought. But then, even though like knight c6 is a very natural move, I still want to take it on c6.
And even maybe bishop b2.
Bishop b2,
right?
yes.
Putting the bishop on this long diagonal.
Yeah.
And it's just uncomfortable. It's not like white is clearly winning immediately, but it's a long-term advantage.
But of course, let's have a look. I want to show you how in this position you can blunder immediately, because the bishop just played on b2, so I'm eyeing this g7 pawn. So you would want to play, like bishop e6, bishop b6, and like I thought that after queen e5, the only move might be queen f6.
Because f6 is just dropping the bishop.
Of course, is just dropping the bishop. And queen f6, you're ending up with a horrible structure. What do you think here?
I think it is a horrible structure, as you said, because we can also trade the light square bishops, and it's not only a double pawn, but 4 islands.
Exactly. So I don't think that Humpy had any intention of playing this position at the very beginning. So
that's why she didn't take the pawn on c3 and decided just to castle.
Of course, and castle is a very natural move in this position. You have to finish your development. You know, before starting any action, and especially the risky one, taking the pawn on c3, you castle. Now you can take it, because then in the line that we analyzed previously, when you play on e5, I can play rook e8. Yes, I think so. And that's why Zhongyi actually played bishop d2. She's protecting the pawn. So all this has been played. I think that Nazi knows more about this position. What do you think, Nazi?
Nazi, was it played before? Probably, or?
This exact position, I see that there's no more games in the database after the final move, but let's see where it ended. So here, bishop d2, only 18 games. Still some games here. Okay, 12 games it showed up. And everyone plays bishop h5.
Of course.
Just keeping the pin.
Bishop h5.
Right, and then I don't think we're going to see g4, right?
But the thing is, that's the question that I wanted to ask you, because it is one of the main ideas, especially when your bishop is stuck on c4. So you can no longer unpin in a very natural way. You cannot play bishop e2 here. That's why we see g4 on the board way more often than we think, you know, that it should have played. So
that's definitely... I see the logic behind it, because this is unpleasant. We can never get rid of it, so I can see why g4 can be played. But after bishop g6, then let's say we focus on the e-pawn, rook e1, rook e8. We do have pair of bishops, but we can't really use them yet, right? So maybe a4.
Can I play bishop b5? I don't know, what would be the best way to reply, queen d6 or not?
Queen d6 is playable, but e4 might even be better.
E4.
Yeah, now that we can kingside a little bit, maybe black can immediately take advantage of it, because if we take bishop e4, it's a very dangerous bishop, and here engine suggests we have to trade that and go bishop d3 back.
That pawn on g4, I'm just worried the king can be too weakened.
Yes,
but then
I don't think you play g4 unless you've prepped it, right?
So how do we deal with this pin? Like h3, bishop h5, so maybe we start with rook e1, preparing
just
g4.
rook e1. But here black does have this interesting idea, which is also scary. I wouldn't consider moving the f-pawn while I'm on this diagonal, while my king is not on h8, but computer says black can play f5.
f5.
Yeah, very aggressive, queen e2 and king h8. And yeah, I can see how some e4 threats in the future can be unpleasant. There's rook e8 coming. Yeah, now that I'm looking at it without G4, maybe I like G4 more now.
It's retrograded analysis, yes? Like we're learning how to think as computers. So bishop b5 here is also
here,
a standard idea.
It's like the only move
yes.
that doesn't give black an advantage. And then after rook e8, we just take.
Oh, so we take, we go for...
Now we can go g4, right?
Why not?
Because now we take
and
on
take
e5.
on e5. Knight f6, it says. And, wow, very strange position. So if we take h takes g, there is knight g4?
No.
No? Yes? I think it works, right? White does have knight f7, and we can trade the knights that way. And what's this final position? We have opposite color bishops. Is black up a pawn? No, it's equal, right?
It's equal.
But a very unusual pawn structure.
Absolutely. Whose king is weaker? Hard to tell.
It's going to be a big battle. So maybe let's take a look at the head-to-head of these players, just to remind ourselves that it's Tang Zhongyi against Humpy Koneru, but Tang Zhongyi has 2 wins and 8 losses. So she feels that she needs to catch up in the lifetime matchup score, and 9 draws.
Those are all games, yes, and all formats.
Yes, all formats, all games. But I feel sometimes players remember whether they have a good score or not, and it doesn't really matter which time control they play.
Oh, you're absolutely right, Katerina, because I still remember those horrible blunders, and they were played in some blitz games, you know, no one even knows about, you know, like back to the 1980s. But those blunders are haunting me. Like chess players, they never forget.
Yeah,
so
that's the problem of the game sometimes.
Let's have.
So what about the game of Mariya Muzychuk and Alice Lee?
Yes, so Mariya Muzychuk, you know,
we have a few moves that happen.
Let's continue.
So she decided not to retreat with the bishop f1 as we were expecting.
That's another possibility, is to take on c6 and then to play d4 immediately. So you challenge black's strategy and you play knight d4. You want to take on c6, of course. That's why black plays rook c8 and then c4. So white is aiming to get this Mariya bind. What defines Mariya bind is the pawn on c4 and e4, and which doesn't allow a very thematic breakthrough in the center, which in Sicilian you always want to make, is to play d5. Here is no longer possible, and
it's also good for white that Mariya got rid of her light square bishop, because that light square bishop is always just being stuck by these 2 pawns on light square.
But so we started with the Sicilian, you know, aiming for some aggressive play. And Mariya has changed this scenario, so you know the game is going to somewhat a positional path now, especially after c4. So g6, knight c3, bishop g7, b3. So this bishop is going on b2, of course, but at the same time it's a prophylactic move because you protect the c4 pawn.
The only thing that you have to be sometimes worried about is that knight on c3, right? Because right now the knight on c3 is undefended.
Yes. And
then sometimes we have like b5 tricks.
I'm not sure this move is possible right now because you can take, let's say, can we try just, you can take and take here, and you can simply play bishop b2.
And still everything is safe on that diagonal with the bishop and on the file with the rook.
Exactly, and you're undeveloped. So after you put your bishop on g7, so you want to make the use of it, but you have to play knight f6.
Yeah.
Yes, you cannot.
I need to develop the pieces to castle.
And then I'm already ahead of you in the development, and this is a clear target. And your bishop is also on priest, so I can simply, let's say you can play knight f6, so I can simply take it, and win a pawn. Yes, because otherwise you could have taken maybe only 4.
So right now the b5 would be premature, but later in the game it is a trick that you want to be careful about. And let's take a look at the head-to-head of these players, because it is an important second round game. So Mariya Muzychuk and Alice Lee. Mariya has 1 win, and that's it. They have only 1 game that they played, I don't know where, maybe
probably
World...
here, Cairns Cup, last year.
Did Mariya play last year too?
Yes, she played last year.
So then that's it. 1 game they played, 1 win for Mariya. So Alice will try to balance that score with today's game.
Yes, Mariya is one of the returning players because this is the 5th edition of the Cairns Cup. We have Humpy Koneru, who has won this tournament once. Zhongyi is our returning champion. But maybe the first round was the answer to your question, Anazi. Will she be able to win those tournaments back to back? It's not an easy task.
Absolutely not.
Another element we need to take into consideration is that Mariya lost very badly yesterday against Bibisara Assaubayeva, whereas Alice Lee, she had a great win. So this is another kind of psychological element you want to think about during this game.
Please, like we are suggesting that you could integrate this into algorithm.
Yes.
It's a very important element of
So Nazi, what did you notice? What captured your attention in these games?
I think in all games there's theoretical battle and some novelties, some new ideas that I like. I'm thinking that Carissa's last move, knight a5 in this game. So they were following, you ladies were talking about this line, black has so many different options, and then early d4 and a4. And here I noticed that knight a5 is not a very popular move. However, it is engine's top move. So I think Carissa came definitely prepared with this knight a5. And now I was trying to think while we were talking if white bishop should go to a2 or c2. And both look interesting. Of course, if I go to a2, I keep my eye on f7 pawn and ideas with knight g5 and so on. And if I go to c2, it's supporting e4 pawn, and eventually there could be a good e5 break. What catches your eye? Like, which move looks more natural to you, Almira, let's say?
Let's say bishop c2 looks much more classical.
Sure.
So that's a classical rule of education. But I wanted to ask you, can we show what will happen after bishop a2 and if black takes on e4? No, not on a4, on e4. I know this trick, but I wanted to demonstrate it. You know,
Okay.
How do you win
look.
here?
Knight takes e4, bishop takes e4.
Bishop takes f7, no?
The move order, I think, matters, right? I think we should start with rook e4. Let's see, if you start with bishop f7, king f7, knight g5, king g8, and rook e4, did we win a pawn? No, right? Material is even.
Yes, but
material is even.
white is better. But I think, yes, the move order matters, and it's very important to illustrate it on the board.
If we start with rook takes e4, rook takes e4, we're not even taking on f7. We are going bishop d5.
Oh, wow.
Yes,
Was this Almira?
Yes,
okay, I didn't know bishop d5. I'm not the e4, e5 player, so this is news to me. But it looks great. So if rook drops back, let's say, now there's knight g5.
And
so
queen
that's
h5 also is possible.
That's why rook goes to e7, and then we just take this up, and look at this. We're finally using the a file. That's what we played a4 for.
Wow, beautiful pin. You recapture b4, and black is going to regret having the queen in the corner.
Completely winning. Yeah, the a6 pawn is falling and so on. So thanks for asking, Almira. This is a beautiful line.
I wanted our audience to avoid this trap, and I think that it's a very precise line. Very often, you know, we get so excited. Okay, this is the trap, I know it, but then you mix the move order, and then, you know, you're just slightly better. But after bishop d5, you're completely winning. Yes.
Yeah, white is winning. Yeah, I agree with Katerina. Bishop f7, I thought, was the reason why it was bad.
In the blitz game, you played immediately. You don't even think.
No thinking, yes, exactly.
In classical chess, you want to look for alternatives.
But so what is the best move according to the computer in this
both
position?
Are good, but slightly prefers bishop c2. And then black plays, let's say, b4, which is a logical move.
So our computer was formed by the Soviet chess school.
So we go b3 here.
Exactly, b3, and the bishop's going to be flanqueada on b2. I love those two bishops looking at the king side. We're not rushing with central pawns. We're not pushing d5 or e5 yet. We're preparing. This looks very comfortable with white, but I can see that black will also meet bishop b2 with bishop g7. I think that's necessary, otherwise it would be too strong of a bishop on the dark squares. And here, this move, who would have considered h4?
No one.
This is such an alpha zero move that in every position, oops, sorry.
It's too abstract for me here.
I lost where it was, but okay, here, bishop g7 and h4.
But I don't think, anyone would have played this move here.
So if we go rook c1 here, very natural move, just putting the rook on open file. What is your idea?
The same, rook c8.
They want to play c5, I think.
Okay, bishop b1.
Bishop b1, okay. Oops. Maybe immediately c5. I was going to play knight d7 to prepare it, but looks like it's already good to go.
The problem here, and that's why I'm worried about the move rook c1 Katerina, is that the bishop on b2 is always unprotected.
Yeah, that's the problem.
In this line,
it will always
when we
suffer on
take-
that diagonal.
Yeah, the bishop's hanging, and you can play e5, but then you're opening up black's bishop, knight h5 maybe. There's also bishop f3 that needs to be calculated, but suddenly I'm not liking the bishop on b2 so much, right?
And also I'm starting to feel that the knight on a5 for black maybe actually be active, targeting the pawn on b3.
Yes, it's making our two pieces kind of stuck.
But it's such a complex position
Yes.
where I feel that they have their own play, a lot of counter chances, and I feel that Carissa will adjust herself to Alina's strategy.
Yeah, and they're following our line. We see bishop c2 and b4 has been played. So we'll see how much of this is prep. Alina still only has spent 3 minutes on how many moves? Like 14 moves. So I'm sure both of them are familiar with this position. And yeah, we'll see if both are going to fianchetto their bishops next.
And let's take a look at how these players match up. So international master Alina Kashlinskaya against international master Carissa. And wow, they played a lot of games with each other. 12 wins for Alina, 9 losses and 2 draws.
This is very surprising. I think there have been a lot of rapid and blitz, yes, in this lifetime matchup.
They could have matched also at the Olympiad and some World Team Championships, but that's a lot of games. And here we see Alina thinking what she wants to do in this position.
And
very
for those,
focused.
sorry, Katerina, for those who are tuning in right now and you haven't watched Alina's interview from yesterday's round, she revealed a little secret to us. So she has a pact with her son. If she wins the game,
Who is here in St.
yes,
Louis.
who is here in St. Louis, she is buying him a toy. You know, so it's like it's a beautiful incentive. For
Every
both
time
of
she
them.
wins a game,
Yes.
she buys him a toy. So the boy really supports his mom in this event.
Well, so she was very happy after her win with the black pieces yesterday. What a way to start an event.
Against the top seed, Tang Zhongyi.
And it's her debut in the Cairns Cup, so she wants to come back, of course.
And we also learned yesterday that she's searching for her third Grandmaster norm. She really
Exactly.
wants to get that because she crossed the rating barrier. She already has 2 norms, so she needs the last one to fulfill the requirement to become the Grandmaster.
And the Cairns Cup is one of those rare ladies events where you can achieve this Grandmaster norm. Normally, when I'm thinking about the women events, it's like Grand Prix, which are very strong. And this is it, maybe the Grand Swiss, of course. And then those possibilities are very rare.
And here we see the World Chess Hall of Fame. I really like the wall, blue and very comforting, like watching the ocean. But that's for us. Players are probably very stressed out right now during the game.
But at the same time, I think it offers the players those moments of pure contemplation, you know, so an environment where they can concentrate on their games. And probably you can hear, you know, the clock ticking, if it wouldn't be the electronical clock and the heartbeat. By the way, do we have some microphones, you know, which are attached to the table so we can hear them breathing?
No, I don't think we have that.
Not
we
yet.
have this the Hobbit cameras where we can see the players from behind the pieces, but
So
that is all.
I think Carissa is still, no, I think Alina is still thinking. So let's have a look at the game between, oh, 1 second. Yes,
We
Mariya
don't have that
Muzychuk
many
and Alice Lee.
developments
Yes,
in
she's
any
still,
of the games.
just a second, Bibisara. We haven't seen the opening in this game, just because we left it after d5.
So the game of Nana, Dzagnidze and Bibisara Assaubayeva.
Because something strange happened here. So Bibisara started with c6, and after knight f3 she played d5, of course transposing to the Slav defense. But then Nana played queen b3. So it seems to me that she was not expecting the Slav. She was expecting the King's Indian. And then she played the rare move queen b3, which avoids one of the main lines of the Slav variations where you can take on c4. Let's say, and especially like after knight c3, yes, you can take on c4. And then it's a completely different battle. So Nana probably was not prepared for this line, and she played queen b3, which is a tricky move, of course. So she is testing Bibisara's preparation. So after e6, bishop g5 was played, so pinning. We have some sort of Cambridge Springs, but where Black didn't play queen a5 yet. Yes, that's the idea. And the queen is already on b3. So should you play queen b6 here, using analogy? So h6, bishop h4, bishop b7, knight c3. So Black has finished the development. The only problem, of course, here is the bishop on c8, but you can always play b6 here, let's say.
That's probably the only way we can develop the bishop,
and then
right?
you can play bishop b7. It would be a normal position if the bishop would be here, let's say, with the g3 and bishop g2, the Catalan. But somehow now we have the Slav with the bishop on h4, the queen on b3. And Nazi,
It's a mixture of like three different openings,
It's
right?
a mixture of three different openings. So do we have a few games in the database here? Black
Yes,
plays b6. What do they play?
There's only
here?
4 games here, and in all of them it's been c takes d5, e takes d, and then bishop d3 in 3 games, bishop b7 castles. Again, it's a bit of a mixture, right? Queen seems slightly misplaced on b3, because when we see queen b3, usually we see queen b6 or queen a5 for Black, right? Should White just bring the queen back eventually? Let's see. Maybe Black can take advantage of queen being on b3 and yes, play knight e4 right away. Let's take a look. Bishop takes, queen takes, and does White have any advantage here? Because in similar positions, White has 2 plans, right? One is f3, e4. Another is queenside attack with a3 before the minority attack. But here it feels like Black's prepared for both, and maybe it's a little bit late for White to start that.
I'm really curious what the queen on b3 is going to be doing.
Yeah,
Because like, it's stopping the pawns from advancing. It's not helping anybody. So like retreating it back sounds like just admitting a mistake. But what is
Plus,
better choice?
You don't want to put it on c2 because rook c8, c5 is coming. Computer says White is fine. It just plays rook d1, then rook. It's interesting. It can go in any of these 3 squares, and it's all good. Let's look at rook e8, most natural looking move, and then wow, it considers taking on e4. It's something that us humans don't really look at, but it says take, and knight d2.
At least now the queen on b3 has some purpose.
Right? We found the justification for that, but c5. Oh, now knight c4, and apparently that bishop is not great since Black's pawn is on e4, and the computer likes White here a little bit. C takes, rook takes, knight c5, and look at this. We're using our queen on b3, even playing queen a3.
It reminds me of a Fischer's game back, to in the days.
Yeah.
Thank you, Nazi. But what an unusual opening, yes, and what an unusual move order.
Yeah, and I like that they're keeping us at the edge of our seat here. In almost every game, they have something prepared that is slightly different than the theoretical line, yet you have to correctly figure out what to do or you'll end up in trouble, like we saw Nana Dzagnidze ended up in so much trouble.
But then you're burning so much time because you're figuring it out on your own on the board.
That's, I think, the main reason for these surprises, actually, to win some time on the clock.
So most of the games are kind of getting out of the opening to the middle game. So just let's review the results, the standings, before we analyze the game further. So standings after round 1, we have 5 players who managed to win their first games, and it is Humpy Koneru, Bibisara Assaubayeva, Harika Dronavalli, Alina Kashlinskaya, and Alice Lee. And funnily enough, all these players played today opponent who lost yesterday, so they can even increase the lead and go 2-0. And now let's take a look at the prediction of Ben Underwood, our in-house statistician. So These are the chances to win the tournament pre-tournament, and by the way, they are based on 15,000 tournament simulations. So as you can see, Humpy Koneru is leading with the chances to win the tournament 22.2%, Zhongyi 18.9%, and Bibisara Assaubayeva 12%. But let's take a look at Alice Lee, only 2.3% chances to win the tournament. So, but let's look at the chance. After round 1, you see Alice Lee kind of marching forward and moving to 4.7%. I'm not sure if that's going to be satisfactory for Nazi, because I think yesterday she said at least 6%. But Humpy Koneru increased her chances drastically to 35.2%. And Bibisara Assaubayeva moving to the second place, 21.1%. And Harika Dronavalli also winning her first game and moving to 15.2%.
I'll just point something out before we lose this graph, that Zhongyi lost her game, Alice Lee won her game, and they're at the same percentage chances of winning this event.
Yes, but you have to use the relative strengths, of course, of the players. And
Zhongyi is still the top seed in the tournament, but Alice Lee can definitely surprise, as she showed in the first round.
And yes, please don't hesitate to share with us who is your favorite player, because of course we had our picks, but it's very interesting to know who is the audience's favorite. Yes, they must have legion of fans supporting them. So it would be interesting, of course, for us to know who do you support.
And here we see all the players just looking at their games, and it is, I believe, no, that's Maya. That's the chief arbiter watching the games. So let's take a look at the game of, what about Mariya Muzychuk? Was there any improvement?
The games are developing so slowly, because I had a look at all the games, and as you can see, Mariya.
So Alice Lee so let's take a look at that. We have only, I think, one move, but interesting one. After b3, we were expecting maybe knight f6, but Alice actually decided to retreat with her bishop to make sure white cannot capture the bishop, but also maybe thinking about that b5 move.
But then after bishop b2, which was played in the game, b5 is
if you can show b5.
Possible, yes. Let's try it.
Because that was the idea, to put more pressure on the knight. But as you mentioned, after bishop b2, that knight is defended. So now Alice is thinking if she wants to continue with that b5 move, but she has that chance maybe in the future.
The thing is that you cannot take this pawn straight away, because that's what I wanted, yes, to underline, that the bishop is hanging. That was the idea. So if you play, I just want to illustrate it, of course, on the board. So then you can win the bishop, of course. So the immediate tactics do not work. But the thing is, once again, your white is so much ahead in the development, and when you will play knight f6, this pawn is becoming such an easy target. You can always play knight d5 and maybe even play f4 and e5 at some moments. So you have to be very careful when you play b5. You have to choose the moment.
I think you're absolutely right, Almira. Immediately b5 is too early, but if black waits, and let's say you can put it on your board, if black plays knight f6, then white can just play a4, and then you can say kind of goodbye to b5 anytime soon, right?
And let's check in with Yaser on his thoughts on this round. Yaser, over to you.
Thank you very much. I've been watching the games carefully, and as I said at the opening of the show, that for me, the game of Tan and Humpy really caught my attention. So from Tan's point of view, she's playing the white pieces. Obviously, she needs a win, desperately. But what she really wants is an advantage, some kind of something out of the opening. She chose the bishop's opening, bishop c4 on move 2, a very sideline type of opening, but she earned the 2 bishop, and she's got herself an imbalance. She surprised me with the move bishop to d2. That struck me as particularly a passive move, and I was expecting her to play the move rook e1. And just in case of rook e8, this shot in the dark, so to speak, you go knight g5, and the ideas behind knight g5 include the move queen h5, as well as knight takes f7 and queen f3. Rook e1 is the main line. And in the game, what happened was after bishop d2, I think Humpy really reacted very well. Like, this was a very precise move, bishop to g4, pinning the knight just at a moment when you were ready to play d3, d4, expand. And after h2, h3, bishop h5, oops, I think that's my analysis, by the way. Actually, she did play a2, a4. I was analyzing the move a2, a4. I think Humpy is going to be very pleased with the outcome of the opening. She has a good center, safe king. The two bishops are not impactful at the moment. And the move a2, a4 is actually designed to give this bishop a retreat square. There's ideas, there's ideas of knight b6 as well as knight a5 in the position. So this current position, and I was looking actually at a pretty funny idea of answering f7, f6. So what's the idea here? Well, first of all, there's no g4, knight takes e5 types of ideas. You just cut that out. The other thing is, although you've weakened yourself on this diagonal, you can play back with bishop f7. And black actually has a very solid position. And I think Humpy's coming out of this position, out of the opening, I meant to say, happy that she has a equal position. The other game that really caught my attention was the Carissa Yi game. Carissa Yip game. Just a moment. Where are you, Carissa? There you are. Against Alina. So in my day, as Almira would say, the Zaitsev was Anatoly Karpov's specialty. And after a2, a4, h7, h6, bishop c2, takes, knight b4, bishop b1, c5, d5. This was the tabia. And everything went from here. Rook a3 was a main move, etc., etc., etc. And the grandmasters from all over the world put their attention to this position. Now, in what Carissa did was really, for me, stunning. I mean, I'm sure it's all engine improved and the latest and the greatest, but it struck me as so strange that on the first hand, Carissa gives up the center, e5 takes d4. That's usually considered a concession, that white has the central pawn duo. And secondly, she stuck her knight on a5. And I'm sitting there going, wow, from a strategic point of view, this makes no sense. You would play b3, you would play g6, you play bishop b2, you play bishop g7, rook c1, rook c8. And I'm thinking to myself, oh my goodness, I'm doing really, really well. I've got the center, I've got pretty decent development. Should I be playing h4? Should I be playing bishop d3? And the engine is saying nothing, no advantage whatsoever. After bishop d3, it's giving ideas of knight h5, followed by c5, knight f4, and even in some cases d6, d5. I think Carissa has taken the Zaitsev, made a little bit of a strategic spin, and is really confounding her opponent, because I'm sure Alina is sitting there thinking to herself, I've got something, but where is it? The engine says you don't have anything. Back to you in studio.
Thank you, Yaser. Yes, we agree. We were looking at this variation and we thought that white should be happy. It visually looks great, but there is just nothing substantial. So we're happy you are kind of confirming our assumptions.
Yes, but what a beautiful analysis. We needed it in order to dive into subtleties and intricacies of this position. We have this classical chess educations, but computers modify our understanding of those positions. And I was thinking, while computer gives nothing, yes, as Yaser says, 0, 0, you know, but he's considering millions of resources in 1 second. So are we able to modify our understanding of this position, but as well play as a computer, you know, because Royal Lopez is such a difficult opening to master. Sometimes it takes a lifetime to understand.
It's extremely difficult opening.
But now the dynamics are completely different. So Carissa needs also to feel those positions, if we use the chess jargon, yes, to understand like how the structure will change and what plans she needs to use.
But the more I look at that position, the more I feel that Carissa has a plan forward, right? Carissa is going to be trying to push for that c5, to open up the diagonal, to kind of have her pieces play together. I don't see that purpose in Alina's position. Like h4, that's a move, like, I understand it's computer's first choice, but like, I don't know what else you want to do. You are unlikely planning to play h5. So what's the purpose with h4? And as Yaser was pointing out, if you just put the rooks on the c file, what next?
Exactly, but the thing is, white already has a center. It's up to black to demonstrate that you have something for it, you know, in order to keep the position balanced. So let's say Alina...
One more thing I want to point out, yes. Look at the clock. Alina Kashlinskaya, 1 hour 10 minutes, and Carissa 1 hour 22 minutes. So Carissa is playing pretty fast, which always kind of emphasizes her confidence in the game.
Of course, but I think that Alina will go for bishop b2 here. Seems such a natural move to me. Then we were considering rook c8. The only difference with the line that we analyzed previously was that bishop d3. And this is also such a thematic maneuver in the Ruy Lopez when you're, and sometimes in the Italian, when you reroute your bishop from c2 to d3, and you can also bring it to f1 when necessary. And then you liberate this square or also the c file for the rook. So after bishop b2, let's say it's bishop g7, bishop b2, then you will bring the rook on c1, and you can also play bishop a1, and then instead of playing bishop b1, you know your bishop will be protected. You remember in this line. So maybe it is a more flexible setup. So would you like us to check this line? So after bishop b2.
So we are expecting bishop's rook c8 probably. It's very natural to put the rook behind the pawn because we are expecting the pawn to move forward.
Of course, so c5 is expected, or even knight h5, as Yaser beautifully pointed out. And where does this knight go? It goes to f4. And you would think that, you know, you are trying to launch an attack, but I think that sometimes you can even use it in order to reroute the knight to e6 and then
put more pressure on
put more pressure after you played c5. And then knight c6 can come back, and this knight on a5 is not misplaced anymore. So I think those are the moves and the plans to take into consideration. What do you think, Nazi?
I have a question for you both. Everything you're analyzing makes a lot of sense, very logical play for black. But what about this idea? I'll show you once I'm on the screen. Okay, so what if black here goes d5? Idea is I'm just playing against your bishop on b2. I want to just close up that bishop for good. I'm allowing e5, going knight d7, and I'm still planning to play c5 and then maybe have two knights, put in pressure on the b3 pawn. So does this look like an improvement for black, or does it make it easier for white now to find plans? Because, of course, I see after e5, we have some ideas on the king side. h4 looks a lot more natural now, makes more sense. What do you think?
I would still probably start with rook c1 to just delay
in this
c5.
Position? All right, rook c1. You said delay, and computer says...
How can you play that immediately? So, okay, I capture.
Going, yes. Rook c8.
And
can you defend the pawn? Let's say bishop d4.
Maybe you can play
knight c6
back.
So maybe we have some kind of I don't think black's
no, then you probably
repeating.
capture on e5 now, right?
Right. Yeah, knight e5, and suddenly black is better. So I guess you can't really stop c5.
Then rook c1 doesn't maybe make sense, because if I can stop it, then then I need to start something on the king side.
Yeah, maybe h4.
h4 with the idea of knight g5, e6 maybe.
Sure, or we can also play h5. Depends. So let's say it's c5, knight g5. Yeah. Now it's a race. Who achieves something quicker on the king side or on the queen side, right? Ooh, okay, my eye caught this line. If h6, I think we're sacrificing. Let's take a look. Knight f7, king f7, check. You have to take, right? And what's the idea? We take, bringing the king out all the way to e6. Playing queen f3.
Not queen f3,
Let's see.
not queen g4.
Oops, my bad. Let's see why not queen g4. Looks very tempting. I guess king goes running back and hides, right? King f8.
Ah, yes, and you need the rook lift. You need to play rook e3
Yes.
in one move, yes?
One move, rook e1, rook e3 in
Yes,
one move.
exactly.
So queen f3's idea is to cut the king off from going this way, but can I maybe run to the queen side really quickly? We saw this yesterday, right? Dzagnidze had king d6 a couple of times. I think if we go immediately queen d6, oh, right, I'm hanging a bishop on g7. So computer says maybe c takes d, rook e1 check, and knight e5. Okay.
Equal.
Queen g3?
Equal, of course, it's triple zeros.
Yes, queen g3.
Queen g3.
And you want to take on g6?
And then again, I'm going back. And now maybe you can take some material back, right? Rook e5.
This looks extremely dangerous
Yeah,
for
I know,
black.
bishop coming to d4. I mean, I'm very happy down in exchange, but my pieces look fantastic here.
You can bring your knight to f3 as well, so knight e5. So this is
Yeah.
a wild line.
And Nazi, can you move back a little bit? I have
Sure.
a question in the position before playing e6.
After king f7?
Yes, so
Yes.
what if I go here, queen g4? Is it that bad?
Queen g4, it's
Knight
not that
f8.
bad. I
you
can
have
play knight f8.
So you are guarding the g6
Is-
pawn.
Computer says white still has compensation. You can take on c5 or even play slow like rook c1 and
Because I would like to keep my rook on e1 to play like rook e3, rook f3 and just
Lift
create
it.
some attack.
absolutely makes sense. And you're also threatening bishop g6 and queen f5, right? So if I, let's say, take, you can take, knight g6, queen f5, king goes. Oh, we are missing that white square bishop now.
More, look at those analyses, the less I want to play against you guys. Because you're attacking all the time, you know, I'm more of a positional player, you know, and I seize my momentum. They're just like, I don't want to play against you.
Then I think you wouldn't play d5 here with black and not allow all this attack,
No,
right?
no,
Yeah.
I feel that this structural change is very dangerous, very responsible. So you need to know what you're doing. And I feel that the positions with rook c8, c5 are much easier to play, even though that you have to come up with the moves which are not obvious at the first sight, like knight h5, but then you could also play knight d7, c5, knight c6. It seems easier to play.
For sure, and it doesn't give white that easy play on the king side either. So I agree with you, rook c8 looks good. But let's hear from Yaser, he has more thoughts.
I'm loving your discussion. I think you guys are right on point. And I'm cracking my head as well. I'm sitting there saying, I like Alina's position. I like the central pawn duo. She's got the extra space. She should be better, right? And the computer is just confounding me. So we're looking at the most natural play, as you have as well, bishop b2. And I appreciate the ideas of c5, as well as d5. And the rook c8, suggesting that you're going to play c5 is kind of frowned upon by the computer. The computer thinks the pawn on a6 is a little bit weak. So it's not going rook c8. What it's doing is a real surprise for me. Knight h5. You're thinking to yourself, I'm thinking to myself, what are you doing over there? Knight, you know, like, what's that? I mean, okay, I'll just play rook c1. And then the computer's going knight f4, give me the bishop. The bishop happily drops back. And the computer goes d5. Kind of what you were saying, Nasi, trying to suggest that maybe the bishop on b2 is no longer the great shakes we thought it was. Oh, of course, we're going to go e5. Now the knight takes up this really great blockading square, knight e6, and the computer just says nothing, just nothing. It just, it's loving it, and then very, very slowly it prepares rook c8, and it goes c5. And I'm beginning to wonder, what do I know about chess? Because I thought, you know, like white had made all the correct moves, but according to the engine, Carissa is doing just fine. And I can imagine that if I was in Alina's shoes, I'd be feeling a little frustrated that I can't find something very concrete. Back to you in studio.
Thank you very much, Yaser. Yes, this is a very complicated game. I'm curious how it's going to develop and how comfortable Alina and Carissa are going to be in their game. And we have a special news for our viewers because the St. Louis Chess Club, and the World Chess Hall of Fame and Galleries, along with the Grand Chess Tour, have launched a $150,000 matching donation campaign to support the St. Louis Community Foundation City of St. Louis Tornado Response Fund in disaster relief efforts following the devastating tornadoes that recently struck the St. Louis region. Donations made to the City of St. Louis Tornado Response Fund will be matched dollar for dollar up to $150,000, potentially doubling the impact to help families and communities recover and rebuild, creating a total impact of up to $300,000. Type chess in the special instructions to have your donation matched and visit stlouischessclub.org for more information. The tornado passed right over the chess club. I don't know if you were in the city yet, but we were passing through the St. Louis park, and like the trees are down. It was a very devastating tornado for a lot of families and their houses.
Oh, Katerina, I learned about it when I came to the city a few days ago, and I find that this such a wonderful initiative, and I really hope that this will bring help and relief to those who need it, and that the city and the parks and the houses are going to be restored and rebuilt.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we all hope so, because it's so visual. Like when you walk past the park and the street, you see exactly which way the tornado went, because the trees are completely and the houses are struck down. And let's visit our friends at QBoutique. So get ready for the 2025 Cairns Cup with this iconic souvenir. This 100% polyester hip bag makes a stylish addition for any chess player on the go. Available at QBoutiqueSTL.com or in person at the St. Louis Chess Club. And as we go on break, Yaser catches up with Grandmaster Mariya Muzychuk. Let's take a look.
Because I wanted to ask you a one-on-one interview. I'll be fast with the questions, but this love of chess, it carries you, because you're challenged. I give you a position, and after 5 minutes, you didn't solve it. You didn't.
It's happened many times in my life.
And now I say to you, okay, do you want me to show you the answer? Are you the player who says, no, I want to give me another, I want to solve it myself?
Most of the times, yes, I'm like this, but okay, if it's like half an hour and I feel it's very difficult for me, or I'm not in my best state, yes, so I ask my coach to show me the solution.
Right, and then when you do see the solution?
And then, it was so simple. Why didn't I see this? Usually it's like this.
Yeah, that was Viktor Korchnoi, by the way. Viktor, we would be analyzing chess, and I wrote everything down, and he would say, but Yaser, what about
did
this?
I miss?
Yeah, what about this position? And I show him the answer, and he'd look at me and he'd go, so simple. That was his comeback line.
Because you have many variations in your mind, and then
Exactly.
you must just one move.
Right.
You calculate everything, just you must one move in the end, and because of this you cannot solve it.
It's crazy. Yeah, that's just one thing. When you think about yourself and describe your style of play, in your world, an ideal game is one where you've prepared the opening, it's going well, and do you like a tactical fight? Do you like a positional struggle? What for you is an ideal chess?
It looks like I am a tactical player, but every year I try to be more universal, because in case you have very obvious drawbacks, then your results will not be good simply because of this. So you need to get rid of your drawbacks little by little and to become more universal.
Interesting that you'd say you have drawbacks or weaknesses. One of Viktor Korchnoi's great weaknesses in chess was time trouble. He got in time trouble all the time. Does time trouble afflict you?
I know many players who have this problem, unfortunately, yes. Though, I wouldn't say that I belong to them. Okay, of course, I have time troubles, it happens, but not so often.
Right, it's not something
as for
that
the others.
You're addicted to.
Yeah, I try to avoid such situations.
Me too, I find it stressful.
It's
right?
very stressful, even if you win the game, you just go to your hotel and then oh no, I could lose this. I was totally winning, but I was just lucky,
Right. Imagine yourself, you're playing here in the Cairns Cup, you played a dramatic game, lots of ups and downs. You're not even sure what was going on. Are you the player who likes to rush to their hotel room and find the truth? Or would you rather have a dinner, think about it yourself before asking the computer?
I always check my games after I have this opportunity.
Right. You're eager.
Yes, I'm eager to know what was wrong. So it's the first thing I pick up my phone just to check everything.
Right, that's the first thing. Final question for you. Again, former world champion that you are watching the chess, your ambitions for yourself. What do you imagine yourself doing as a professional?
Well, I'm already the world champion, but still I have some other goals, and I wish to fulfill them as soon as possible. Because it will be very hard for me to play when I'm 50, 60, and it will be hard. It will be harder for me to become the champion. So I have to do it as soon as possible.
Good luck on your journey. Thank you.
Thank you.
"10 years, one legacy." The Grand Chess Tour marks a decade of mastery where only the strongest chess minds carve their names into history. Each piece has its role, like soldiers in a grand army, with commanders to lead them into the tour's 10th year and a prize fund of $1.6 million. The Grand Chess Tour starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland, immediately followed by the Superbet Chess Classic Romania in Bucharest. Then off to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia, followed by back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri with the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. And the culmination of the grand finale in the city of Sao Paulo, Brazil, will determine the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Fight with every ounce of strength for victory. This isn't just a moment. This is history.
Corporate Chess League started in 2018, and we started it because we wanted to get the corporations around St. Louis to get together, casually play chess, and network together. So each corporation has their own team. They bring 4 to 6 people every week, and they play over the board in-person chess.
In our team, for all of us to be here, we don't see each other throughout our week. We work in different departments in different areas. So yeah, I think it's a good thing to hang out with your other peers at the club.
So what myself and my coworkers get out of playing in the Corporate Chess League is camaraderie, getting to hang out with people from work, from different departments, getting to meet people from other companies, learn what they do, and obviously just enjoy the game of chess that we all love.
We have about 10 teams right now. We average 10 to 12 teams every year. So if your corporation is interested, or if you work for a corporation and you're trying to get a team, all you need to do is go to our website, stlouischessclub.org, and all the information is there.
You know Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame has the region's best selection of chess sets. But this store is so much more. Discover our masterfully curated selection of unique jewelry, clever kids games that nurture critical thinking and creativity, quirky greeting cards, books for all ages, and a wide variety of locally made goods. Find just what you're looking for at Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
If you love playing chess and want to put your skills to the test, the St. Louis Chess Club welcomes you to our monthly open tournaments. This is your chance to compete in a 5-round Swiss system tournament with 2 sections: Open, which is FIDE rated, and Under 1800. Feel the thrill of competition as you contend for a share of $4,200 in prizes every month. To learn more and to register, please visit stlouischessclub.org.
Ladies, are you looking for something fun to do? Do you want to make new friends and broaden your horizons? Ladies' Night is the premier all-female chess event in St. Louis. Every Wednesday night, you can meet and play with new people while learning one of the world's most popular games from a certified woman grandmaster. Plus, St. Louis Chess Club members can attend for free. Whatever your age or skill level, you're welcome at Ladies' Night.
Don't miss the 9th annual Strategy Across the Board Gala, Master of the Arts. Enjoy fine dining and world-class musical entertainment, all while helping to support chess education, cultural exhibits, and public programming at the St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame and Galleries. Strategy Across the Board, Master of the Arts, is Saturday, August 16th at the Chase Park Plaza Hotel. For sponsorship or ticket information, or to make a gift, please visit stlouischessclub.org.
We just had our grand opening of Paws and Pawns Exploring Animal Chess Sets. This show contains over 50 chess sets, sculptures, photographs, and other artwork exploring the connection between chess and the natural world. We have sets and boards that date from the late 19th century all the way up to the present. You get to see a little bit of how artists have reinterpreted familiar chess pieces using the imagery of the animal world. The World Chess Hall of Fame's collection has over 800 chess sets, and as we were going through this collection, I noticed so many different ways that people integrated animals into these artistic chess sets. And it just seemed a natural fit to make a whole show of it. We reached out to some really wonderful lenders, including from Chess Collectors International and some great artists. And we even reached out to local artist Justin King to create a giant T-Rex especially for this exhibit. At the opening, people really enjoyed seeing their favorite animal in the show, whether it was something in the Cats vs. Dogs chess set section or the set that we have from the local artist Sophie Bender. And that is a woodburn chess set that has different animals engraved on each square. We also have really wonderful, elaborate chess sets from the artist Laura Sturtz. One has kind of creepy, crawly creatures, chess bugs. And then we have another one that looks at the beauty of sea life, and so there are manatees, walruses, and other things. If you'd like to learn more about this exhibition, you can go to the World Chess Hall of Fame's website at worldchesshof.org or check out our social media channels.
Welcome back, everyone, to round 2 of the Cairns Cup. But before we look at the games, we have a very special guest in the studio, Emily Allred, the curator at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Emily, it's such a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you for having me.
I love what you do at the World Chess Hall of Fame, and I know you have a new exhibition, Paws and Pawns. It's about the animal chess set. What can you tell us about it, and what's your favorite chess set there?
Oh gosh, that's a tough one. So Paws and Pawns is a show that we opened a little bit earlier this year, and it features a lot of chess sets from our own collection, as well as some really wonderful loans from chess collectors around the country. And they're all animal themed. So, you know, if you think about chess, it's got kind of like its own language. There's a T-Rex that's she's snatching the king.
So nice.
But also animals.
And this is burned wood?
Yeah, that's by a local artist, Sophie Binder, and she lent that to us for the show. And some of the artists were looking at the animals around them, so you know, pets like cats or dogs, but there are also more exotic creatures, like a chess set that features the seafloor that if people were watching, they saw in the commercial. There are also just really humorous chess sets. So that's one that's Halloween Cats versus Dogs, and the artist featured her own dog in the chess set.
Oh, pandas, I like that.
I know, like some of the artists looked at black and white, you know, like chess colors. This is chess bugs, and it's really cool because the artist made the monarch butterfly the king, the black widow the queen, the praying mantis the bishop. So, and so there's a little bit of something for everyone. I like to say that anybody could hopefully find, one of their favorite animals in the show.
And how long is this exhibition going on?
It goes on through the end of summer, August 31st, so people have plenty of time to come in and see these really wonderful and fun chess sets.
So which one is your favorite? Do you have one?
I think the Sea Life chess set that has this like beautiful kind of detailed board that looks like the bottom of the sea with these wonderful creatures. It's made by Texas artist Laura Sturtz. That's one of my favorites.
Can't wait to look at that one.
Emily, as I see it, you have a dream job.
Yes.
I love art and what about the security in your museum? Because, you should be broken into every day,
We have the best security team. They keep everything protected.
Well, those exhibitions are so colorful, very naive. They bring us back to our childhood. Please tell us about your other exhibition, Charles Uska, Master of Play. We can see it every day behind Yaser.
Yeah, it's a really wonderful show that features artwork by a local artist who has a gallery right in the central of Sin, very close to the Hall of Fame, named Charles Hauska. You can see there where he's transformed our patio with the giant chess piece to feature his artwork. His artwork is bright and happy, cartoon inspired, and he created some very special chess art just for this show. There's a wonderful 3D printed chess set featuring some of his the animals that figure in many of his pieces. You can see the little fish that appears in each of his artworks. He kind of sees it as a self-portrait, the artist as a fish in the fishbowl. Maybe the chess players can relate in the tournament.
It's very vibrant, these colors.
Yeah, it's very vibrant, very happy. And so we're really excited to be able to feature the artwork of someone who he's helped a lot of St. Louis artists, and so we're happy to kind of honor him and his career.
It's very rare that I want to possess, an art piece, but looking at those pieces of this exhibit, I really want to have one of those.
Yeah, they're very sweet and they're very bright and happy, and so it's really fun to just be able to walk through the gallery every day and enjoy that artwork.
And what are your other upcoming exhibitions that you can tell us about?
Yeah, so we'll have a show about chess variants that'll open on August 7th, and that's being curated by my coworker, Shannon Bailey, who's our chief curator. And then later this year, I'm curating a show that'll open on September 18th that's about chess and literature, so books and poetry and other kind of writings that feature chess.
That's super cool. And one more less happy thing, we talked about it previously on the show, the St. Louis area, the chess capital of the United States, was recently struck by a tornado. Can you tell us more about how people can help?
Yeah, so the St. Louis Chess Campus and the Grand Chess Tour are creating a matching fund with the St. Louis Community Foundation's City of St. Louis Tornado Response Fund. So it's $150,000. You can learn more about how to donate at stlouischessclub.org. And if you donate and you include the word chess in the notes, that'll go towards this matching fund to help the community members.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Emily, it's such a pleasure to have you here. I always love visiting the Chess Hall of Fame. There's always something new. Did you visit Chess Hall of Fame recently?
Of course, several times, yes. And I'm always looking forward to something new because I love visiting museums. And I think you offer such a unique perspective, mixing chess, art and visual and sensual stimulation. So it's very interesting. It's a new form as well.
Yeah.
And it's also really inspiring because I'm not a chess collector at all, but every time I see these chess sets, animals or any other creative parts, I was like, I want to buy it. I want to have it at home.
Yeah, it's a very inspiring place to work, and it's always fun to get to come out to the studio and talk to you all about
Excellent.
shows.
Thank you so much, Emily, for being here with us, for your work at the Hall of Fame, because I know you put your heart and soul to everything you do there, and it just has amazing impact on all chess players, but also just visitors. Thank you so much.
You.
And in the exhibition, let's catch up with Yaser, and we can see the Charles Hauska Master of Play exhibition behind him. Yaser, what are your thoughts?
Well, after that conversation that you were having, Greetings from the World Chess Hall of Fame. I'm in the gallery of Charles Huska, and his artwork is surrounding me. And yes, it is inspiring. A position has blown up between our two top seeds, Tan and Humpy. At first sight, this position doesn't seem that inspiring. But if you dig a little deeper, you see that this is really annoying pin of this bishop on h5 against this knight on f3. And very oftentimes you want to play the move g2, g4 just to break the pin and drive the bishop away. But of course, such a move really has long-term consequences of weakening the king side. Oftentimes you want to include the move rook e1, provoke f7, f6, which isn't a bad move at all. What Tan chose, however, was a little bit surprising for me. a2, a4, knight b6, everything's fine. And then for certain, I was expecting bishop to b3, just kind of maintaining what seems to be a rather balanced position, let's say. Instead, Tan played this move, bishop b5. And this gave her opponent, Humpy, a real opportunity to go after White's king. And you're going, what? This attack just literally comes out of nowhere, f5. And before Humpy played this move, I'd been analyzing with the engine, and I was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. I was getting more and more frightened. I'm on the white side. I'm on Tan's position. I'm looking at f5, and I'm seeing the move e4 coming right at me. a5 as played in the game. e4 as played in the game. Let me just make sure I'm up to date. I am. And now, according to the engine, White has a lot of variations, a lot of possibilities, but really only one clear choice to maintain the balance. Bishop takes c6. So you go, okay, b takes c6, a takes, e takes f3. And you go, okay, well, I don't want to take this pawn, and I don't want you to take my pawn over there, so b7, rook b8. Now, the crazy part about this exact position, bishops of opposite color, if you look at the position from White's point of view, you should be afraid. You should be afraid that the move f3 takes g2, attacking the rook on f1, the discovered attack. The engine, ice cold, says g2, g3, rook takes b7, rook e1, and White is to be preferred. Now I'm looking at this position. I'm seeing that pawn on f3. We all know about the alpha 0 pawn, the pawn on h6. That pawn on f3 has always been a lot more powerful than the pawn on h6. So I don't know, ladies. This is not a position I would particularly feel comfortable in. The engine says White is slightly better. I'll leave it to you to choose which side you rather be. Back to you in studio.
Thank you, Yaser. And I think that you are the real master of playing. People are going to be surprised when they don't see you as part of the exhibition after the tournament is over. So let's have a look at another game. And I think that Nazi has something in store for us.
Thank you, Almira. Yes, there have been a lot of development in the game between Mariya Muzychuk and Alice Lee, so I want to draw your attention to this game. So in this position, Alice had a chance to completely equalize if she played immediately e5. It's a very forcing line, knight f3 and b5. A very concrete line, but after looking at the engine, it looks like black here equalizes. Instead, she played this move queen g5. As you can see, that got a question mark. And how does White take advantage of this? Well, it's immediately e5, very strong move. Forcing d takes e, following with knight f3. And now black queen doesn't have any good squares to go to. For example, if you go queen h6, I can play bishop c1. So you're still forced to go queen h5. So let's take a look at immediately going to h5. I take rook e5 with a tempo. You have to play bishop f5. And now simply after rook d2, White has a significant advantage. My threat is just rook d4, rook h4, trapping the queen. Almira, I saw your reaction. That was exactly my reaction. What is black supposed to do about this queen?
Because you are looking at maybe g4 as white, but you don't think about the idea of trapping the queen with a rook lift.
Yes, g4 looks scary, but it's actually rook coming to h4 that's absolutely dangerous. And at some point, like, black has to play g5 just to avoid that trap. And then guess what? We can bring the knight as well. And it's all about this queen. So when Alice played queen g5, mistake, white got this chance to have a big advantage because of it, but it was missed. After queen g5, Mariya played a bishop c1. And now Alice had the chance to go right back to a5, but I don't think she thinks it was a mistake, right? So she played queen h5, which is also fine here. Queen d3. Wow, they made a lot of moves. Bishop c6. Okay. In this position, black queen is not as misplaced as it was in the other line. Let's say we play rook e2. Knight d7. And yeah, this queen is now free to always go back. So white had that one moment, the perfect moment to play e5. That was missed, and now black is absolutely okay again.
Just transferring the knight to c5, that's what we want, right? Opening up the bishop, and suddenly, again, it's how white wants to continue. Maybe with some knight d5 ideas?
Right now?
Yes, let's do that.
Let's try knight d5. So after knight c5, where do we move the queen? Because I think the queen is overloaded.
Oh, that's a problem. So black pieces are actually coming to play together.
And you know what black can do? I'll trade everything. I'll trade this first, then this, and then take on b3.
And c4 is going to be under attack.
And I'm taking c1 as well, and I just have a healthy extra pawn.
But the thing is, it's understandable. When we saw the opening, I told you that Mariya is prepared for a positional game. And we are not as alert as computers. Yesterday, she lost a very short game, and she miscalculated probably everything. So she decided, okay, today I have to be careful. So when this chance has presented, you know, she couldn't just change this modus operandi, you know, said, okay, I have to remove my bishop and it will secure a stable advantage, but a long-term advantage.
If we have a confident player playing this coming from a win, should be looking at e5 for sure.
So let's take a look at the standings, because we have 5 players who are tied for first. Humpy Koneru, Bibisara Assaubayeva, Harika Dronavalli, Alina Kashlinskaya, and the youngest player in the field, 15-year-old Alice Lee. Now, what is another game we want to take a look at?
I wanted
Almira.
to pick up on Yaser's analysis because Zhongyi and Humpy Koneru are having a crazy position. I don't even have another adjective, you know, to qualify.
I mean, one pawn on f3, black pawn and white pawn on b6.
Exactly.
Sometimes when I see kids at camps playing, I'm like, oh, this pawn is probably misplaced. No.
No, this is the actual position on the board. But let's say, because he was suggesting, but I think white should have started with bishop c6, just in case. Here, I wanted to ask you this question. So after b7, somehow Yaser suggested rook b8, and I'm pretty sure that this is the best move according to the computer. But you see that, you know, this move is also possible. So what are we supposed to do in this game? Because you can take on a8 and promote into a queen. Let's try it, because just for the beauty of it, I wanted to have a position on the board which has
4 queens.
Yes, 4 queens. So I can take, you know, and promote as a queen. Nancy, what do you think?
But now I capture the queen with king.
Okay, let's have a look at this.
And I think I will end up with extra piece. No, I won't.
No, you won't. That's the mystery of this position. So, you know, I can take on a8, and then you can take on h5. You know, this is also possible. Here you have an extra piece, but here I can take, oh no, yes, here I can take on d1. Wait a second, you're winning here.
You know, I thought after our variation that there is here, now...
yes, I don't have a check, so now here you are winning. So bishop, queen d8, rook d8, and rook d1. So this variation is not possible.
Yes, so here's what I was thinking. If we move back 2 moves, that after, king captures, queen captures on a8.
Yes.
Queen captures
Queen
bishop.
h5.
For a second, I thought that black has queen h1.
Yes.
Make a skewer, but there is this pawn blocking the way. That would be illegal. Yeah, so we are only 1 hour into the show and already blundering. So let's see how the players will be doing.
So that's why actually, you're supposed to play rook b8 after this move, but this is such an interesting line. However, this is the position on the board, and let's see if something can be changed. So.
And maybe let's check in with Yaser. He wants to tell us something. He wants to analyze a game. Yaser, over to you.
Oh, first of all, thank you for picking up on some of those variations, in particular the 4-queen line. Yes, you're right, Almira. What about f takes g2 and double checking those tactics? Well, as you saw just a moment ago, the computer was definitely strongly recommending bishop takes c6, eliminating that knight and going into those variations that we've been looking at. Instead, Tan, she took on b6, and after takes on f3, the computer says white is still fine, but I'm looking at this pawn on f3 and I'm thinking to myself, why did we go for this? You might think, okay, let's take on c7 and play g3 on the next turn. Takes on c7 just loses on the spot. That's just end of story. We don't recapture. No. We're going after the king. And you can see we're hunting bear. We're ready to take on g2, ready to cash our chips on h3. That's all she wrote. In fact, what white has to do is, just a second, not that move, sorry, a takes b6, e takes f3. I had this beautiful line all prepared for us. I think it was rook e1, right? Rook e1, yes, this was a crazy line. So rook e1, we can't take on g2 because of the pin. Strangely enough, we don't want to take yet on b6. We want to play the move queen h4. And I have been looking at queen h4, check this out, rook a4. Okay, so the queen on h4 defends the bishop on h5, making the move f3 takes g2 possible, but the move rook a4 attacks the queen. We now play the move f4, bishop check. Check out this absolutely insane line, king h8, and with this move, bishop e6, the computer says that white is 15/10 of a pawn better. My brain is exploding here in the World Chess Hall of Fame. We're calling emergency. Don't worry. We have professionals to help me. Back to you in studio.
Thank you, Yaser. Super interesting lines. I think this is the game to watch for any kind of curious moments and blunders and trips. But we wanted to look at the somewhat quiet game, right? Maybe trades going on in the game of Harika Dronavalli and Nino Batsiashvili.
Yes, we have neglected this game for a while, so let's have a look at the opening stage. So Harika has developed her bishop on e6, if you remember, and we were thinking, where would Nino put her knight? On e2, on f3? I said that now that she played h3, she would play knight f3. So we are fully prepared for this tournament. So after knight f3, castle was played castle. Both sides have finished their development, and knight e8. So Harika starts trading the pieces. So she offers a trade of the dark square bishop. Are you supposed to take here? No. Let's say Nino decides to put the bishop on f4, and actually it's a very good move because I think that she's controlling this diagonal, and for the moment you can no longer like put your bishop, but maybe you can actually force her to play bishop d6. Let's say the bishop on d6. Let's see, knight d6 Harika decided to play, so
maybe she wants both knights to be targeting the
or
square on e4, or trading the light squares.
Yes, of course, it's a very important strategical idea to trade the light square bishops here. So she couldn't do it in the opening. So maybe knight d6 with the idea of playing bishop f5. Let's see what happened.
Queen c2 stopping that plan.
And eyeing the h7 pawn. Will you play g6 or h6 here? Or knight f6.
Usually the rule is you want to play g6 in this situation, right? Because you really want to stop and eliminate the light square bishop for white to kind of control that diagonal.
Yes, these are your options. And let's say, what if black plays h6? I wanted just to show you. So just in case, h6 very often turns to be a weakness. Let's say if I want just to demonstrate something. When you do this, yes, and when you build...
You build the battery on that diagonal?
So you cannot play G6 anymore. Okay, what happened? Like, let me get back to our analysis board. Let's say you get the point, and then because the H6 pawn is hanging after this. So Queen C2, G6 was played, what you suggested, and it helps Black to play Bishop.
To control that F5 square. So now Black is kind of confirmed to be able to go there with the Bishop and trade.
But at the same time, let's just try and put the Bishop on F5 here after Rook C1. Was it possible?
So the only variation to look at, I think, yes, where you're heading
D6.
is to destroy the defender of the bishop. Because now if the dark square bishop recaptures the dark square bishop,
so
okay, that's
here,
fine. Let's go different variation.
Yes, here you lose a piece if you take on E7, so you have to take on C2. But after Bishop D8, White has an extra piece, so this move is no longer possible. And if you take on D6, then I will simply take on F5, and I'm a healthy extra pawn, and Knight G5 will follow. Yes?
Yep, sounds good.
So that's why it was not possible, of course, in this position, and Black played Rook C8.
And let's see how these two players match up actually in their score. So head-to-head between Nino Batsiashvili and Harika Dronavalli, lifetime matchup. It's 2 wins for Nino, 4 losses, and 6 draws. So it is Harika Dronavalli who is the favorite in this match. Also, Harika won yesterday's game, so she has a good start into the tournament while Nino wants to catch up with her.
Harika played the longest game in the event, so she might be a little bit tired, but very motivated, of course, to seize her chances with the black pieces. This is the position on the board as we speak. Rook E8, Rook C3 was the last move. What do you think, Katerina, about this maneuver? Why Rook C3 was played? Does she want to double the rook on the C file and then maybe to launch the flank attack and play something like
could be an
B3,
option,
A4.
but with these opposite colored bishops, I think it will be very difficult to break through.
You know what I just wanted to show you, just to illustrate the point. So maybe Rook C3, let's just, I will make the moves which do not really matter, then something like this. Just what, that's, I think the idea is maybe in the long term, yes, and then if you can finally play B4, and if Bishop C4, then maybe Knight D2, something like this. And changes the character of the position dramatically, so you have to be careful.
Forcing black probably to play something like b5,
but then
even blocking the bishop completely on c4.
Then I will probably regroup my rooks, yes, and double them on the
So
A
when you
file.
play b5, let's show this, because the interesting part is after b5, White doesn't really have to capture the bishop with the knight. White can suddenly decide, you know, the light square bishop for black is completely locked, and maybe my knight can be more useful somewhere else.
Of course, so we have a lot of options, and we can even activate our bishop somewhere as well, because I feel that on h4 it doesn't do much, so you can also transfer it to those squares. So it's a very interesting position. And
if you look at the clock, Nino Batsiashvili has 1 hour 4 minutes, while Harika 44 minutes, so already 20 minutes advantage for Nino. Now, Nazi, I think you have a prepared game for us. What do you want to talk about?
Yes, while you were analyzing that game, I took a look at Alina's game against Carissa. So we have some small developments. We were looking at this position when we last looked at it, and we considered Rook C8 and C5 idea, which Almira liked. We decided D5 was too aggressive and allowing White too much attack on the king side. Well, Carissa chose to play Knight D7. It looks like she's headed towards C5. And then the move that was replied was Queen C2, which computer liked. But now here I want to show you that d5 here actually makes a lot more sense, because if White tries to do e5 now, Black is immediately better after either immediately c5 or Rook c8, because Queen should not be placed on c2 in this exact position. And here if we take Rook c8, then you can see how Queen will have to waste another tempo to go back. So now if Black plays d5, best response is not e5 anymore. Alina needs to just ignore this and play Rook d1. After which, guess what? Black can still play c5.
Wow, Black is really ready to kind of destroy the center.
And this does look like Carissa's type of play as well. So I can say that this might happen. Now that computer is thinking c5 might be a bit premature, maybe Black needs to... Wow, completely just changed the evaluation on me. So earlier it was saying after d5, Black is completely fine, but it looks like rook d1 is a really strong move. So let's show the line why computer decided this is now better for Black. Takes, for White. Takes take knight c5 and just simply bishop f1.
Now maybe it's the Black queen that is a little bit under attack from the White rook. I feel a little kind of insecure with Black pieces not being fully developed, because when you look at the White pieces, they're developed, they're perfect. But the Black rook in the corner, the queen on the d file, I would need 2 moves more to kind of finish the development.
And guess what? For White to continue here, to improve, it's again h4.
No one's going to play that.
We have to put the pawn on h6. That's how you win the games.
Nazi, do you remember when I told about the plans in this position, I said that I think that Carissa might go for human pawn, knight d7. So she played knight d7. So here I actually think that the violation lies in the difference of the knights, knight f3, knight d2, and knight a5, knight c5. I think that knight a5 in this line cannot be rerouted, or at least it's going to be very difficult, whether with c5, you know, this the knight on a5 has a lot of potential. So it's not easy to bring this knight into play. And I think that's why the computer thinks that this position is better for White, and he starts to launch an attack and plays h4 here, exactly because of that knight.
Yeah, knight's out of play and can come back in quickly. You're absolutely right. But here, so if Carissa doesn't play d5, let's check why not immediately c5, right? Since she played knight d7, we are expecting d5, but here now d5 is very good. I'm guessing that's the main reason why Alina played queen c2 to protect the bishop on b2. And if you trade, again, knight is absolutely terrible on a5. It cannot go to c6 anymore. This now reminds me of some kind of Benoni, right? But after queen f6, White can even trade and be much better in this endgame after g4. I think White has great space advantage in the center and the king side. And Black 2 pieces, bishop on b7, knight on a5, not ideal.
It's a beautiful Benoni, I think.
Yeah, for White, absolutely.
Yes, White is much better here. You have the control of their c4 square. The pawn on b3 is protected, and once again, your bishop on b7 and your knight on a5 are out of play.
Absolutely. So what do you suggest Black should play after queen c2? We looked at d5 and c5. We didn't like either.
Well, just rook c8. I like just finishing development and keeping both options available.
I won't suggest h4 anymore, okay? What if I go knight c4, which is counterintuitive, because we've been saying this knight is bad on a5. Why should we trade it?
Okay, I take it.
Yes, once you trade, I'm improving my bishop. And f7 is still a problem.
And maybe I will play a5 next. So maybe Black has to play a5, because I want to play a5 as White and then target your pawns.
But Almira, a question. What if instead of a5, pardon me, what if we do c5?
But then she will reply d5 anyway. I feel that they will close
this is still a bad Benoni for Black.
But it's better since at least the knight is no longer
for sure
on a5.
That's
but
a big
I guess still advantage for White. Okay, let's go to a5.
Yeah, but after a5, this position looks very pleasant for White. I, again, have so much space. I have very happy moves, right? Easy moves to make with White after rook d1. I don't know which pawn I'm going to push. Depends on the Black's play, but I'd much rather be White here.
I agree with you.
I agree. So probably here, Alina has some advantage, although she's a little bit lower on time. Carissa has 10 minutes advantage. It feels like the position is starting to be more comfortable. I have a question, Nazi, for you about the game of Mariya Muzychuk, because we see a little bit of kind of structural difference there, because Mariya pushed b4, kind of guarding that c5 square. So what can you tell us about that?
Wow, let's see. Engine is proving the b4 move. Is she going all the way? Well, so the plan is this: after Alice's last move, knight d7, she's preparing if White goes b5, knight jumps to c5, bishop is not trapped because of this in-between move. When you move the queen, I just have bishop d7.
I wouldn't hurry with b5. I play those positions myself. b4 is a thematic move. However, it's more of a threat, than the move that you want to make,
Do we take on c6?
There are, yes,
You know
there are
what's-
a few options.
What's beautiful that white can play f4 and just
And G4 and H4.
why not?
But you can always play a5 here, I feel.
Yes, a5 is a very good move just to get that c5 square for the knight. That's beautiful. Like forcing, provoking b5 and then getting that knight to c5. So if we know that black wants to play a5.
So what if we
What do
play
we do?
A5?
Let's check.
I mean, usually we do like to play B5 instead, but as you are saying, the
Ooh.
whole is just terrible.
That's a good question, Katerina, because now I have some tactics
Why
to
are
show
all
you.
my moves so terrible today?
Knight e5. Let's say you drop the queen somewhere on this diagonal just to keep the c4 pawn protected, but turns out it's not well protected. I can still take. And after queen c4, I take bishop takes e4. Let's see at the end of the line, let's say if you go queen b3. Oh, the knight is hanging on d4, right?
Oh, and if I
if
recapture
you
with...
take with the knight, then
And
c3
then
is
it's
hanging.
C6.
Yeah, too many pieces are hanging.
And that's sometimes the problem of the Marotse structure, right? You are getting a lot of space, you are controlling a lot of squares, but you are also expanding your pieces sometimes too much that black can take advantage of it.
And the thing is, as a poker player, how I see this situation, and I think that Mariya is on tilt. You know, she lost her game yesterday, but she is not able to play a different kind of chess. Because normally you play b3 first, then b4 when it's necessary, but she is always going forward.
That's her style.
That's her style. She cannot go against her nature. And while being on tilt, you know, and probably she didn't sleep that well, Alice might as well, you know, win this game. We will see, because you have to be very sharp and calculate very well those positions.
Absolutely agree with you, Almira, yes. Here, I think Mariya needs to play maybe against her style and slow down the game a little bit, maybe just take on c6 or even drop back knight f3.
Knight f3, avoiding knight e5.
Yes, knight f3 is the best move according to the engine, but if Alice is in the mood to be super aggressive, guess what she can play?
Wow.
f5, not with the idea to recapture after you take.
Can you take on f3?
Taking is bad, right? Bishop f3, and I think the c4 pawn again is the issue. Once you take, there's knight e5, but this is just very ugly pawns now for white. So f5, you can't touch the pawn yet.
But then what do you do?
I mean, you're forcing it, right? Because I want bishop c3. That's actually a very good move.
But I think if you give up the dark square bishop, like you're also giving up control of a lot of important squares.
So let's make some move and take a look at what position we could end up with. Just bishop b2, knight f6. I mean, as Yaser would say, pawn is a pawn. But yes, of course, white does have compensation here. Maybe knight d2.
I'm a player who really appreciates like having threats. And for example, the queen and the bishop on that diagonal, I know that black is going to be worried for the rest of the game about some potential checkmates or just weakened pawn on dark squares.
Yeah, it's not just that diagonal that black weaken, also this. So you can play queen b3 and have some c5 threats, as I can see. Those can be the next moves. But I don't know, like looking at this position, if I didn't have the engine, I would think that white doesn't have enough compensation.
So you're not worried about some f4 moves? Let's say you draw back
because white king is not super safe either.
I think I can play knight d5 and knight f4. There are a lot of resources for black in this position.
I'm surprised that engine says white is better.
Maybe he can take on e4.
We sack here and we have a very good knight, which comes with 2 threats of different forks. Maybe I can defend all of them. And it also stops me from going queen g5 move that I really wanted to make.
And then the c5 move, as you suggested previously, activates the queen, maybe allows the queen to get closer to the king.
It's a very interesting position.
Dynamic play. Yeah.
Hard to evaluate as well. So we'll see how they continue if Mariya goes knight f3 and if we will see f5.
Well, that's how important to dive into these intricacies, yes? Because at the first glance, you know, at least optically, I feel that winning the pawn in e4, black has an advantage, but computer disagrees with us.
So Almira always disagrees with us.
That's true. Especially with me today.
Let's throw it away.
So let's take a look, Almira, at the game of Tang Zhongyi against Humpy Koneru, because we have some developments.
Okay.
It didn't go the way we were analyzing.
No, but it went the way Yaser was analyzing it. And I wanted, to highlight this move, rook a4, because those rook lifts, I miss them all the time. Because you always put, you know, the natural moves. You put the rook on an open file, on semi-open file, you activate it. Like rook a4 is the move which I could easily miss during the game, but yet it was probably one of the moves that allowed white to stay in the game.
And we saw that f4 move, pushing the pawn for Humpy Koneru, had an exclamation point on it. So it was very strong to not retreating the queen, but just advance a pawn. Now Tang Zhongyi captured knight on c6. So what are we expecting next?
Yes, so that was the last move, of course. So bishop c6 was played. Should we
either
recapture?
we can recapture the bishop, pawn captures c6, or we can have some intermediate attacks. But let's start with just recapturing.
I just glanced at the players because we have those wonderful opportunities also to see.
Yeah, now we have the Hobbit camera.
Game. So you have Humpy and Atan fully concentrated, and Humpy in between the pieces. You know, it seems that she is one of the pieces on the board. It's a beautiful picture. So bishop c6. What if b takes c6? What do you think, Katerina?
So
how should you continue here?
I know how not to continue. One thing you cannot continue with is g3. Okay. So if you play g3, it looks like a cool idea that, you know, you're putting more pressure on that pawn on f4, but the queen can capture on h3, and now queen g2 checkmate. So putting more pressure on that pawn on f4 is not that great. So we need to do something different.
Maybe if I use the analogy with Yasser's analysis, which he proposed was the move b7 here. Because you don't want to take on a7 for some reasons.
So let's move back the move g3.
Yes, g3 we have to move back and to analyze the move b7. What do you think? Like we are almost
so the rook is attacked, we are forced to. So let's go maybe...
Can we play rook 8? It's a bit scary because then...
The question is whether we want to trade the rooks and kind of lose control of that f4.
Yes, no, we cannot
But
play
maybe
this.
we don't mind. So let's take a look. Rook captures rook. Rook captures rook.
And what if rook
now
f4?
Rook captures f4.
Can we do something with this position?
You know, if you take the move back and start with rook f4...
we start... that changes things a
very
lot.
tricky.
Okay, that's... So we are probably forced to make rook b8 in this position.
Yes, rook b8 was the only move, yes.
Okay, so rook b8. Such a sharp game. Okay, let's move back. So rook b8. But here, how should white continue?
It's a very difficult position to analyze because I'm looking at it with the engine and there's only moves for both sides.
But so here,
so tell us now, what is computer saying here?
Right,
what's the engine?
First, before rook b8, if any other move but rook b8, white is completely winning.
Okay.
So rook b8 only move. And here for white not to be much worse, it's rook e5 only move, which is not an obvious move at all.
What's the idea of rook e5?
Yes, I'll show you. So after rook b7, we want to take rook takes f4. We want to trade pieces. So rook takes, bishop takes.
Bishop is
if you go queen f4, which is not a great move, after rook h5, white's completely fine. And maybe tiny bit better, although it looks more equal than anything else. So after rook e5, rook b7 is the only move, yes. Everything else, white is just better.
Can we try some other move just to prove your point?
Yes. What move comes to mind?
Something more aggressive here. Let's say
G5.
rook e5. Yes, G5, protecting. I agree with you, Katerina, yes.
Actually, that looks very good, right? Because I want to trap your queen with g3, but I can't yet. So what if I prepare it? I go queen f1.
Oh my God.
I want to win your queen with g3. That's beautiful, isn't it? I think black is in big trouble here. So you have to take on g2, otherwise...
We have to, the queen is trapped otherwise on h4.
Takes, queen g2, and now
g5
is hanging with the check, so you have to go something like king h8.
What about h6?
Okay, h6. You like this pawn chain, right?
Just supporting my pawns.
And white just grabbing another pawn and defending b7 at the same time.
But what is the, like, I cannot imagine that this is the valuation.
Yeah, it's +4.
No.
It's completely winning. Engine is cold-blooded, thinks the white king has no problems whatsoever.
And the pawn on b7 is dangerous. It's one score away from promoting.
Yeah, and the queen would be more useful if he was behind the pawns, because it's on h4, can't really do much from here. And anytime you play f3, there's some tactics like bishop takes g5 is available. Takes and I take, and I pick up all the pawns.
All my pawns destroyed.
You set them up so beautifully.
But like it's so unnatural because when I compare, you know, my pieces, like like at the final position here, after rook h7, with the rook a7, here, when rook a7 is the best move in the position, then like my bishop on h5, if I compare it to your bishop on d2, but somehow the computer evaluates this position as completely winning. Maybe because you will be able to take on c6. Maybe
I think
this
so,
is another possibility.
Suddenly
yes.
black king is also very unsafe.
So one more try, Nazi. What if I go bishop f7 here with the idea to transfer the bishop? And if you capture with queen on c6, then I'm capturing on h3 with my
It's a good idea, but
c4?
you're going to kill all your hopes and play c4.
And then you can play bishop c3.
Yes, I'm killing your bishop and improving my own. That's just cruel.
This is the quiet move.
Yeah.
Very
Quiet but deadly.
Quiet move. Wow, what a game. And let's take a look at the chance of the winning of this tournament, because we have Ben Underwoods, who is the statistician in-house for this round 2, actually. So we see Bibisara Assaubayeva having great chances. I'm very surprised to see that she has 34.5% to win with black. I mean, she did win an amazing game yesterday, but Dzagnidze is also an extremely accomplished player. And with white pieces, Mariya Muzychuk having 42.5% chances to win the game against Alice Lee, who, by the way, seems to have better position right now after a few moves. So we're gonna take a look at it. And the next one, we see big chances of being a draw, but so far all decisive games in the tournament. So I'm curious to see how many draws we will actually see in this round.
Katerina,
Hopefully 0.
When I see those numbers now, and we've analyzed a few games, I'm allowed to make this joke that men do not understand anything about women. And Alice Lee, I think, is much better in her game now, so maybe she's going to win her second game with the black pieces.
So let's take a look at her game. So Mariya Muzychuk playing white against Alice Lee. We saw that Alice Lee maybe made an inaccuracy, kind of flying with her queen to the king side too early, but Mariya did not punish her. And right now we are in this position where Mariya played f4.
She played f4 and Alice made a very strong move.
Yeah, a5. Because it's really trying to fight for the square c5.
So this square for the knight.
Because the pawn was defending it, but now the knight can safely jump there.
Okay, so how about now? We should play bishop d7 here, yes? Because the bishop is attacked, or maybe we have a tactical shot here.
Yes.
How we do? Oh, I am right.
We always want to be looking at some tactical chances, but I wasn't sure we do, but now I'm, since
I wouldn't quite call it tactical, but you have a very good in-between move that gives black an advantage, yes.
So what can we do here?
I mean, we can do e5.
E5.
Because that's something we usually like to do, to fight for the dark squares.
And then
after f takes e?
F takes e. So
here tactics begin.
Here the tactical fireworks start. Okay,
I thought at first queen captures, but if we capture with the queen, then there is knight f3.
What can we take on e4 something? I cannot calculate a single move here, but let's try.
So e5.
e5, f takes e5. Okay, let's try, and those are not our pieces. We can sacrifice.
We can sacrifice and then say Jadup and move back.
Exactly. So knight e4.
What about rook captures e5 first?
Rook e5 first, yes.
To keep the pin?
This is better. Okay, what we're supposed to do here?
Rook e5 is interesting, knight e4 is better.
Knight e4 is better, okay.
But here, white's only move is g4.
G4, okay.
Yes.
Queen h4.
G4, queen h4, knight f3 is winning.
Yes, here, we lost all our pieces. Okay,
so let's move back.
Jadup, and then let's continue with knight e4. We want
here, white has only one move to not be much worse, and it's
because if queen captures,
now we take on e5. Yes.
And the problem is the rook on e1 is going to be hanging.
So guess the move for white instead of queen takes e4, what they have to play.
Okay, let me have a look.
So we always have e6.
E6?
Yes.
Okay.
Good job, Katerina. E6, yes.
That just block the e file. Because
and here, sorry, go ahead.
No, if you don't recapture like with the pawn, then you completely block the e file, and I can happily recapture the knight on e4. So pawn captures e6.
No, but then
and queen captures e4.
Can we go? Like, I want to see what is the line suggested after
best
knight
move,
c5.
Almira, knight c5, yes. And after knight c5, engine says e takes f only move.
Okay.
King takes. Queen f2 check. King goes back to g8, and black is just slightly better, up a half a pawn. after rook takes e8, let's say rook takes e8. I mean, if we just evaluate the position now, which is what you should do after so many trades, and position is completely different than it was like 5 moves ago, so let's reevaluate, right? Materially, it's even. White's king is slightly weaker than black's. This bishop is a monster. This knight is fantastic. The queen is now well placed on h5. Rook's occupying the open file. Black should be even more better than what we see on the screen, right?
I would be expecting black to be like -1 here.
And actually, unless white plays knight f3 only move, it's -2 on any other move. So knight f3 is the absolutely only move to not be losing. And here, why can't we take on a4? That's my question. I think you can, but maybe white's hoping to somehow make a draw in the endgame down a pawn after rook e2. So instead of taking on a4, engine suggests that there's better moves like just queen f5, improve your pieces, knight comes to d3, and black has great initiative here.
But the thing is, can you imagine their mindset? Mariya is coming to the second round and she wants to bounce back. She wants to win. Alice has won her game and she's taken all her chances today. And the thing is, things haven't gone the way probably as Mariya has planned. She also has to change her mindset. And here, as you said, to play knight f3, you need to regroup. Now you have to tell yourself, okay, I have to play for a draw.
Save this.
Yes, I have to save this.
Nazi, can we for a second come back to this move e5 and just look at it a little slowly, because we were kind of, let's face it, we were kind of guessing the moves.
Yes.
So you did a great job. You got all the best moves.
If we analyze it, so e5, because
Very
I'm
strong.
sure Alice is considering this move. It's one of the critical moves you always try to do in Sveshnikov, in any Sicilian, to push either d5 or e5 when you have this dark square bishop. So what are other, like...
You can
what are
consider
our
knight takes c6, but then you're allowing e takes f in between move, and
so queen captures?
If you take queen f4, there's another in between move, knight d3, and black is winning material here. So you can take on f4. Best move here is to just offer a queen trade. But after takes on c6, takes on f4, computer still likes black here in this endgame. Oh, we have bishop c3 and knight takes a4.
So we don't lose a pawn.
I'm not worried about giving up my dark square bishop anymore because queens are off the board. So I won't get checkmated. So let's go back after e5.
D6 also is possible.
So
what if I go knight e2 here, knight d e2? With the idea, if you capture on f4, I'm happy to recapture with knight and then control.
Still this move, this tactical bishop e4 is very strong. You take, I take here. Even though you're taking with the tempo, I'm still good after queen f5. This is not easy to calculate though. Alice, as we can see, she's sitting there. She's a great tactician. She loves to calculate. Once she trapped my queen in a position where I thought it was completely impossible, like she found this idea that was completely invisible to me. So I trust her calculation. She's very good at that, and I'm sure she'll find all these lines. Just there's so many different options, and according to the engine, black is better in all of them.
And if Alice does not play e5, what are the other options? Because e5 is very tactical, it's tempting, but it's also risky, let's face it. So if you don't go for that, what is the alternative?
I would say the only other move is bishop d7. And the fact that she's still thinking tells us that she's considering both options, right? Otherwise, she would have played bishop d7 already. And even here, black is slightly better, but now white can play e5 first, not allowing black to go for e5. And look at this, the best response is g5. I don't know if we're going to see this because it's very unclear what the idea is. Do we take on e5? I think if you do, there's knight d5, and why did black weaken this exactly? Very unclear. But instead of bishop e5, what engine wants to do is take with the pawn, knight f3, and then just simply queen g6.
Yeah, I don't see this happening.
Yeah, this does look good actually for black. We're attacking the rook. There's d3 square that we want to occupy with the knight. e4 is coming. Okay, I'm starting to like it.
But the thing is, I think Alice is absolutely right to take her time now, because you feel it. You feel that this is the moment. This is one of the critical moments in the game. You have a few of them during the game. And she grasps the essence of the position, and if she spends enough time, I think that she will play e5 here.
I agree with you, yes. And she does have 40 minutes, and they're on move 22. So even if she takes next 15-20 minutes and plays e5, I think she'll be fine on the clock.
Thank you, Nazi. And I think that Alina Kashlinskaya is much better in her game against Carissa Yip, because we were analyzing with you, Nazi, that position, and she found this move knight c4. You remember you said it was counterintuitive because we were thinking that the knight on a5 is awkwardly placed, but she played knight c4. Knight c4 has
So that was
to
the
be
move
played.
you were considering.
Bishop c4, activating the bishop. But here Carissa has deviated from, and she didn't play a5, as you remember, and she played knight b6. Alina immediately played d5 in this position, so she clearly evaluated that after trading the dark square bishops and maybe this bishop against the knight, so this knight on f3 is much better than this bishop of b7, because she can also play knight d4. So let's try this variation.
I'll just add one more thing. d5 is a good move, but it can show on your board. Instead of d5, Alina could have tried a5, which is even stronger.
a5? Ah, the move that I suggested previously, okay.
Knight c4, pawn takes c4, and then we're playing d5 next move, and this is even a better version for white.
So maybe she didn't want to enter this
But
position.
now the bishop on b7 is
Yeah.
extremely horrible.
At least she has a passed pawn, and
And
the thing
e5
is,
is
yes, you will
coming.
play e5. Yeah, this is...
Maybe even some like knight h2, knight g4.
Exactly.
Just transferring
Yes,
the
let
knight
me
to
show
target.
Let me show it. You have this beautiful maneuver, yes, to the knight
And that
g4
f6 score or
and
h6 score.
h6, yes.
Square.
Yes, this is beautiful. Thank you, Nazi. But then Alina is a d4 player, so she sees this possibility to play d5 immediately after knight c4, bishop c4, because I feel that sometimes you tend towards the positions where you understand the structures perfectly.
For sure.
So she was not sure here, and then she played d5. So let's imagine what can happen here. Bishop b2, queen b2, then let's say knight c4, I don't know, bishop c4, say a5, just to protect this pawn, and then knight d4. I think that was the position, and you can also play here knight b3, attacking the pawn on a5, so I don't think that Carissa will enter this position, but what is the alternative here?
Well,
after
she
d5?
captured on b2 and then played
Okay.
c6.
Okay, bishop b2.
Saying
and
she
c6.
wants to target the center as soon as possible.
Now, only move for Alina to have an advantage is queen d4.
Here
in
is
this
queen
position.
d4. Okay.
Yeah.
She needs to protect the d5 pawn and the bishop on c4 simultaneously. Okay. It's a very good move, and you centralize your queen, of course. But at the same time, you thought that this square is destined for a knight. So you have to take it with the queen. Queen d4, and then maybe rook d1.
So let's say we capture on d5. I mean, that was anyway our idea. So pawn captures d5. How do you recapture with the bishop?
Bishop d5.
Because then I'm happy I'm going to get rid of my light square bishop.
With the pawn.
With the pawn.
With the pawn, right? So my bishop on b7 keeps locked.
And now the knight is going to reroute d2 to e4.
But my knight is also going to reroute. Knight d7.
Let's say knight d7.
Who's first?
Should we play knight d2?
Maybe rook e8 first, and then
e8.
rook e1. Let's control
yes.
that file. Yeah. And then go knight d2.
It's a very nice intermezzo. So rook
Okay,
e1.
queen f7, queen f8. Let's go. Maybe g7 or something.
And then knight d2 here. Should we play a5 or not?
a5 is very strong.
Fixing the pawn.
There's
Yes, I
also
like
queen
this.
f4 and
Oh.
sound like a broken record, but h4.
It's a beautiful broken record. So every move you make.
And I'm hearing that Humpy Koneru blundered. Let's jump to the board there. Tang Zhongyi maybe having a chance.
Oh my God, she played rook e5?
She did
She
play
found
rook
that
e5
move, yes.
and g6.
Why do we need a computer? Tang Zhongyi is playing like a computer.
Maybe this is her game today. She already has 25 minutes advantage to Koneru. So what can we do with white pieces now after g6?
So g6. You remember we were struggling and we couldn't find a move here. So we suggested g5, but Humpy Koneru came with
Yeah, rook
Came up
b7
with
was
g6.
necessary because now 10 can just take on a7 and keep the extra pawn on b7.
But if you take on a7, let's take a look. Rook
She wants to
captures.
take on g2.
That's the thing,
Yes,
because pawn on g6 is defending the bishop on h5.
So what do you do here? F take g2, but at the same time you want to play queen
Oh,
h3.
maybe you're going to sacrifice an exchange.
Let's
Rook
try.
captures bishop
But is it such an easy line?
and queen f3.
What do you think, Nazi?
Very nice. I'm not interrupting because Katerina's got all the right moves.
We definitely don't need a computer here.
Yep.
So.
For now. Give me some time.
Oh,
Because that pawn on b7 is becoming really dangerous.
And white can play c4, include the bishop on the other diagonal.
the thing is,
Whose king is more in danger?
The thing is, I want to bring the rook here, but you will always play rook a8. As soon as I move or I frown, you play rook a8. So
Yeah, Engine says it's +1.
Wow, and 10 really needs to win. She lost her first round with white pieces against Alina Kashlinskaya. So, I mean, winning the second round is very important for her.
Guys, we don't have to switch, but Alice did find e5 and she played it.
Wow, so that game is exploding.
St. Louis Oracle.
So the game started a little boring, let's face it, but they are spicing up.
Yeah, in the
Things
middle
are
games, they are
spicy
playing
now.
very aggressive chess.
I just wanted to have a look at this game we haven't analyzed for a while between Nana Dzagnidze and Bibisara Assaubayeva, because I feel that with all the tactics on the other boards, this is the quiet game. And I was trying to illustrate the point, and here you can see this battery, the queen and c2, yes. And
you are reshuffling the pieces so the queen and the bishop have a nice battery on that b1, h7 diagonal.
And somehow, you know, this happened in another game. And I just wanted to understand, because something very curious for me happened here. So Nazi suggested knight e4, and Bibisara Assaubayeva went for this move, right? Because it's a typical move for these positions. But then Nana decided to keep the bishop on g3. So she said, I want you to take on g3. This is probably what happened. And I think that she wanted to go for this plan in this position. Because how do you make the use of this queen on b3? You have to push e4 here. So this was continued by knight f6.
Kind of stopping that plan.
Rook e1, once
Still
again.
supporting it.
Supporting. Rook b8. And I think she's preparing c5.
She's guarding this rook b8 is actually guarding the bishop on b7. So anytime you push c5, the bishop is no longer hanging for the queen on b3. But yes, bishop b1 now setting up that battery.
The thing is, like, Bibisara is combining positional play, and yet she plays rook b8 because she strives for the initiative. She wants to play c5. So bishop b1 was played, c5, and now queen c2. So for the moment, I am looking at this beautiful square, but you know, the knight is still guarding it.
But this is the moment where we have two important plans. One plan is g4, because if we want to push g4 up, then the knight cannot capture it, of course, because
And
the knight is
g5.
kind of locked to be defending that square on h7, the checkmate. But then we can push forward, get rid of the double pawn and activate our knight. Or the second chance can be knight e5,
Okay, let's try this.
just activating the knight towards the center.
Knight e5 and then knight g4, maybe?
Knight g4, and still kind of harassing the knight that is guarding the checkmating square and hoping to take advantage of the battery with the king, with the queen and the bishop.
And of course, you don't want to take on c5 because this was allow black, you know, to activate the bishop and to play d4. So I think that Nana's strategy is, of course, to play actively here, but at the same time keep this bishop passive. What do you think? How can we activate this bishop? Because it's like doesn't look very happy to me, as Nazi would say. You know, I like this expression, happy moves, but you know, this is not a happy bishop. You know, it's like it's a very depressed bishop on b7. So what are you supposed to do here? Rook e8.
Rook e8, kind of a net.
Rook d1.
And while we are thinking, let's check in with Yaser. Yaser, over to you. What are your thoughts?
Absolutely. Well, thank you, ladies. Those lines that you've been looking at great, and especially the Alice Lee game, also what you've been analyzing. But for me, at the top of the show, I said the two top players, Tan and Humpy, are going to have to play a game full of fight, and that is really what we've got. The current position, G7, G6, a missed opportunity for Humpy, I agree. No question about that. And you have been looking at the move, rook takes A7. And look, I'm a pawn grubber, so, you know, I'm with you 100%. I like that move. I like Tan's chances in that ending. In fact, I'm sitting there thinking to myself, why hasn't she grabbed that pawn? What are her alternatives? And my mind is blown. In this current position, the move G7, G6, when you see that type of move where you've moved the pawn in front of your king, you've exposed your the shield in front of your king, you expose the 7th rank. And suddenly, I started looking at the move Queen E1. And this is a really kind of a shocking move. It's kind of an in-your-face move. Do your worst. My intention is to play Rook E7, followed by Queen E6, check. Watch out. So, of course, you take the pawn, and you're thinking to yourself, if you're in Humpy's shoes, I've got this. I mean, you're going to go Queen takes H3, Queen H1, check and mate. Boy, I can't wait to be interviewed by Yaser. No. I take the pawn. You go, wait a minute, you can't do that. King takes G2 just allows F3 check. King H2, again, I support my pawn on H3. Whoop! There goes a rook. Black's winning, right? Wrong. Rook E7. This is the cold shower move. The crazy part is white is better, but you're actually not actually winning on the spot. You could play the move G5, the only move to stay in the game. Queen E5, Rook F7, Queen takes C7, and yes, Tan is better. It's still a fight, but I mean, the possibilities are amazing. And this move, Queen E1 in particular, that was just crazy. You know, you're in a position as white, and your king's getting sacked. There's a pawn on F3. There's a pawn on F4. The queen on H4, and you just say, do your worst. Queen E1, take on G2. King takes G2. F3 check, and after winning an entire rook, Rook E7, and you're thinking to yourself, what just happened? I won a rook and I stand worse. These are the kind of fighting games that we love, and I don't know if this one is occurring to Tan or not, but it's an extraordinary opportunity. Back to you in studio.
Wow, thank you so much, Yaser. What an incredible variation. When you said that people think, oh, taking the rook and black is winning, I was like, yes, of course, black is winning, but rook e7, wow, what a move.
Well, this line proved that the number of possibilities and combinations in chess is simply infinite. Mm-hmm. Like, I lost my speech, you know? and yet Yaser makes look things so easy. You know, it's chess is elegant and beautiful at the same time, and we always have this mathematical solution. We just have to find it.
That's what you get by so many years of experience, yeah. And we have the commentators. So let's see what is the question today. So after round 1, 2 players are now tied for the most matches played in Cairns Cup tournaments. Who are they? Humpy Koneru and Harika Dronavalli and Nana Dzagnidze, Mariya Muzychuk and Nana Dzagnidze. Wow, I'm gonna be completely guessing.
I'm gonna go with an A.
Well, somehow I think that the right answer is B.
So I'm gonna go with C. I have no idea.
One of us will be right. We'll find out after the break.
So we give time for all of you to think about it, and as we go to break, Yaser asked the players the importance of playing in the Cairns Cup. Let's take a look.
What does participating in the Cairns Cup mean for you?
It's one of the strongest tournament for women's chess, and it definitely means a lot to be competing at the highest level, and especially by playing all the editions, I got used to it, I would say, so I wouldn't feel good not playing. That's honestly I just want to play here and do my best every year.
Oh, actually, I love coming here. I think it's already 5th time. I played every stage of Cairns Cup. So actually, yesterday when I arrived at the hotel reception, the girl saw me and she said, "Oh, where have you been so long?" And of course, I've met her previously, and it was so nice. And I feel here almost at home.
I want to do my best to play my best chess, and we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, it's definitely a most prestigious tournament, and this is my 3rd attempt here, and the best of the world is present, and I wish to perform and give my best.
Well, I will be honest, when first Cairns Cup occurred, it became my dream to play here, and actually I had a chance to play here 2 years ago. I got the invitation. I don't know, maybe I can speak about this. So some secrets. And I accepted the invitation. I was very happy, but then I found out that I was pregnant. So I was even more happy. And I wrote in secret that unfortunately I will not be able to come this year. I had to decline, and then the next year I got the invitation, which was like 10 days before the event, but as I didn't participate the year before, I didn't apply for visa, so I had no visa and no chance to get it in 10 days. So after this invitation, the last one, I decided that I should apply for visa just in case. Right. And this year luckily finally I got the invitation at time and I had my visa, so here I am.
I hope that I will be able to defend my title, but since I won last year, I'm sure this year's contenders will be treating me seriously. Nonetheless, I hope I will be able to defend my title and do even better than last year.
Yeah, so this is my 2nd time playing the Cairns Cup. First time was in 2020, and I was so nervous for that tournament, and definitely had a rocky start there. I think I lost my first 4 games. But I bounced back. I think I scored 4 out of 5 in the second half. Hopefully that does not repeat here. Right. But I think I'm feeling well prepared for this event. And I'm just kind of ready to fight.
I like the chess club. It has a huge territory, and of course I'm very glad to be back.
I was surprised and very happy. I remember that I was on the training camp, and I'm planning to play world team in the Rapid and Blitz in London, and I already said yes to my Kazakh team. And then I opened my Gmail and I saw that it's something about Cairns Cup, and everyone started to congratulate me that I played there because they remember that I won a play there last year, and it's my, I think, first big close tournament because previous was more like Grand Prix. Yeah, so I'm very happy and very excited.
Yeah, it's definitely a great honor. I wasn't sure if I'd get invited this year, but I think for me, the main point of this tournament is to get to play against all these top ladies. I don't really have too much expectations for the result, but I think the experience that I gained last year and this year will be extremely beneficial in future tournaments.
"10 years, one legacy." The Grand Chess Tour marks a decade of mastery where only the strongest chess minds carve their names into history. Each piece has its role, like soldiers in a grand army. with commanders to lead them into the tour's 10th year and a prize fund of $1.6 million. The Grand Chess Tour starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland, immediately followed by the Superbet Chess Classic Romania in Bucharest. Then off to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia, followed by back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri with the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. And the culmination of the grand finale in the city of Sao Paulo, Brazil, will determine the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Fight with every ounce of strength for victory. This isn't just a moment. This is history.
Corporate Chess League started in 2018, and we started it because we wanted to get the corporations around St. Louis to get together, casually play chess, and network together. So each corporation has their own team. They bring 4 to 6 people every week, and they play over the board in-person chess.
In our team, for all of us to be here, we don't see each other throughout our week. We work in different departments in different areas. So yeah, I think it's a good thing to hang out with your other peers at the club.
So what myself and my coworkers get out of playing in the Corporate Chess League is camaraderie, getting to hang out with people from work, from different departments, getting to meet people from other companies, learn what they do, and obviously just enjoy the game of chess that we all love.
We have about 10 teams right now. We average 10 to 12 teams every year. So if your corporation is interested, or if you work for a corporation and you're trying to get a team, all you need to do is go to our website, stlouischessclub.org, and all the information is there.
You know Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame has the region's best selection of chess sets. But this store is so much more. Discover our masterfully curated selection of unique jewelry, clever kids games that nurture critical thinking and creativity, quirky greeting cards, books for all ages, and a wide variety of locally made goods. Find just what you're looking for at Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
If you love playing chess and want to put your skills to the test, the St. Louis Chess Club welcomes you to our monthly open tournaments. This is your chance to compete in a 5-round Swiss system tournament with 2 sections: Open, which is FIDE rated, and Under 1800. Feel the thrill of competition as you contend for a share of $4,200 in prizes every month. To learn more and to register, please visit stlouischessclub.org.
Ladies, are you looking for something fun to do? Do you want to make new friends and broaden your horizons? Ladies' Night is the premier all-female chess event in St. Louis. Every Wednesday night, you can meet and play with new people while learning one of the world's most popular games from a certified woman grandmaster. Plus, St. Louis Chess Club members can attend for free. Whatever your age or skill level, you're welcome at Ladies' Night.
Don't miss the 9th annual Strategy Across the Board Gala, Master of the Arts. Enjoy fine dining and world-class musical entertainment, all while helping to support chess education, cultural exhibits, and public programming at the St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame and Galleries. Strategy Across the Board, Master of the Arts, is Saturday, August 16th at the Chase Park Plaza Hotel. For sponsorship or ticket information, or to make a gift, please visit stlouischessclub.org.
Welcome back to round 2 of the Cairns Cup. We have a lot of exciting games ongoing, and before we look at the games, let's answer a question that we were stumped up with. So the question was, after round 1, 2 players are now tied for the most matches played in Cairns Cup tournaments. Who are they? Now, Nazi, you picked A, Almira, you B, I picked C, having no clue. So let's see what's the result. What's the right answer? Wow!
Nice job, Almira. They played 36 games each. Wow.
9 games in 2019, 2020, and 2024. Oh, 8 games in 2023. Humpy withdrew. I didn't know there was a withdrawal. And 1 game in 2025 so far. Wow. So let's take a look at the standings after round 1, because round 1 was extremely decisive. All games finished with a win, and the 5 winners were Humpy Koneru, Bibisara Assaubayeva, Harika Dronavalli, Alina Kashlinskaya, and Alice Lee. And let's review the pairings of this round. You will see that all players who lost are playing the winners of the first round. Nana Dzagnidze against Bibisara Assaubayeva, Mariya Muzychuk playing Alice Lee, Alina Kashlinskaya against Carissa, Zhongyi against Humpy Koneru, and Nino Batsiashvili playing Harika Dronavalli. And let's check in with Yaser. Yaser, what are your thoughts about which games? Tell us, it's always so exciting to hear you.
I'm still upset that I missed Stump the Masters question. I had A as well, forgetting that Humpy withdrew. I should have known. The game of Tan is ridiculous. There's so many twists and turns in this game. I'm shaking my head in awe. I thought that the position was so incredibly sharp after the move G7, G6, and that White had to play moves like Rook takes A7. I analyzed the move Queen E1. What did Tan play? She played the move Queen F1. I looked at Queen F1 and I thought to myself, oh, that move must be wrong. Actually, that was another great move. And after takes on G2, Queen takes G2, Rook takes B7, my first guess was that Tan was on the back foot. Not so. In this exact position, there's this remarkable move. Rook on E5 to E4. Gift me the pawn. Give me the pawn. Okay, the best try for black was Rook B1 check, King H2, F4, F3. And if I say to you, okay, puzzle rush moment, you stop, you think, you see it. The queens are hanging, but you give up your queen most dearly. You play queen takes G6. After bishop takes G6, rook takes H4. You see bishops of opposite colors. You say to yourself, the game's going to be a draw. Rook B2, D3 is not so. I looked a little bit further. Bishop H6, give me a move. Best move according to the computer was Rook F6. And now after Rook F4, you already start to feel like, hey, wait a minute. Tan's back in the driver's seat after all. There's a potential checkmates on the F8 square. And after King F7, Rook takes A7. My engine says White is a half a pawn better, so it's probably going to be a draw. So it turns out that the move Queen F4, Queen F1 was great, but unfortunately, Tan did not follow it up correctly. She did not play the move Rook E4 that would have given her advantage. In fact, she did just play the move Rook B4. And after the move Rook B6, my engine is saying zeros. Missed opportunity for Tan in a game she really needs to win because she got the 2 whites in a row. Back to you in studio.
Thank you, Yaser, for the analysis. I mean, finding, first Rook E5, I thought this was very challenging, and now going back to Rook E4, those are like very nuanced moves that really show that you need to understand the position very accurately.
And you need a lot of time, So we were stumped, So like I got my first point. I wanted to stump you, ladies. So it's like I was thinking about this tonight. So what is the favorite fruit of chess players? Well, it's a joke, of course. So what your answer is going to be?
I don't know, educate us, Almira.
I have no idea.
Just don't fire me after this. Just like I've spent a lot of hours finding this one. English is not my first language, so it's a pineapple.
Oh,
okay, just a small intermezzo, and then we can dive into deep positional battles.
It's always good to have a joke. So yeah, let's dive into the game of Nana Dzagnidze and Bibisara Assaubayeva. We were looking at this position, and when we get there,
that's the position.
We were looking at the battery of the queen and the bishop, kind of looking at the H7 square, as you can see on the board. And we were in this position looking maybe at the G4 moves, right? That was one idea. Or knight E5 to kind of force the knight to move away. Well, Nana Dzagnidze decided to play Rook D1 to simply move her rook away. And now...
And the thing is, she was threatening this pawn on D5, which I think sort of forced Bibisara to make this very artificial move. She played queen c8 because we were thinking, should we take on c5? We shouldn't take on c5.
And the best move, actually, I was told by Dariusz Verge, who is our grandmaster here, also helping us. c4 is the best move here. To simply block the center and say, okay, you are moving your rook to the d file to attack. Let's block the center.
It's a very interesting move because you're blocking the center. e4 is probably not possible here because now the queen, you know, is on the way of this bishop, and then you can prepare something like e6, b5, and b4 here. Yes, so I understand this. It's a very interesting.
But Bibisara decided to play queen c8, which is also it has an idea. You are removing the queen away from the file. Now white captured, and now this b captured c5 is a big mistake. Black should have captured with the bishop. Exactly for, bishop takes c5 is better.
So what is the difference here? So let's say if I play as in the game knight d5.
I think the problem is that you're going to have more weaknesses.
Because now you have the square on e7, so now the king can run. Okay.
So let's see what happened in the game, and then we're going to better understand. So after pawn captures c5,
yes,
knight captures d5.
And now you can take rook d5.
And rook takes d5. And the problem is the knight cannot capture now, because if knight captures on d5,
so
we just have queen h7. That was our whole point of having that battery. King goes here and queen h8 checkmate. And we see the bishop on e7, exactly as you mentioned, is kind of stopping the king to be able to escape.
So that's the whole idea. But here after knight d5, bishop d5, rook d5, Black was forced to play rook b2.
Another kind of tactics now, moving the queen away from the diagonal, from the battery, meaning Black can now safely recapture the rook on d file.
So deflecting the queen, of course, but probably White is left with a better structure. And
I think now White could have played, yes, e4, immediately targeting the knight.
Okay, so she wants to play maybe knight d6, knight d4.
And White still has that queen c2 back, having the opportunity of maybe doing a battery on that diagonal.
Okay, so knight c7 was played, bishop d3. Oh, I like this move because she is aiming for c4. And then knight d6, bishop c4. Very well played, and this is the actual position on the board. Nazi, what is the evaluation? White is better, I suppose.
I was just going to ask you that. What do you think the evaluation is?
Well, I think that White is better.
Yes, you're absolutely right. White is better, and it's +1.
Oh, but I didn't know that it was
much,
that
right?
much. Yes.
I agree, because +1 means you're up a pawn.
Yes.
And here we have a completely equal material. It's just that, like you said, White has a better structure. We have a better bishop, and the c5 pawn, while it's not a target right now because it's defended by 3 pieces, overall it's still a weakness, I believe. So after queen c7, now White can play queen c2. And Katerina wanted to set up the battery with queen c2, e5. But you can do this even without the battery, because after e5, then queen can go to f5 and still set up the battery later as well. So it's a tough spot for Bibisara. She needs to be careful. What's the time? She has 20 minutes for 15 moves. She could end up in time trouble because this is a critical position. She needs to find a couple of very accurate moves.
So Nana is in the driver's seat, yes,
Absolutely.
in this game.
Absolutely, she is. And is Bibisara not worried about bishop e6 at all? Wait. Oh, because it's White to move here, right? We played queen c2. Engine suggests rook b8 and puts the rook on b6, an improvement for sure. But I'm kind of curious if this is still an advantage for White, because now there's more weaknesses in Black's position.
Maybe you can play queen c4 here.
Right? That's what I was thinking. According to the engine, this is not as good for some reason.
I mean, I really like the bishop on c4. So I would not be a big fan of actually trading that bishop.
I was thinking maybe my knight would be good enough to substitute. Like, how is this not winning? It just says king h7. Okay, I definitely didn't see that move. And then rook b4, and Black is playing very actively all of a sudden. So I can see how Black fights back. So yeah, it's not necessary to take on e6 at all. This is a very beautiful bishop. White can just slowly improve the position, starting with just king h2. And it's a game where you don't win right away, but you can make small improvements and eventually black's going to slip up somewhere.
And black can blunder very quickly. For example, now if black plays knight d4, just trying to exchange the knight and be happy.
Oh, yeah.
This is just game over. Takes and
show.
discovered attack.
Very nice.
I just wanted to say that white needs to be patient, and and here it is. Knight d4 is winning on the spot for white.
And Nazi, I'm being told that in the game of Tan, Zhongyi, there are some blunders happening. Can you walk us through it to see how
Who's
it's
Tan playing? There we go,
Humpy
Humpy Koneru.
Koneru.
Whoa. Okay, as you can see on my screen, there's a lot of red going on, so let's catch up with the players. Last we saw was queen f1, as Yaser discussed, right? That it's still a good move. F takes, queen takes, rook b7, so far so good. Here looks like Tan was supposed to play rook back to e4. Like Katerina said, it's kind of hard to play rook e5 and then drop back. So she played rook b4, which got a question mark. Black was supposed to play just simply rook b6 or double on b file. Instead, rook b4 was played. Oh, now f3 is a mistake. But such a tempting move. How do we not push f3, right? Instead of f3, king g7 was the only move for black to still keep some kind of imbalance in the position, but still slightly worse. After f3, ooh, missed opportunity here for Tan. She's supposed to go queen h2, after which engine says it's +2, which is huge, of course.
Is it still like the rook e7, queen takes c7 idea?
I'm not sure.
No,
I think so.
Queen is7, yes. So now you're...
Yeah, we don't have rook e7 right away, so... If
so bishop g5 also is there. Maybe at some moment
this is
queen.
+2, but white looks so passive with the queen on h2. It's hard to believe it's +2. So that's why I can see how Tan missed this and just played queen g3. But now, apparently, after the trade, black is completely fine. Total equality after bishop d1 is just triple zeros.
So after such a wild battle, we'll end up with a draw.
That's chess, right?
Because the problem is white needs to keep the rook on e-file, right?
Yeah.
Anytime you move, let's say, rook c5 or somewhere
Bishop
away,
e2, yes.
then there's this bishop e2 and black wins.
Very nice, yes. So we're stuck on the e-file, which is not a bad place to be stuck on, but how do we improve, right?
We can play bishop e3.
No, we cannot because there is bishop e2 again.
Bishop e2 again, yes. Oh, this is like such an important blunder. Yes, we want to play bishop e3 and take on f2, but then we'll blunder in it again.
Absolutely. And I was also thinking maybe bishop h6 with some ideas of checkmate, but rook goes to f3, so this is my bad. It's not winning because rook is absolutely protected. You can win the pawn this way, but opposite color bishop endgame is definitely going to be a draw here. So,
wow.
Tan missed some opportunities for sure.
We were expecting like a very complicated game, but now maybe it went to like the equal waters.
Of course, and that was actually a perfect illustration of what we call chess blindness, because the rook was protecting the square on e2. And when you make this move bishop b3, it is no longer there. It's a very, very beautiful idea. But somehow I think that the players, they will gain their composure. They will look at the board once again and they will settle for a draw there.
So let's take a look at the game of Alice Lee, because we do have some developments there. She played the e5, and I think we did not have time to look at that game afterwards. So let's see what Mariya Muzychuk decided to respond with.
So that was our analysis, but let's have a look at the game. So e5 was played, and knight e2 was played. And I think that Alice is still thinking, however, Katerina, look at how much time has Mariya Muzychuk spent on her last two moves. So she's left with 15 minutes on her clock. And do you have like the number of the moves here?
Yes, she only has 22 moves made, so 17 more moves to go with only 15 minutes on the clock.
So she's going to be in a severe... Oh no, I told you, she will find it. She goes
But actually we have more moves already happening. Wow. You see double exclamation point here. So Alice is in very good shape. Yes. She's finding great moves. e5 strong move, and even stronger bishop takes e4 continuation.
I told you that she's going to find it, and now, first of all, you are in shock. Mariya Muzychuk is in complete shock because I think that she didn't anticipate this move. So what are you supposed to do here? You have 14 minutes left. Bishop b4, like 2 exclamation marks, and I understand why, of course, because this is such a sharp continuation, very well calculated. So let's have a look. What
you know, this, by the way, looks so beautiful, these graphics. I would love it when I play the chess game, like the square would highlight as well when I play a good move.
Well, everything is blinking. I told you, pieces, you know, they're staring at this bishop b4, and they are not very happy. So knight e4. Let's check this line. But do you remember, that was the line that Nazi suggested, and it was not that obvious for us because you still have to come up with a very precise move.
Queen f5.
Queen f5 here.
Just putting pressure on that knight that is pinned with the rook and also attacked with the knight from c5.
This rook is also only protected by the queen, so I guess that white pieces are completely overloaded. And let's say we can make one more move here, but then you can simply take maybe with the rook on e4. Yes, so how about this?
And the dark square bishop
is
going to be developed.
That this is completely winning for black.
I mean, it's a queen for a rook and a knight.
Yes, but you also won a pawn, you know, somewhere in between, and then it's, I think that...
Maybe bishop e5 now
it's
to put
a matter
more pressure.
Of technique.
It's a technique, yeah. It's not that clear-cut win, but it's an advantage.
So 13 minutes left. Mariya Muzychuk is still thinking.
But does she have another move besides just capturing the bishop?
Like,
can you allow this light square bishop to be so strong in the center?
No, but the thing is, your rook is hanging. E takes e4 is a threat. I don't see another move.
There's knight g3, but it loses 2 pawns.
Ah, even 2 pawns. Okay, so let's
g3.
analyze knight g3, but then you can
what,
take
pawn captures f4?
On f4, yes. So what
queen
do you
captures
do here?
f4.
Oh, I was going to take the queen. I can show you the line if you want. I have it ready.
Go ahead.
So I was looking at something besides knight takes e4, but it looks like that is the only move. If Mariya chooses knight g3, black is immediately winning. It's -3 here. E takes f. We take on h5.
h5 you want.
Yes, because if you take queen f4, just bishop c2.
Yes.
A lot of pieces are hanging, right? You can take my queen, but I'm getting the queen back. That's a beautiful line to show as well.
Wow, nice.
So instead of queen f4, we play knight takes h5.
By the way, that really illustrates how the dark squares are so important. That's why the e5 move is so important.
And that's why that bishop is an absolute monster. Pawn takes here, rook is hanging again, so we have to take that first. Then rook takes e4, let's say we take. And if we take rook e3, takes, knight takes a4, black has a healthy extra pawn and a better endgame. So I was looking at some tactics, maybe bishop e3 with the idea of this check, but it's really just one check. And after king f8, I was hoping I could somehow trade a bishop for the knight and maybe save the rook endgame, but I just don't get the chance to do that because tempo, right? My rook's hanging. If I take rook e4, actually, you know what? Black can still do this because in this case, they have an extra pawn, active rook. This reminds me of yesterday we had a game, right? Was it Alice against Nino?
Yes.
The rook
extra
game.
pawn and better rook, yes.
Because here
A4
A4 is a weakness and the rook probably will be able even to go that direction.
And I think that you cannot even improve your rook to activate your rook. You have to play rook d2. Of course you can take all the pawns, but even then you can play king e7.
Yeah, not
and
even
you
let
have
me.
Absolutely no squares to invade it. And you
Like
have
nothing.
to play. You have
Absolutely
to play
nothing.
rook c2 back. Yes. This
Very
actually
depressing.
underlines how powerful black's position is. And
yeah, so Alice could win another rook endgame.
And ladies, we were talking about us being all ladies here in the production, but it's also important to highlight that the arbiters are both ladies. The chief arbiter is Maya Meyers. I think she's an international arbiter. It's the first time she is the main arbiter of this event, and the deputy arbiter, Anastasia Sorokina. So these ladies are making sure everything is going smoothly in the playing area.
at the same time, now that I had a look at Anastasia, well, you don't want to provoke her. You're going to be scolded, and grounded. So,
yeah, do not provoke either of those arbiters. But both of them, I think, there are many times in St. Louis. I remember Maya Myers. She was deputy director at U.S. Championships and American Cup as well. And I'm not sure if Anastasia Sorokina, if it's her first time in St. Louis or...
No, she's been here. I think last year she was also at the Cairns Cup.
So
And I have an update. Mariya did make a blunder. She played the bad move knight to g3, as I was just discussing. She had to play knight e4. She would still be worse, but not as bad. As you can see, it's less than -1 in this case. But after this move knight g3, Alice is now just absolutely winning. She just has to take on f4, which is the most obvious move. And no matter how white responds, look at the evaluation, it's almost -3.
And look at the clock difference.
I think
Alice is 20 minutes up.
She took on f4. She knows that she's winning.
The thing is, this move is absolutely forced. You cannot make a mistake here.
Yes.
So it's an easy move to make. And I think she knew already that after Mariya played knight g3, you know, that's such an obvious move. She's going to take on f4.
And looking at the body language of the players, I think Mariya knows that she's in big trouble.
This is going to be another sensation.
Absolutely. I think once Alice took on e4, there was a cold shower and Mariya thought she was already lost.
Do you remember that before the beginning of the round, we were thinking, okay, 5 decisive games. So how about our storytelling? You know, what are we supposed to do next? You know, normally you're going crescendo, like 2 decisive games, 3 decisive games, maybe 4 decisive games. But what are we going to emphasize, you know, things about? But Alice Lee winning her 2nd game in a row.
She's the lowest rated player in the tournament. She's the youngest, and she might be a sole leader. Who knows after today? Let's check in with Yaser. I think he has some updates for us.
Absolutely sensational by Alice Lee, and just really, really, really fantastic. Sorry to say it, but yes, Almira, I am mesmerized by the tan game. Just an absolutely fascinating missed opportunity by tan. With all my experience, I've rarely come across a position like the situation that occurred in the game. And we know the rules of opposite color bishop positions. We know the rules very well. The side that's attacking with opposite color bishops is in fact a piece ahead, because the defending side can't oppose the other side's bishop. So you sit here and look at this position, and Nasi, you said it so very well. You said f4, f3 is such a tempting move, because you attack the queen, and after the move queen g3, you get the game position. But let's think about it critically. After the move f4, f3, what happened to the light squared bishop on h5? It suddenly became terrible, like completely terrible, offsides. And after the move, queen h2, the engine is just saying, white is killing it. This is like game over kind of a move. And I was thinking, why is it game over? Let me see why. a6, rook e4, and you go, oh my gosh, queen d8, queen e5. Remember what I said. The player who's attacking with opposite color bishops, you wait. As soon as I play the move bishop c3, we know who's attacking whom. Okay, so suddenly black has to play the move queen to d4. And then after queen g3. Now you start to look around and you go, well, wait a minute. I'm threatening rook takes h5, and after queen d6, which seems like the most natural move, queen g5, you start to get that feeling like something is really going wrong. Bishop c3, rook e7, and it's all about the dark squares and this lonely, lonely bishop that is offsides. After the move f3, Humpy was not punished because, just as you said, queen g3, f takes g3, f2, everything went bishop d1, triple zeros, and tan is going to rue the fact that she missed this amazing opportunity. Queen h2 completely turns the tables. It's not black who's attacking, it was white. And boy, I got to tell you, that was a real head scratcher for me. I've been around and I didn't see the tables turning so quickly after one single move, f4, f3, and it actually ruined Humpy's position, but she got away with it. Back to you. And Alice Lee, go Alice.
Thank you, Yaser. That was such a thorough analysis of a wild game between Zhongyi and Humpy Koneru. I think that draw is about to be signed in a few seconds because there are no more tactical resources in this game.
Yeah, opposite colored bishops. You see that all black pawns can be defended by the light square bishop. All white pawns are defended by the king and the dark square bishop, so there's just nothing to fight for. So players cannot offer a draw, they cannot agree on the draw, so we will only wait for a three-move repetition.
Threefold repetition, yes. What if I will move my bishop to d5, f3, you know, and then move my king to b5 and change the position for another 50 moves?
I think both players will be happy to just get back to their hotels and rest, so they won't be prolonging it, I believe. So bishop f4, now bishop somewhere.
Bishop d5, maybe. Bishop d6, and we are expecting a draw.
I think 2 games are about to finish. This is one of them, and Alice is absolutely winning.
So Nazi, let's show us what happened in the game of Mariya Muzychuk and Alice Lee, because the players are not that close to make a draw here.
You don't think they're going to repeat?
I mean, I think they will, but somehow they're still thinking.
All right, let's take a look. Yes, I think that after bishop e4, it was such a shock for Mariya that she missed that in this position. The queen's not actually hanging, and Alice can take on c2, which she has done immediately. I'm sure she calculated this from afar. And just to display it again, what Mariya must have missed is that after this line, bishop e5, and black is winning the queen back. And even if she includes rook e8 check, it's the same line, knight h5, and it still happens. Wait. Oh, there's one more option, right? You can play king f2 and not walk into bishop e5 pin, but guess what? You walked into a different fork, and black is absolutely winning. Let's see what move she made. I think they just played this, and we expect Alice to quickly respond with rook e1. And is there even a way to continue for black, or is it for white, or is it just resignable at this point?
I think it's completely resignable because the pawn on a4 is going to be hanging too.
King h2 was played after bishop e5. Do we have any compensation here? We have one check we can include.
Just don't go to...
Actually, all 3 moves are
You can even go to f8. I was worried about knight d7.
Me too.
Fork the bishop, but the square is guarded by the knight.
Absolutely doesn't matter. Yes, you can play this, allow another check, and after king f8, white is just losing too much material.
Thank you, Nazi. And what we are looking at is another home run. Alice Lee is about to score her second victory.
Who picked Alice?
That's not important, but it's important to say that Alice is going to be +2 after 2 rounds, and she needs +3 for the whole tournament to earn her first Grandmaster norm.
And we all know how difficult it is to win one game and
winning 2 out of 2
in a row.
Yeah, especially now the second one against former world women champion. It's a really big accomplishment, and with black pieces.
And we saw head-to-head, Mariya had +1 score against Alice, so she's about to take revenge.
Wow, what a game, but really what a perfect game from Alice. Well, perfect, maybe one inaccuracy with the queen going to the king side, but
she took a
brave
risk
decision.
and it paid off. Yeah.
So maybe let's go back to the Tan game to see if they are repeating.
So we're not sure if Mariya's going to resign first or if they're going to find 3 more repetition, right?
So that's the position on the board.
So just if you can make the last 3 moves, if there was any repetitions yet or no?
No, because she decided to play bishop b3. That's what I told you, you know, that's they were not ready for the repetition. She played bishop
e3, bishop f3.
So maybe now bishop f4 and bishop f3.
There's no more improvements, right, for either side.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So let's see if they're going to blitz out. Okay,
yes,
bishop f4. Now it looks like it's heading that direction. We are expecting bishop g2.
But what a game. What do you think, Katerina?
Very complicated game, and
Humpy definitely survived this game. She'll be happy.
But the thing is, this is the game which you are analyzing with the computer for days. You know, sometimes you are waking up in your sleep and you think, oh, this is the move. You know, I have it, and then you go, like, you spend another day, you go deep And
it's very possible that there is a moment in which both players thought that they were winning, right? Both players liked their position because it was just so complicated. And by the way, yeah, we have, I think now, second time repetition. So one more bishop f4, and now I think Humpy can just write down move bishop g2, or she can make it.
And the draw is agreed.
Well, the draw is agreed, but it has to be actually claimed with the arbiter. And arbiter agrees.
Because she can always check it electronically.
So the first draw of this tournament. Dan
not just of
against
today.
Humpy Koneru.
But of whole tournament, right? First draw.
And we can say they haven't tried. The fireworks on board. That was such a sharp encounter.
Now Alice is thinking after that last move, knight f6, but yeah, all three moves with the king are absolutely winning.
Yeah, so let's jump back to the Mariya Muzychuk game against Alice Lee.
Yes, because we're expecting the resignation.
But Alice is taking now time to make sure she retreats with her king to the right square. So where is she going? h8. Safely, no checks now for the king. The king is hidden in the corner, and Alice's next move will be to capture the queen, or recapture the queen with the rook, depending what white is going to do. And she's going to be an exchange up.
The thing is, I'm also threatening rook c1. Well, sorry, I apologize. Then because your queen is pinned, so you cannot take on c1. So if you just make a move, just a pass, let's say knight d5. Just let's make. So I'm not taking the queen, so I'm taking this bishop first.
You are enjoying that pin on the queen and just grabbing pieces nearby. So let's look what really happened in the game. So I think the major star was when we have this WrestleMania opening, but then when Mariya Muzychuk decided to go for this Maroczy structure, and Alice Lee with this move queen g5 or queen g5, yes. And we were talking about this queen g5 move, maybe bishop c1 not being the best move, but Nazi was showing us that, what was the best move?
e5.
e5, right? Quickly going for some kind of crazy ideas to be trapping that queen with pawn takes e5, knight f3, queen h5,
rook takes e5,
and rook takes e5,
bishop f5, rook d2 with the idea of rook d4 and rook h4. Very
just trapping the queen, really beautiful. So this was a really good continuation for Mariya, but she did not opt for this move e5, and that risk paid off for Alice, because she played with this knight e5, and this is the crucial move, a5, fighting for the square on c5 for the knight. Getting the knight there, and now this brilliant move e5. I think this is the moment to stop how Alice understood she needs to fight for the dark squares, and now all hell broke loose. Bishop takes e4, just crazily sacrificing in the center and having all the pieces attacking white's position. And it looks like Alice is going to win this game. And now we have this check, bishop e5. This is very important pin on the king and the queen, king in the corner. Did knight d5 happen?
No,
I think that's analysis.
Oh, that's our analysis. So I don't really see a move here for Mariya Muzychuk, and I think we're going to see a resignation and a second important win for Alice Lee.
I think she's going to take on e5.
Let's have a look.
Here.
It's the
To just make a few more
here.
moves. You can take with either pawn or the rook, both completely winning.
I would take with the pawn, maybe.
Yes. So
Bishop d2. Do you keep the rook on the first rank, rook f1? Well, you have to, right?
Can I go rook a1, or is it too dangerous?
No, it's fine. It's completely fine.
Yeah, I think, well, you can either
Oh,
attack
but I don't have to attack the pawn third time. It's already attacked by the bishop and the knight.
Rook f1 attacking the knight and also attacking the pawn on a4 is strong enough. So how many moves have they made? Did we reach the 40th move?
No,
in this
29.
29. 11 more moves to make. But I don't think we're going to see resignation immediately. I thought it's more clear, to be honest, but now after capturing the bishop, as you are looking at, recapturing...
Maybe rook e5 is better for Alice, just to keep the rook more active and have more possibilities with the rook. But there's something to calculate still, right? There's bishop b2 and something on that diagonal.
Okay, Mariya went for queen a5.
The problem is that the pawn on a4 is going to be lost. Knight is going to recapture, and then black is going to have an amazing passer on a5.
Yeah, it's just a couple more accurate moves for Alice, and then it will be obvious why it's -4. But yeah, we won't see resignation yet in this board. And
what about Alina Kashlinskaya and Carissa Yip? Okay.
That has fizzled out into a very equal queen and rook endgame.
And let's check in with Yaser because he has Humpy with him.
Thank you, and I'm joined by Humpy. Your game today mesmerized me. Tell me what was happening from your perspective.
Yeah, I felt I had a big advantage and then I missed out. Probably not queen h4. It looked quite aggressive over the board, but things turned out that she had all the resources that was needed. So probably I should have played c into b6 with a pawn up and just play this position. Yeah.
Be solid.
Yeah.
Before the game started, I felt that this was a huge game for Tan. She comes in as the rating favorite. She starts with 2 white. She's lost the first game, and she's got to beat you. But you have a huge plus record against her. I was really surprised. What have you done? You've played her all around the world, but somehow you're a difficult opponent for Tan.
Yeah, I think up to a certain point I was doing better, but then probably queen h4 went into a problematic position where I couldn't, finish off with the king. Yeah.
Exactly. When you played the move f3, you saw queen g3 and how the game went.
I know.
But after queen h2, how did you evaluate the position?
I wanted to go queen d4.
Right.
I felt I was okay because queen h2 is blocking the square for the king.
Exactly.
So that's a big difference. Yeah.
And then after queen d4, queen g3, so that the king can move.
Yeah, right.
And that's what we were looking at.
I don't know, maybe...
Starts to get tricky, huh?
Yeah, it's tricky.
Yeah.
It's not very clear, yeah.
Exactly. Okay, 1.5 out of 2. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I think I had, I missed out my chance today, definitely.
Okay.
But okay, not a bad start.
Not a bad start at all. Have you looked at some of the other games? For us, it's a little bit of a sensation that Alice
I just saw
Lee.
in the opening part, but later on noted. Yeah, just now I could see that she's winning, yeah.
Exactly, an exchange up. Thank you for joining us, and good luck in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
Thank you, Humpy. Back to you in studio.
Thank you, Yaser. It's always great to hear how players feel about their kind of emotional state and about their games. But we have one player who can be very happy maybe and who is going to meet you soon, and that is Alice Lee. So let's go back to her game and see how she's converting her advantage.
Okay, let's first of all get back to this game. And that's where we left it. So bishop h6 was played.
And Alice decided to recapture with the pawn. So Nazi preferred rook a little bit, but recapturing with the pawn. Now bishop h6, kind of really making sure the king in the corner is completely stuck. And maybe if white knight gets to f7,
yes,
somehow that would be a checkmate with minor pieces.
Your imaginary position, yes. But all the important squares like e4, they're guarded by bishop and by the knight. That's very important. So how can you get to f7 from which square?
So how do we continue? For example, I see one, I think, mistake that black can do. Well, unclear. So what if black recaptures bishop takes a4?
But why don't I? No, but not with the knight. Okay, bishop a4.
And I thought that now maybe I can be in trouble if bishop f8.
Oh, bishop f8.
Kind of target. Okay. Maybe black is fine, but you're right. Why to even go into those complications? So let's take a look at knight captures on a4.
Captures.
It's funny. That's how I was thinking too, but engine says the opposite, that bishop a4 is better.
Really?
After knight a4, knight c to d5, and black is, of course, still winning. But white has some ideas now with the knight on d5.
Knight c3, d5. Okay, I understand.
In case you want to show us, Nazi, some ideas how white can try to trick black.
It's more like black needs to try hard to lose and give white some chances. Yeah, after knight c to d5, just wait until my screen pops up.
So knight c3.
Okay,
d5.
here we go. Black needs to go right back, knight c5, bring that knight. And there's some ideas like, let's start with knight e8. Maybe this knight wants to come to d6 because it's easier to do that than get this knight to g5, right? And here, as you can see, there's only one move for black to still be winning.
Oh.
Isn't that absolutely shocking?
Wait, what if I go bishop e4?
Let's make some random move, right? Bishop e4.
I just want to keep...
Well, checkmate
you're
too.
mated.
Oh, wow. This is brutal.
Yeah, I thought, you know, the main idea of knight e8 was to just come to d6, but completely missed that there's actually mating too.
So you need to protect and
That's
play
why you
knight
have to
e6
play knight
first,
e6.
of course. Okay, if it's the only moves, of course, she will find it.
And then knight d6, right, double attack, and here there's a couple of good moves. g5 is one of them. You're not defending f7, but you're cutting this bishop off completely, right? Knight d6, and maybe rook f1, and now we want to play... No, we don't want to play rook f6, but we're defending knight f6. And if you go knight e7, I simply go king h8, and there's no more dangerous checks.
I mean, no more dangerous checks, but if you move back, I don't want to give the check. What if I capture on b7? Because now I have two passers. But you're faster.
But black's pawn is faster. But of course we don't want to do this, right? Because this gives white so much counterplay. Let's see what Alice played. She went bishop d3, which was, by the way, computer's first line. She's playing so precisely this. So now if knight d5, you take on c4, and there is no more knight e8, just because knight on d5 is hanging.
Well, she's simply ruthless.
Yes, she is.
Pawns closer to the center are more important. Of course, we all know that, but just being so accurate in one game, incredible.
Yeah, she sees white's chances with knight e8 and those checkmates, so she's like, no, I'm not allowing any of that.
And she is also keeping a giant time advantage. As you can see, Mariya Muzychuk has 3 minutes on her clock, while Alice has 24 minutes on her clock.
And bishop d3 is such an accurate move, not only winning the pawn on c4, but also bringing the bishop back to the defense if you need it. Yes, so
very nice move.
Bishop d3, bishop c4, such an elegant solution once again, and Alice is completely winning here. She's depriving her opponent of any counterplay.
And this is a very difficult start for Mariya Muzychuk. She's starting with 2 zeros in this tournament.
But she might not be the only one, because we have this interesting pairings, right, with players with 0 points playing players with 1 point. So.
But the thing is, that's why I asked Jeannie about a generational transition and how important it was to ensure it, because when I look at those players and I see that this generation, which has grown here in St. Louis, playing all those tournaments and how important it was. So now they're playing against the best players in the world, and here it is. The results.
And she has a chance to not only play them, but defeat them.
Yeah. And I mean, Alice, as you said, she kind of grew up in St. Louis in these tournaments. She played the U.S. Championships very early on, the U.S. Women's Championship, the American Cup, the U.S. Girls Juniors tournaments, and she won so many games, and she won the tournament. She won the American Cup 2 times. She won back-to-back the U.S. Junior Girls tournaments. She played sometimes the close tournaments here, the St. Louis Masters. Yeah, a lot of opportunities to improve.
as well, and as I've heard, I think she's moved to St. Louis to pursue chess. Not just chess, but grandmaster norms.
So should I paraphrase someone very famous and say the results speak for themselves?
Yes, they do.
Actually, I heard that Alice, she will be graduating high school next year. So then she's going to be deciding what to do with college or whether to focus full-time on chess. That's going to be interesting.
It's a real question. Should you pursue your academic path, or should you take a few years and explore those chess possibilities? Of course, because chess do not forgive. You cannot be just 1 foot here, 1 foot there.
Here with a good friend Carissa, these go to a lot of ice creams. If you are in St. Louis, you can meet these 2 girls together having ice creams a lot of time.
Nazi, what is the best place for ice cream in St. Louis?
It's near Chess Club, right next door. It's the Clementines. Yes.
Thank you.
Where you can find all the chess players after the games.
So I'm going there.
So bishop takes c4, and now Mariya, I mean, how can... Knight c7, okay.
3 minutes left for Mariya.
So now she has an idea. She wants to go knight e8.
Let's see. And Bishop
and
G7,
then bishop
yes,
G7.
But you always have this knight E6, yes,
Right.
to guard the G7 square, because then bishop G7 is no longer possible. But
Right now, she could also play knight e4 and just kick that knight off of f6.
I think the only blunder would be if you move back, pardon me, if you go knight takes a4. I think that's a losing move. If you are a pawn grabber, Yaser, be careful. Then you go knight c e8 and game over. You have no move, and this is lost. So let's see what Ben Underwood, the statistician in-house, said about Alice's chances to win today's round. Not big chances. 18.5% to win, 39% to draw, and 42.5% to lose this game. So Alice showed him how the statistics does not really account to her fighting spirit and her shape in this tournament so far.
I don't want to tell, but I said it in the beginning of the round. Oh, they have to be more precise. So
the only way to blunder is to be too greedy now, to capture the pawn. But if you are not, what was the move you wanted to do? Knight e4, to try to trade the active knight on f6. Makes total sense. If you have a strong piece, if you want to trade that opponent's strong piece.
After this, the position is becoming even more hopeless. So.
Because now you have no checkmating threats whatsoever, and the light square bishop is going to pick up those pawns on the light squares, and game over.
And even this pawn, you know, it's like I can go for this pawn at some point, of course.
So knight e4, one option. What is another option for Alice?
Knight e6.
I mean, she has a lot of time. She has 20 minutes on her clock, but what else could she be thinking about?
She could also play knight e6 and parry all the threats. But she goes knight e4.
Knight e4.
Wow.
That must be the best move.
She always chooses the best moves in every position.
So
let's refresh.
We are refreshing the position here. Knight e4 was played, but that was exactly the same position in our analysis. You know, so we are just anticipating.
So if you are Mariya, you probably don't want to trade the knight, right? You have to go knight d7 because, being down on material and trading, that's the worst thing you want to do.
Maybe let's try an artificial move, but let's try the move knight f8 for the moment. Yes?
Okay.
So if you're, I don't know, going somewhere.
I'm even thinking now maybe going like f5 to make sure I'm guarding the whole diagonal.
No, this is...
Because my idea is just play something random. b6 doesn't matter.
Yes.
I can also go for f4. Now again, make some whatever, knight d6 and knight g3 and rook h1 checkmate. So I can have these counter-attacking threats as well.
Yes, but those knights, you know, they annihilate each other. I don't have any square for the both of them. So yes, knight 8 will not work here, of course.
Knight d7 slightly better, but it's not helping much White's position.
Because you are not trading the knights, but you're allowing black to have a super strong knight in the center.
To take here?
Yeah, but let's be greedy and not give it. So play f6.
Oh, yeah, that's actually playing f5 and giving up that knight g4 instead. But same idea, attacking that pawn and not allowing to trade.
So knight g4.
So f6 still a possibility.
Yes.
What else?
It's a very good move here. Restraining the bishop, by the way, even more. So what else can you do?
And then just
here?
wanting to activate the king. I mean, the king was safe in the corner, so there would be no checks, but now it's time to maybe go to g8,
After
f7.
f6, knight e8, and you still have to make the only move, because I'm still threatening mate. There's bishop g7 and
knight
h6.
h6. Oh,
Maria's
so
very
I just
tricky,
go king.
yes.
I just go king g8, right?
Yeah,
I try
that's
to
the only
escape.
move. Yeah.
Yes, but let's show it. Let's show it. Like
Absolutely.
If
So if you, let's say, play rook f1 to defend the pawn on f6 or b6.
Yes, doesn't matter. So like bishop g7, king g8, and there is a mating net here, knight h6. That's the idea
those
behind knight g4.
minor pieces, they are still extremely dangerous around the black king.
f6 was played.
Knight e8, so now be careful. Bishop g7, knight h6 is a checkmate.
So king g8.
You cannot let your guard down.
It's
You
called
have to
for.
be still very cautious about your position.
King g8, you can take on f6 and then simply king f7. Yes, let's just continue this line.
You give up the pawn, but we are trading minor piece, which is a great thing for us, and we are getting the king out of trouble.
And that's it.
That's it. The bishop is going to pick up on those pawns on the light squares. We have 3 pawns. We are 3 pawns up and exchange up, and there would just be nothing to play for.
She's leaning towards the king. Yes,
yeah, king G8 is the best move, the only move in the position, and she found it.
Okay.
Alice is in great shape.
I mean, finding the strongest moves, the only moves.
And we will show the pairings as soon as we can. So I'm very curious to find out who is Alice facing in the third round.
She's facing Nana Dzagnidze.
Nana Dzagnidze, but with the white pieces.
Correct.
So she's not double in black. Okay.
So knight takes f6. So we are trading the minor pieces. The king is getting out of the corner. Well, actually, well, it's giving up a pawn if we go king f7. Do we want to give up the pawn? I know Yasser's answer.
No, I would go king f7.
There's bishop d5, rook e2 coming very quickly.
Because king f7 is the move here. Like, we don't care about the pawns. We are not materialists, yes, and we're going rook e2
Alice
here.
is not materialistic. She is advancing her king towards the center, towards some activity.
So king f7 is played. Let's follow this game because I'm not sure that it will last that long.
Are they close to move 40 now? Yes, 3 moves away.
While keeping an eye on all other games, because we still have another 3 games in progress. We had only one result.
I think this game is going to continue for some time. What if we switch to the game of Alina, Kashlinskaya, and Carissa, because a lot of things changed there. We have a rook endgame.
How did we get there, by the way? Just a second. Because we were thinking that Alina had such a steady positional advantage, and somehow Carissa found a few tactical resources, yes, to change the character of the game. But I like her move c6 here. You know, do you remember we left the position where the move c6 was played, challenging the center.
And Nazi was saying queen d4,
Queen
the
d4,
best move here.
But then d takes c6 is probably small inaccuracy, which allowed Carissa to equalize. So knight c4 is a very good move. Then bishop c6, queen b4, but then the pawn on e4 was hanging, so rook e4, and bishop b4, knight d2.
Bishop a8. Yes. It looks like we are moving the bishop to a passive position, but in fact we are wanting to do some danger on that diagonal a8, h1.
But now I have a question for you. Wait a second, because I just saw, was bishop g2 possible? I have a question for you, Nazi, you know, because I'm a bit afraid, you know, that the computer, of course, will overrule me immediately. So I was not sure.
But the knight is defended by the queen on
yes,
b4.
The queen, yes, that's
Otherwise
exactly.
it would be a very nice double attack.
So I just wanted to show it that here, if you were greedy and you were looking at this knight on d2, the queen on b4 is actually protecting it.
So in which position was it hanging?
No, it's like it was sort of a joke, like because you cannot sacrifice your bishop, because sometimes you forget that the knight is protected, but then she's preparing knight g5, of course, and then so after queen g5, after bishop a8, rook
this
a1.
a5 move is knight making sure we are kind of securing the white pawn on the light square so the bishop can later pick it up.
But here, once again, after, if she doesn't play a5, if she plays queen g5 immediately, then you still have knight e4 here. What do you think? Is this the only move in this position? As here, yes, that's a question that I have for you.
No, white could have played f3 or g3 as well.
F3 or g3, okay, but f3 maybe it's also a very interesting possibility here. That's why Carissa played a5, fixing the pawn on a4. So a5, and then queen g5, knight e4, transposing to an equal
rook and queen endgame.
It's like I'm not even sure. We're supposed to call this an endgame, by the way, when queens are in the
major
board.
Piece endgame. Right?
Major piece endgame. Queen f6, queen b4, going after this pawn. So rook f4, queen a1, and queen e6. So queen e6. And how?
So what do you think about this rook endgame? White has a weakness on c4.
But at the same time, Carissa can play rook b8 and rook b4. I think you have to go after this pawn immediately. So you can't allow rook b8, rook b6 or rook b4. You have to play rook d4 here.
Then we are probably expecting king f7, right? We just activate the king.
Maybe instead of rook d4, and more active move would be rook f6.
But rook f6, then you just want to like trade everything.
All the pawns, yes.
So, and this, this is an endgame that we're looking for. Okay, this rook f6 is also.
Rook d4 is also fine. It just doesn't trade any pawns, so game goes on after rook c6.
So really, rook c6 instead of king f7?
That's what the engine says, yes, because after king f7, rook takes d6. Let's show it on your board. Okay, I can show you. After king f7, rook d6, rook c4, there's this check, and unless you want to give up the h7 pawn, which of course we don't, you have to go king g8 and then just simply rook e7. So it transposes exactly to the other position, right? So after f takes e, rook f6 looks the most natural. And there's no way for black to really keep the pawns. Can you play rook e8? It's passive though, so maybe you don't want to do this, right?
So Nazi, I have a question. Was it good for white to trade the queens? Because, I mean, it's equal. I get it from the computer, but I feel like maybe black has more chances. So I don't know if I would trade the queens as white.
I think evaluation is triple zeros no matter what. And maybe Alina feels just safer in the rook ending. But on queen d4, I can still force the trade, right? After queen e5.
Yes, but maybe I will leave my queen.
If I go g3 now?
On d4.
Yep, and this is also a draw, but I see your point that maybe it's better to not connect these two pawns.
Nazi, by the way, I have a comment, because when you left that position with the rook on f6, rook on e8, what Katerina suggested, actually g4 is a very important move here. Because if I will manage, let's say you make a g3 move, like something, then you will play king g7, and then I'm activating my rook. So like even though
you don't want this at all with white.
The position is still maybe close to equality, but
no, this
black
is danger zone. Yes,
is
for sure.
trying to play for a win here. So g4, you have to play g5 after king g7.
But even here, you have to calculate rook f8, right?
Okay, but
I was thinking that this would be lost for white, but somehow it's still a draw.
No, but why can't I take on e6?
Yeah, you can take on e6. It gives up f2.
Then king g3.
Rook f2, king g3, rook c2. Do you end up down a pawn or not?
Yes, but with g5 included, you know.
Exactly, this king is never coming out of here,
You
yes.
don't have so many squares. So g4, g5 is a very important idea.
Yes, very strong, yeah.
Thank you, Nazi.
And we do have some moves. So king g3 was played. That's not the most accurate move. And here, Carissa could have played king g7 maybe, and the game goes on, but she played, let's say, rook b8. Now I guess Alina can still force things with rook f6. Maybe rook b4, rook e6, rook a4. No, this is a very easy draw. Okay. So I'm surprised that Carissa didn't play king g7, because that stops rook from going to f6. And then she could still try
maybe rook
tricks.
d4 here and then rook c6, yes?
Rook d4, let's say king f6.
Even king f6.
Yes. And then you're going to be down a pawn and you have to defend this. It's still a draw, but we saw yesterday, I mean, that was Alice against Nino. It was technically still a draw, but when you're down a pawn and there's clock ticking, you can always mess up.
Yes, you have to make a draw.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so we know that Mariya Muzychuk is struggling with Alice Lee. So what about Nana Dzagnidze against Bibisara Assaubayeva?
Yes, because I think that Bibisara managed to trade rooks. And that's the position that we have on the board right now. So normally it should favor the defense, because when you trade rooks with the opposite color bishops, where one bishop is more active, then, well, it's actually an advice. If you can trade one rook, it's easier to defend those positions. So, and actually now that I see the eval bar, you know, it confirms my intuition that now it's easier for Bibisara to play and maybe to reach time control.
I'm wondering, can black now go knight c7 with the idea to capture that bishop?
Knight c7 here.
So I don't have to worry about discovered attack. The queen is protected by the bishop from f8.
So 5 minutes for Nana, 4 minutes for Bibisara. How many moves do we have left until the time control. Let's check.
It's 9 more moves.
Okay, 9 more moves. Knight c7, of course, is a possibility here. I was thinking, let's say I will simply play queen c4, so you would take, yes, like, and then maybe this knight rerouting like to e4 with this passed pawn and the bishop on f8, which is very passive. Maybe you don't want to take on d5.
So I'm going to start attacking. No, take
here,
queen
yes,
g6.
Queen g6. So knight g2. Let's try. You don't have the squares for the moment.
Yeah, so the knight can be active, and I don't have any attacks with the queens. Well, let's take a look at the results, because we had decisive games in the round 1. 5 out of 5 decisive games, 4 white wins and 1 black win, and that black win was Alina Kashlinskaya. But today it's gonna be a bit different, because we already have 1 draw. So as we see, Zhongyi drew against Humpy Koneru, but we will see some wins as well. Mariya, Muzychuk and Alice Lee, that should be a decisive games, but others, we may see more draws in this round.
Yes, today we have what we might call in our tournament a statistical anomaly. You know, just like the draw is a very rare occurrence in the Cairns Cup. Actually, I thought, well, coming back to this game, that if you start with knight c7, maybe I don't even need to play queen c4. I can always start with knight d2. Maybe this square available is also very important.
So I will go queen e5, because you also give me a square.
So yes, you should, in this this case, so what can I win something like this?
Okay, I'm gonna give the
going
check.
yes for the pawn. Okay, let's try.
I probably don't want to take that pawn immediately, because yes, let's imagine I take the pawn.
Because I want to play knight e5.
There is knight d6 discovered attack, or knight e5 discovered attack as well, because now the bishop is targeting the queen on a2. And targeting the bishop.
But the thing
pawn
is,
on
now
f7.
you can take it. And what am I supposed? Like I'm left with nothing.
Well, you have a pawn that's marching forward.
Yes. So let's continue this variation. Yes, maybe queen f2, d6. Is there anything I can do to stop it? Like I can play queen f6. d7, okay, you will have knight c6. Can
probably
I play
bishop e7.
Bishop e7 here. How is this
knight
position?
g4. Oh, but you have queen b6 still.
Queen b6 and even queen g5. So for the moment we are not losing. Maybe it's too much. Yes. So it's a line where we gave up.
But
everything.
both players are very low on time. As you can see, Nana Dzagnidze 4 minutes 45 seconds, and Bibisara Assaubayeva 2 minutes 11 seconds.
Bishop e7 was played. She didn't go for knight c7 because I feel that the knight is
and I like this bishop e7 because we are improving it. Maybe bishop f6 could be our next try, or even bishop d8 and somewhere else to b6.
Maybe she wants to play bishop f6 and knight d4, so bishop d8 of course is possible. So maybe bishop f6 and finally knight d4.
Could be.
Because we can play knight d4 for the moment, because we can simply grab a pawn. So 4 minutes for Nana. And the thing is, she needs to find something. Queen b5 is played.
So now looking at that queen e8 check.
Yes, and maybe queen f7 next. So let's see. You cannot play knight f8 because I will take on f7. So what is happening here after queen b5?
So do we go defensively g6, making space for the king?
So g6, queen e8, king g7. But now I feel that your pieces are tangled. But I don't have the rook here. You see how easy it would be if my rook could enter on b8. Let's check this line once again. Queen b5. Bibisara is still thinking. So what are we supposed to do here, Nazi?
What do you have for us? What are you looking at?
Yeah, it's a little bit tricky, especially considering her time. She only has a minute and 20 seconds. G6 is a fine move. King f8 is slightly better, with the idea that on queen b7 I play queen c7. And of course, black is happy to trade pieces. So you'll probably play queen a6 and then knight d8 or maybe bishop f6. That's hard to play. Isn't that just giving up a pawn? What am I missing?
But then the pawn is running.
Pawn, and then exactly, that's your compensation, the pass pawn on c. This actually might be risky for white now, all of a sudden. So yeah, that's what needs to be played, but king f8, not the most obvious move. Let's take a look at g6.
But what is the difference here if you play queen b7?
Queen b7, queen c7, is there a major difference? Oh, the pawn on f7 is hanging, so after knight d5, you're forced to take on d5. And turns out this endgame is worse for black. I'm guessing king is coming straight to c4. And yeah, this looks like winning for white.
And knight on c4 is also be so powerful, of course.
This is just a better endgame. We have knight c7 on the board, which was a mistake. Now Nana has a chance to just pick up a pawn, right? Let's take a look.
Queen
Check.
D8, queen a7? Or?
Queen d8. We take on a7. Black takes on d5. And you can't take back on d5, so it's just a free pawn. Can you play... No,
you
can't play
running?
bishop f6.
c4. Let's go.
Let's go. Knight d5. Some
I don't
tactics
have that
coming. Knight
bishop
c6 is a
f6
threat.
even.
I was thinking, can you go c3, knight c6, and c2? Oh, it's check.
Yes, knight d7
check.
and
Knight
then
d7
you
is
bring
a check.
your queen to the c4.
We have queen b8 on the board, by the way. So after queen d8, take on a7. What else can we do? We have to take on d5. c4 is the best move, and after knight d5, maybe queen d5, just sacrifice a piece, and let's see if black has... Oh, almost perpetual, right? Almost. But there's queen h4. But wait, knight is hanging. What's going on?
But then c4 is hanging.
Is this winning?
This is like
no,
a game that's going to last 60 more moves. And probably at some moment, black is going to blunder and white is going to win. That would be my
this
guess.
could go on for 6 hours, right? We know how queen end games are. Let's see what's happening. They're so far following this line.
But this is a very forced line.
Absolutely.
Yes, you have to take on d5.
If she doesn't do this, then she's immediately lost. So I think we're going to see that queen end game happen. Let's see, takes d. She could try something else here. Maybe king f8 is a move, but still knight d5 is coming. And after, wait, what's happening after queen d5? No, not knight d5 here. Yes, we have to play queen b7 to defend the pawn.
Now c4.
c4. I want to play knight d5, which is playable, but you could also play queen c6. And, okay, we're not taking yet. I'm just stopping your pawn. So if you go c2 now, I'm taking with a knight. I want to play either knight f5 or knight b5 with some d6 ideas.
Or simply take with the knight on c3, protecting the pawn on d5. Who knows? If you play knight b5, knight c3 is a threat.
That looks very
as well.
good, yes. Okay, so this is not as good for black, so she should definitely try to save that.
Well, and Bibisara has 10 seconds on her clock.
Oh,
it's still 5 moves to make, so maybe let's watch the players
Let's
up
see
close.
Which move she decided to go. Bishop f8.
Bishop f8. That is a passive move. Now, only winning move for Nana is queen b7 here.
Why is it?
Which is also the only move that defends the pawn,
Yes,
right? So
easy to make that move.
I think we can be expecting that move.
So queen b7 is to be expected
Defending
here.
the pawn on d5.
After c4, knight e5.
Okay.
So in this game, at the beginning, we had this kind of unexpected c6 opening, but then we went into calm waters. Nothing really happened. Players were developing their pieces. Then this knight e4 move, and then things started to kind of spice up a bit, especially with this bishop b1 move, trying to setting up a battery and looking at that h7 square. And now, really important, actually now rook e8, rook d1, and then an inaccuracy, queen c8. Instead of locking the center, white took advantage of opening up the center. Okay. White opened up the center, and then b takes c5 is probably a mistake because of this captures.
Yes.
So what happened next? Improving the bishop to c4, and then doubling on the file, and white has some advantage here.
It doesn't even look like much, but I think in time trouble, Bibisara made a mistake, and now Nana is enjoying an extra pawn in the endgame.
And it looks like Nana is going to win.
She's trying.
She has now this extra pawn, and we are expecting now queen b7, which happened on the board, queen f6, and we have to mention that Bibisara is fighting time pressure, only 30 seconds on her clock, while Nana has 4 minutes.
Queen f6 was an inaccurate move, and now after queen c8, engine says white is completely winning.
Oh, so stopping the pawn and pinning the bishop.
And if you get greedy to take a2 pawn, I think I'm just winning with d6, right?
Mm-hmm.
The pawn is unstoppable.
D6. You cannot capture the pawn. There is a pin on the bishop with the queen. Yeah, and in the last move, Bibisara got down to 2 seconds on her clock.
Wow, this would be a big result, big turnaround. Nana bouncing back and Bibisara going down after yesterday's round. Unexpected. And even we saw in the predictions, Bibisara was the favorite to win.
Mm-hmm. Which was quite unexpected from me, honestly. I thought still Nana Dzagnidze is the favorite in this match.
Maybe head-to-head they have a score where Bibisara's plus, I don't know, plus something.
Mm-hmm. And I wonder why she didn't play her favorite King's Indian, you know, so I hope that one day...
So can a white now go queen c6? Do we want to trade queens? Or is it a mistake?
Mm-hmm. Queen a1 and then queen takes a2. Engine says triple zeros.
Oh.
I mean, it's so hard to evaluate.
Yeah, this makes sense. I'm dropping a pawn. But if queen captures the queen, that's winning, right? Nazi, can you just confirm?
Yes, it's winning.
Yeah, okay, because I feel that pawn is really advanced and you have to play probably bishop d6, but now I reroute the knight, knight d2, knight c4, and then I have 2 pawns passing, so that should be winning. Okay, so let's maybe move back to the game of Mariya Muzychuk and Alice Lee and see what's unfolding there.
The game is still in progress. What a
I thought the game was over.
Yes, it was such a surprise for me as well. But Mariya is trying hard to find some chances. But Alice went for the pawns on the queen side. So bishop b3, bishop a4, and bishop b5, of course, is going to follow. So what can you do here? You can play b6, one desperate attempt.
It's on the board. You called for it.
Bishop c6 now looks very good.
Yes, so
or even to give a check, just bishop b5 check.
And start pushing the a pawn, right?
Of course, so bishop b5 and a4.
Yeah, we know, Mariya knows she's lost, but it's so hard to resign when you know this is your second loss in a row. And by the way, I will update you on another game we called Alina Carissa's game. That was a completely equal or drawish rook endgame, but now Carissa is slightly better. So Alina never played the rook f6 move, trading the pawns and simplifying the endgame. So now game goes on. King made it to f7. Let's see, king f3, king e7. I mean, of course, we can see why black is slightly better. Evaluating the pawn structure, white has a weakness. Rooks, white's the defended passive rook. Black is an attacking and active rook. Of course, objectively, it's equal, but you can still be tortured here for a while.
Which is a completely different position than we were looking at, kind of simplified draw. Now it's white maybe with a passive rook and
I'm looking at Alina. I mean, she's unhappy. She's like, why did I allow all this? She could have very easily made a draw a couple moves ago with rook f6. I mean, I believe she will still save this because you still have to mess up badly to lose this. But, you know, you feel bad that you allowed this.
Of course, you need to be precise now. Of course.
Let's go to Alice's game again because I think we will see handshake very shortly.
So both players kind of crossed the 40th move, so they got extra time. So that's why we see Mariya having 18 minutes now and Alice having 51 minutes on her clock. So still giant time advantage to really think things through.
Bishop d4 was played, but now a4.
By the way, if we make a few moves back, I like Alice's decision because we were looking at checks, but instead of so she made a check, then she went king g1, bishop c6. Now we are targeting the pawn on g2. That's why Mariya decided to play g4. And now Alice is simply defending that pawn on e4, pushing it forward, not giving it up, and then she's going to start marching with that a pawn. So then we have next move.
Bishop d4 and
let's
a4,
go.
of
a4.
course. So this pawn is unstoppable.
Again, great technique, kind of making sure you are not losing pawns on the way, you are not taking any risks, and just continuing now pushing the pawn.
And e4 also deprived the knight of every.
That's right, the knight is almost
squares.
trapped.
So where can you activate it? You can play knight h7.
And the knight f6, but still no threats. You just waste 2 moves, which gets my pawn close to the edge of the board.
It's not an easy position to contemplate for white, of course. Mariya
And it's easy to play now for black, because once we get the pawn to a2, we have rook c1 check and promotion.
a3 is on the board, and Mariya is on the verge of her second defeat in this tournament. h4.
a3, h5.
So
now
I'm
trade.
stuck on h5.
And a2.
And after a2, Mariya will still play h6, I think.
Also, Alice can start with a check on c1.
Let's try here. Yes, so a2, h6, just in case. So if you start, by the way, maybe you should
could
be
go
careful.
a1.
Yes, but just in case. So let's try this variation. So the why doesn't allow me?
I don't know. It doesn't want to promote.
Yes, I can. And then that's what I wanted to show, that you still have rook a8 here, yes, to stop the pawn. So
You also have e3, kind of, that's funny,
Yes,
because you
and-
have a skewer with
Yes.
rook h1. So if I play
And
e3,
e3 here, and if
then you
yes,
promote,
I promote
then rook
here,
h1.
and rook h1 check, taking the queen. So there are 2 possibilities. Don't worry, it's like you suddenly, people are getting worried, but you can get this queen back.
So let's look at the current position. What else? So a2 happened.
A2 was played. What do you think, Nazi?
Oh, current position. I
Okay,
mean, it's
a6 on the
game
board.
Just
We can do e3 only.
a1,
Also.
rooks, everything is winning.
So-
Yeah, immediately a1 is the cleanest.
Now rook c1 check.
I think after h7, rook a8, then she'll resign. Just a couple more moves.
Rook c1,
This is
king
a
h2.
this is an extra rook for Alice.
Would you win in style? Oh, never mind. There's
And
a
a
resignation.
handshake. So congratulations to Alice Lee, who scored her second win in the second round of the tournament.
Yeah, amazing victory for her. But we should jump into Nana's game against Bibisara. A lot has happened in this last couple of moves. I can update you really quickly. I think they reached move 40, so there's no more time trouble for the players. But here we left, and as I said, queen c8 was completely winning +2. But Nana played this move queen b3, and now Bibisara had some chances to come back a little bit if she played queen a1 check. And after king h2, very strong is queen f1. This is not an easy sequence to find because you have so many other options.
Is it to support c4?
Yes, it's not even to take on f2, it's to support c4 this way. It wasn't, well, sorry, it was found. It was played. Queen c2 on, okay, here was the mistake. Black had to play just bishop d6 first before pushing the pawn, but instead she pushed the pawn. By the way, notice this is move 39, so of course time trouble. And only winning move for Nana on move 40 was 95, and she found it. 95, and now after c3, she has 2 different ways to continue. She can simply pick this up, or even go queen f5, which is very interesting, right? f7, can we protect it? If you play f6, check, king goes, if king h8, of course, knight g6, knight d7. I mean, with the engine's help, it's easy to say, oh, white is winning, but at the board, you're looking at it. I mean, black's so close to promoting, right?
But Nazi,
this is unclear. I mean, it's winning, but
come back for a second. So after c3, can I just go knight d3?
For some reason, that's a bad move. Queen a1. I'm keeping
a4,
the pawn alive.
But how are you gonna continue a4?
Just queen a3, and how is white improving this position? Because if you jump with the knight, I believe I have queen b2 immediately. So you're kind of stuck. D pawn doesn't move, a pawn doesn't move, knight doesn't move. So It's hard
Can
to...
we try G4
Wow.
here at least? But then what else?
One
can
more
we do?
pawn push.
G6.
G3, then King G2.
Black can even move the bishop around.
Ah,
so.
yes, Bishop G7.
Okay,
yes.
I understand. The Queen B2 is very strong. All right, so if I cannot play Knight D3, then you said Queen F5.
Yes, or simply Queen C3, which I think is what all of us would play, because we're not afraid of losing this pawn. Our king is still safe. And here, Queen C8 is very strong.
And let's take a look at the game of Harika Dronavalli and Nino Batsiashvili. Because we may see a handshake here also pretty soon. We have opposite color bishops, which always signals the opportunity to for drawish endgame. So white has an extra pawn here, but it's not going to bring any fruits.
Yes, the thing is we are controlling this this square with the bishop and with the king. Yes,
We can easily play King H7 and then just keep moving bishop back and forth on the diagonal H1 to E4, and white cannot make any progress.
Just moving on.
So in this game, what happened, Almira?
Well, first of all, it was a very peculiar opening. Yes, black played bishop b6, and white developed with bishop d3, h3, and then knight f3. However, a little bit later in this game, Harika initiated a few trades which were very important. So first of all, Nino declined it. She played bishop f4, but then Harika managed to play bishop f5, and then after bishop d6, bishop d3, bishop b7, we've traded queens and a lot of minor pieces. So we ended with this.
And this already is expecting a little bit of drawish continuation because we already have the opposite color bishops.
Yes, because we have this opposite color bishops. So both sides maneuvered. I think it was expected. So they're trying to improve their pieces and to come up with a more active plan. So white played knight d2, f3 with the idea of playing e4. Black doubled the rooks on the a file. Then suddenly black grabbed the pawn on e4. But this bishop was a bit out of play, and then white took this pawn back. Knight c4, knight b2, rook b7, rooks were traded, and we were headed towards a very calm endgame where the opposite color bishops were guaranteeing both sides equal chances. So, and this game will end in a draw.
Both players played very accurately. I checked, it was 98% accuracy from both sides.
Wow.
So it was not easy for us to find a mistake in this game, yes. So, and what about the actual position on the board? Because we missed those recent developments, and that's how we got here with the king on g8 and the pawn on h5. So king f7 was played once again, because if you put your king on h6, then you cannot push your pawn. So what to do here? You can play h6, and this is a very easy position to defend for.
And again, players cannot offer a draw, so we will only wait for a three-fold repetition.
Black can even lose the c6 pawn, it's still a draw.
Yes, you're absolutely right, Nancy. So, because you could be worried, should I keep my king here? Yes, and then the king goes, towards the c6 pawn, but then you could simply leave it there and just control the h7 square, so it's still
Just
a draw.
Shuffle with the bishop, yes. It's still a draw.
So we have no movement in the game of Nana Dzagnidze here. No, all players are thinking.
I think they all just reached time control, so they're going to take their time to make their 41st move.
So that's the moment for us to catch our breath, yes. And
so maybe we can just go back to... Okay, so we're going to see here
we're waiting.
if players are going to repeat the moves now or take a bit more time, because king f4, so probably king f7 is expected, or bishop h7, anything is expected here. Actually bishop h7, because now there's a wall, the king cannot go through, so just moving bishop h7 and bishop e4. I think we will see a handshake very soon.
Well, but when you're playing with such accuracy,
I mean,
this is to be
98% both players,
expected.
that's really an achievement.
Bishop
And bishop
e4.
e4 back. So this is the second time.
And that's the second opposite color bishop endgame that we have today.
That's a theme for today.
Exactly. That's the only way for our players to make a draw. Otherwise, well, it is not possible.
Otherwise, they always find a way to still keep on fighting.
Unfortunately, yes, there are no more tactical resources in those endgames.
Or positional resources.
Yeah, positional as well, yes.
And we know that Harika, she would try. She tried for 6 hours yesterday against Carissa, so if there were chances, she would go for it. But this is that equal.
In a closed event, it is considered to be a very good result, you know, when you make a draw with black.
And they are asking for the chief arbiter Maya Maris, and she approves. This is a draw, 3/4 repetition.
So 4 of our 5 decisive games has been won with white pieces. So that's why I wanted to emphasize that Harika won her game yesterday. A draw with black is a very good result. So she's playing with the white pieces once again tomorrow, which gives her a chance to increase her lead and maybe reach Alice Lee.
And Yaser is with the winner, Alice Lee. Yaser, over to you.
Thank you, and I agree with you. A draw with black is considered a success. Winning is even better. Congratulations, Alice. What happened?
Yeah, I think this game, I mean, we both didn't know the opening too well, but we got into a pretty complex position. And somehow I had this moment where I could break through with this move e5.
Right, that was a key moment.
Yeah, so then I saw that, and then everything just worked out tactically.
Right.
I don't think she expected the move at all. And then her position just became very difficult to play.
Exactly. The ladies were looking at all of these positions where Mariya's queen was on f4, and you were either playing the move knight d3 check, forking the queen, or playing bishop e5 as you played in the game, winning your queen back, exchange up, and marvelous, marvelous.
Yeah.
Wow. But there was one moment.
King g8.
Yes.
No, actually, after I played King g8, I realized, if I hadn't done that, there'd be checkmate, bishop g7, knight h6. I was like,
right.
I was only considering King g8, but I was so relieved that somehow I didn't fall into the mate.
Exactly. I mean, what a cold shower that would have been. But yes, you played the move King g8. You went on to win. You're leading the tournament. How does it feel?
Kind of surprising, but...
You are the lowest rated player in the field. You do know that, right?
Yeah, I know that. I think this game I was just hoping to hold, because last year I played her with the black pieces also, and I lost one of the worst games that I've ever played. Ooh. It was an opening loss in 15 moves. I was just completely crushed.
Right.
So this game was okay, if I draw, I'm pretty happy.
Right.
But a win is better.
Fantastic. Yeah, for Mariya, a former world champion, it's nice to defeat these very, very strong ladies, and winning against a former world champion. Have you beaten a world champion before, a former world champion before?
I think last year, actually, in this tournament as well, I had the opportunity of playing Alexandra Kosteniuk. So
yes.
Yeah, I won that game, but I think this might be my second. I've lost most of my games.
Very good, but very nice. Congratulations. Do you know who you play tomorrow?
I think Nana.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm not sure.
One game at a time. Thank you for joining us, and good luck on your journey.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Back to you in studio.
Thank you, Yaser. So a second scalp, a second former world champion, and what a win. Alice Lee is leading the event with 2 out of 2, a perfect score. We still have 2 games in progress, Katerina, and you wanted to make... Okay, let's have a look at the game and the positions first, and then maybe...
So which game do you want to start with?
I wanted to have a look at Nana's game because I think that she was so close to winning this game. So maybe we can have a look at the current position.
The c3 happened, so now Nazi was telling us queen f5, the best move to play for win, but kind of dangerously looking. We are attacking f7, but also we are allowing the c3 pawn to survive. Another move that's keeping big advantage for white is queen takes c3. So Nana is now taking time to decide which option to take.
Let's have a look at this option once again, because I think that Nana is always considering the most active move first. So like out of, I don't know, many possibilities, queen f5 I think is the first move that she will look at.
So f6, black needs to defend that pawn.
The thing is that you remember the line that we analyzed, even with the king on h7, like we always have queen f5 and queen c2, so I don't think that this is such a difficult line to consider. So let's say f6, queen e6 here. So where do we go? King h7?
h7,
yes. King h7.
So you don't want to run into a fork?
Knight d7.
Knight d7, attacking the bishop. And where does the bishop go?
Let's go bishop a3. Just move it as far as possible.
Bishop a3, and I think that's the line that she's analyzing. So what can we do here? Should we push the pawn? Now
maybe
I
queen
understand.
f5 check first, no?
d6 is the only winning move, actually.
Really? The only winning
well,
move,
you still have advantage after even knight takes f6.
Okay, let's try this.
Do you want to walk us through it, Nazi? Oh, actually we have Yaser, who is with Nina. Yaser, over to you.
Thank you. That's such an exciting game. I can understand why you would like to look at it. Nina, welcome to our show.
Thank you.
And what happened today in your game?
It was a complicated game, and all the game I was thinking I'm a little bit better. But somehow she hold it, I don't know.
There's always a little counterplay. It felt unfair, right?
Yes, I could not find anything more interesting. I don't know why.
I was looking as you were playing and keeping an engine on it. It liked your position, but it never came up with anything concrete that said this is your best chance of winning.
Yeah,
and I didn't see it either.
I should not go for endgame. Maybe I should try something more in.
It looked what you tried.
Yeah, what I was thinking, okay, I'm a little bit better, and I can this bishop on b5 is something I don't know. Yes. I wanted to catch, but okay, she found everything. This rook e7 was very strong move after knight b3. Yes.
Yes, exactly. You were hoping to get rook on the a7 and some action there. Yeah. How do you like St. Louis?
Oh, very much.
Yeah, the Central West End. A question that Almira had asked: what's a grandmaster's favorite food? What is your favorite meal?
Here or in general?
In general.
In general, I like khinkali, Georgian food. Khinkali.
Yes, Georgian food. I've always been told it's very, very good.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, very good. Thank you for joining us, and good luck in the journey.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Back to you in studio.
Thank you, Yaser. We had a lot of games finished, or some of the games finished, not all of them yet. So let's take a look at the results. Mariya Muzychuk lost to Alice Lee, and Alice Lee is 2 out of 2, leading the tournament so far, despite being the youngest and the lowest seed in the tournament. And then 2 draws, Zhongyi against Humpy Koneru and Nino Batsiashvili against Harika Dronavalli. Now, one thing we wanted to say, the St. Louis area, the chess capital of the United States, was recently impacted by a devastating tornado, which really damaged a lot of housing here. So if you are interested to help, the St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame and Galleries, together with Grand Chess Tour, have launched a matching donation campaign to support the St. Louis Community Foundation City of St. Louis Tornado Response Fund. What it means, it matches dollar for dollar your support, potentially doubling the impact to help families and communities recover and rebuild, creating a total impact of up to $300,000. Type chess in the special instructions to have your donation matched. And more information, visit stlouischessclub.org. And we will be back after a short break.
10 years, one legacy. The Grand Chess Tour marks a decade of mastery where only the strongest chess minds carve their names into history. Each piece has its role, like soldiers in a grand army, with commanders to lead them into the tour's 10th year and a prize fund of $1.6 million. The Grand Chess Tour starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland, immediately followed by the Superbet Chess Classic Romania in Bucharest. Then off to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia, followed by back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri with the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. And the culmination of the grand finale in the city of Sao Paulo, Brazil, will determine the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Fight with every ounce of strength for victory. This isn't just a moment. This is history.
Corporate Chess League started in 2018, and we started it because we wanted to get the corporations around St. Louis to get together, casually play chess, and network together. So each corporation has their own team. They bring 4 to 6 people every week, and they play over the board in-person chess.
In our team, for all of us to be here, we don't see each other throughout our week. We work in different departments in different areas. So yeah, I think it's a good thing to hang out with your other peers at the club.
So what myself and my coworkers get out of playing in the Corporate Chess League is camaraderie, getting to hang out with people from work, from different departments, getting to meet people from other companies, learn what they do, and obviously just enjoy the game of chess that we all love.
We have about 10 teams right now. We average 10 to 12 teams every year. So if your corporation is interested, or if you work for a corporation and you're trying to get a team, all you need to do is go to our website, stlouischessclub.org, and all the information is there.
You know Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame has the region's best selection of chess sets. But this store is so much more. Discover our masterfully curated selection of unique jewelry, clever kids games that nurture critical thinking and creativity, quirky greeting cards, books for all ages, and a wide variety of locally made goods. Find just what you're looking for at Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
If you love playing chess and want to put your skills to the test, the St. Louis Chess Club welcomes you to our monthly open tournaments. This is your chance to compete in a 5-round Swiss system tournament with 2 sections: Open, which is FIDE rated, and Under 1800. Feel the thrill of competition as you contend for a share of $4,200 in prizes every month. To learn more and to register, please visit stlouischessclub.org. Don't miss the 9th annual Strategy Across the Board Gala, Master of the Arts. Enjoy fine dining and world-class musical entertainment, all while helping to support chess education, cultural exhibits, and public programming at the St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame and Galleries. Strategy Across the Board, Master of the Arts, is Saturday, August 16th at the Chase Park Plaza Hotel. For sponsorship or ticket information, or to make a gift, please visit stlouischessclub.org.
We just had our grand opening of Paws and Pawns Exploring Animal Chess Sets. This show contains over 50 chess sets, sculptures, photographs, and other artwork exploring the connection between chess and the natural world. We have sets and boards that date from the late 19th century all the way up to the present. You get to see a little bit of how artists have reinterpreted familiar chess pieces using the imagery of the animal world. The World Chess Hall of Fame's collection has over 800 chess sets, and as we were going through this collection, I noticed so many different ways that people integrated animals into these artistic chess sets. And it just seemed a natural fit to make a whole show of it. We reached out to some really wonderful lenders, including from Chess Collectors International and some great artists. And we even reached out to local artist Justin King to create a giant T-Rex especially for this exhibit. At the opening, people really enjoyed seeing their favorite animal in the show, whether it was something in the Cats vs. Dogs chess set section or the set that we have from the local artist Sophie Bender. And that is a woodburn chess set that has different animals engraved on each square. We also have really wonderful, elaborate chess sets from the artist Laura Sturtz. One has kind of creepy crawly creatures, chess bugs. And then we have another one that looks at the beauty of sea life, and so there are manatees, walruses, and other things. If you'd like to learn more about this exhibition, you can go to the World Chess Hall of Fame's website at worldchesshof.org or check out our social media channels.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for coming. This is a wonderful day. Normally you do this at the culmination of an event, but this is midterm, and I hate to, interrupt things too much.
We are just honored to be part of this expansion project and, just to expand on what you've already grounded here in St. Louis. Everyone knows now St. Louis as the place for chess. So to see the club expanding, that's so exciting.
There is a steel beam behind Andy over here, and I think we'd like to start off by having that signed before we can get it erected sometime in the near future.
Writing a book? Yep.
My name is Sophie Binder. I am originally from France, and I have been doing all kinds of art. It goes from sketching to watercolor to commissions, but one part of art that has evolved in the past maybe 10 years for me is wood burning. Something I had never touched before, and then I started to really get into it. So wood burning first translates really well for me because I've always been a line person. I work with lines, and then I am the child of a woodworker, a cabinet maker. So it's like I'm channeling my dad through working with wood, and I started to explore board games, and wood burning is the perfect medium for this because it's so permanent, but it's also very unforgiving, which is the reason why I like the medium, I think. I like watercolor because it's unforgiving. When I sketch with a pen, not with a pencil. I never use erasers, so wood burning is actually perfect for me. So when I started to do games, I started with a French game called the Jeu de Loi, the Goose Game. And then it was a Christmas that I spent here in St. Louis. I was away from my family, and I thought, I'm gonna make a chessboard. And it turned out kind of the perfect medium for it. To me, chess, it is a slow game. It's a game that requires patience, and wood burning is absolutely like that. Wood burning is a very, very slow process. I think it's why I like it. But it is unforgiving, and chess might be like that too. If you move your piece and you move it and you let your hand out, it's over. Wood burning is a little bit like this. If you miss, you miss. And unless you have really good sandpaper, it doesn't work to just erase. So I think I like that. I hope you come to the World Chess Hall of Fame and experience this exhibit. My work, yes, but also many other work. I'm in very, very, very good company here. And I am very honored to be part of this exhibit.
Hello everyone, welcome back to round 2 of the Cairns Cup. We have 2 games remaining. So actually let's start with the results. Since 3 games already finished, let's take a look. Mariya Muzychuk lost her second game of the tournament and Alice Lee won her second game of the tournament. So this is very unexpected and very good for Alice Lee. And then we have 2 draws. Zhongyi against Humpy Koneru and Nino Batsiashvili against Harika Dronavalli. Now, Almira, you wanted to look at the game of Alina Kashlinskaya. Or Nazi, what do you think about the games?
Well, we have so far 1 decisive result, but I'm sure there will be 2. I think Nana's very close to winning. But today is definitely a more solid day, right? We had 2 opposite color bishop end games. And as I was looking, Carissa is also drawing against Alina. So not as big of fireworks as yesterday, but still very fighting chess, of course. And Bibisara going down in this game, I think that's the key match today that we have to focus on.
And of course, a very solid performance for Carissa, because she started the tournament with the black pieces. She played, this is her second game. And yesterday she lost a very, very long game against Harika Dronavalli. So it is not easy to play against one of the best players in the world once again with the black pieces. And I think that Carissa did a wonderful job. What started to be a very interesting Ruy Lopez, ended up in an equal endgame, equal rook endgame. And I think that the players are about to agree that...
And I think Carissa is going to be super happy that tomorrow she's going to finally have white pieces, right? After 2 blacks, finally getting a chance maybe to win a game. So is there really no chance to play for Carissa because she has 2 pawns against 1? 26 minutes on the clock against Alina, who is only 13 minutes on the clock.
The thing is, okay, e6 is under attack. So what do you do to protect
I can show you some lines here. It's definitely a draw, but Carissa can try with this move, rook a3 check, which she just played. King's gonna go down because if you go king e4, actually you can play king e4. I didn't know that was a possibility. I thought white had to go down and that looked a little bit awkward. But if you can also play king e4, then I really don't see how.
Well, I go rook a1 now.
Right now? Okay.
Because you cannot, I believe, capture the pawn on e6.
But I'll go right back. Oh, nice trick, yes, that I can take on e6, but now I'm threatening to take again. And if you play e5, I always have rook d5.
King f6.
Check. King e7. Okay, now I go rook a6. Now black king is cut off, and I will threaten to take the pawn again. So it's impossible to improve for black. If Alina, let's say, goes down, king e2. e5, at least here after rook d5, you would think, okay, black has king f4, that's something. But even here, it's a draw. White holds after g5. Of course, this is a bit more risky.
So e4.
e4.
I would start to feel hopeful here as
G6.
black. Rook a2 check.
Right, the first rank issues. Oh my God, white can even play rook d2. That's a nice defense.
That's how I lose games.
And after rook d2, white is winning.
Yes.
Yeah, no one is catching that pawn on g6.
Of course, you can play, let's say, rook a1.
Rook a1, luckily. And you don't have king f2, kind of trying to take away that g1 square because there is e3 fork.
White can play any move, like let's say rook d8, and when you go rook g1, I'll give you a check first. You have to go to e5, right? And then I can give you a million checks, or I can just go straight rook a8 and trade g pawn for the a pawn. So also hold in very simply. We do have some moves. Alina played king e4, rook a4 check. I think Carissa's allowing king e5. If black king was, of course, closer, then black would have chances to win. But let's say king g4, king e6, king f3, and now white king can just go closer to the a pawn and put the rook behind the pawn, and that will be a handshake.
And, well, black's king is, of course,
cut off. Yes, absolutely.
So here you cannot get closer to the pawn.
And that leaves us with the last game, Nana Dzagnidze against Bibisara Assaubayeva. So, Almira, what moves do we have there?
Let's have a look. So that was actually our analysis because Nazi told us there was a very unexpected idea, knight f6. But let's refresh our position. And Nana took on c3. I was wrong. You know, she decided that it was more important to take this dangerous pawn than to launch a small attack. You know, so Queen C8 was played once again, and now
that's a very strong move because White is threatening Knight D7, putting more pressure on that bishop on F8.
Yeah, this is absolutely game over. I don't see any moves for Bibisara that saves the game or even continues to play. It's +4. Best move according to the engine is just Queen C5, which we know is a lost endgame.
Yes,
because
if you can't, well, you have to take this, I
and
suppose.
just push A4 and because Black doesn't even have King F8 right now.
Because yes, we have Knight D7.
There's
of
a
course
fork
here. Yes, so the fork is deadly here. Yes, you cannot bring your king closer. Maybe you can play F6 here.
And there is Knight C6 coming, and then the A pawn is just unstoppable. Black will have to sacrifice the bishop. Yeah.
Ah, by the way, can you take those
and
2
Anna
pawns?
seems confident now. She's stepping away from the board and just reviewing in her mind that everything is safe.
And this will be a big comeback for her because starting the tournament with a loss, we all know how terrible that feels. But after you win, then you're like, okay, 50%, it's like I made 2 draws. That's called girl math, right?
And also you assure yourself that you can win a game, right? Sometimes you lose confidence in yourself and you start a game with a loss. But then when you pick it up in the second round, you're like, okay, so stumble in the first round.
Katerina, so maybe let's have a look at this game. Okay. Let's review it for our audience, so they might have joined us right now.
So it's the game between Alina Kashlinskaya and Carissa, yep? That's the game you want to look at?
Yes, that's the game which is still in progress. So I want to review it, yes, for our audience. And we were talking about the Ru Lopez opening, of course. Katerina, we asked ourselves so many questions, but finally it was a very solid performance on from Carissa's side, and then after A4 takes D4, Yaser underlined that this is such an unusual idea. It's a modern treatment of this variation. So Knight A5, Bishop C2 was played, and B4. Then Alina played very well. So she put her bishop on B2, played Queen C2, Knight C4. But however, we had the feeling that here she missed her only chance to fight for the advantage, and that was the move Queen D4. This move was not played, and Carissa forced a lot of trades and transposed this game into an equal rook endgame.
And then it looked like it's going to be just a quick draw, but maybe Alina complicated things a little bit, giving Carissa some chances to play for a win in the endgame, but it's still draw.
Of course, instead of King G3 here, maybe Rook F6 was forcing the simplifications. Alina played King G3. Nevertheless, this is still a drawn endgame. And here we are. This game is about to be drawn with the precise play from Alina Kashlinskaya. Players are just repeating moves right now. And Rook A1 was played.
And White wants to recapture the pawn on E6 and make a draw.
So,
so let's take a look at the game. Nana Dzagnidze, Bibisara, Assaubayeva. So, wow. So Bibisara allowed this move Knight E7. She did not go for a queen trade, which means Nana is just going to pick up the bishop.
She's threatening this perpetual. Yes, so let's have a look.
Right, so if you capture with a knight.
Let's show it, yes. So if you capture with a knight, then it's an immediate draw, maybe. No, maybe I can try and avoid it. I'm not sure. Can I avoid it? Queen D2. So King F3, Queen D3.
Well, King G4, King G4, Queen E2.
Queen E2, yes, and then I'm a bit afraid to make the move King F4, you know. So Are we getting mated here? It's like g5, king f5.
Yeah, so it's probably better to capture on f8 with the queen,
Of course.
right? Because we get a check.
Yes, but then you still have this idea in your pocket, and the knight on d7 is hanging. But then you can take on f7.
Okay, all right. So
no, you can't.
Let's
okay,
refresh
let's
the board.
refresh the board.
And queen captures.
Okay, queen captures and king h7.
And now we go just queen e7, because if you want to give a check, then I will be able to block it with a queen.
Okay, so queen h5 and queen h4 simply avoiding the perpetual, and this is it. So queen f8 is the right way to play here, and Nana goes for it. Just to refresh the position once again, so king h7 is on the board.
By the way, only two winning moves here are queen e7 and queen d8.
Okay, so that's the right idea, of course. And
by the way, Nana is a very accomplished player, so just let's take a closer look at her. Grandmaster Nana Dzagnidze, she's originally from Georgia. She's #1 in Georgia right now, 38 years old, FIDE rating 2505, and she's a 4-time Georgian women's champion.
You know, when I started playing chess, first time I went to Georgian Chess Federation, Nana was already a grandmaster.
Wow.
So she was like my hero. I've been looking up to her my whole career.
Wow.
Yes, and Nana is such a popular name among Georgian chess players, so she's continuing the Georgian chess player tradition. Yes, you had Nana Alexandria, then we have a few of them. Yaseliani, of course. She was playing a match for the world title. And against Zhuzha, I think Zhuzha Polgar. Yes. No, that was actually before that. Okay, she played in the candidates as well. So many accomplished players. And Nazi, you know better because you grew up in Georgia. So what explains this phenomenon?
I've been asked that question a million times and I still don't know the answer. It's how it is. Chess has always been popular in Georgia, especially amongst women players.
So did you learn, Nazi, to play chess in school or in your family?
I actually learned at home because it's like a tradition that women in Georgia are just taught how to play chess when they're young, and then if you show interest, then you continue to play. And just like I said, when I went to the chess club, I saw Nana was 16, 17 years old, and she was a grandmaster, and I could see she was beating everybody. And I was like, okay, I want to be like her.
Yes, chess players are role models, of course, and powerful role models, of course. So queen e7 or queen d8, and this is it.
What else could be Nana thinking about here?
She's thinking about her final move and enjoying it.
But by the way,
one question, what if we go queen e7?
But g4 doesn't allow the check.
g4 hangs the knight.
The knight is on priest, yes, of course. We are very tired, you see, the knight is hanging, so you have to protect it.
I'm just curious, queen e7, so if black captures the pawn on a2, is it that easy to win? It should be, right? Knight, even knight f8 maybe.
Yeah, knight f8 and then queen e8 finishes the game.
Oh, so immediately setting up for a discovered attack.
There's got to be a mate here somewhere, right?
All right, so let's queen b3. Do your worst, Nazi.
Okay, there's no mate.
Maybe you can take something.
But I can go knight e6 and just win the pawn on f7, yes.
Oh, okay.
That's good enough, yes. I was very hopeful that would be checkmate, but unfortunately, no.
You don't have enough pieces, so you need a pawn somewhere there on h5, so...
but let's say if there was no winning f7 in this position, just 2 versus 3, is it easy to win? If let's say black's king situation was better, and our queen and knight are somewhere passively away from the king, it might be a little bit tricky.
Yes, I'm not so sure. Yes, especially because of the double pawns.
Yeah, because it feels like we only have one pawn.
But I feel like you should be able to trade queens at some moment, right? And then anytime you trade, should be a simple
Well, if you can force it, yes. Of course, black should never trade queens. By the way, Nana just played, I believe, queen e7. Yes, that's on the board. And yeah, we won't see resignation. Of course, Bibisara will keep trying.
So maybe let's just quickly jump to the second game that's ongoing, which is Alina Kashlinskaya against Carissa, because Alina managed to capture, or actually to trade the pawns on the king side.
Yes, she used the G pawn as a bait.
As a decoy?
As a decoy, so you just sacrificed it and she took the pawn on e6.
And now she will just play rook a6 and run to the king side. Or maybe she will just cut out the king, rook e8.
Both of them are good enough to draw.
I would probably just play rook e8. Not allow the
Surprisingly,
king to
like
get
even
closer.
rook h6 is a draw. Very
But that move has no
irresponsible
point.
move. Yeah, it's just to show that you can't win no matter what I do. Yeah, you can say Carissa knows it's a draw. Alina's still focused because she knows it's not over until it's over. Until you shake hands, you can still walk into some kind of a trick.
But I think Carissa is not disappointed with this game, right? It was balanced since the beginning. Maybe she had a small disadvantage, then she kind of traded everything.
Objectively, she shouldn't be disappointed, but knowing a little bit Carissa's character, she always wants to win. So anytime she doesn't, she's disappointed. But yeah, she's playing Alina, who we know yesterday outplayed Zhongyi with the black pieces. So Alina is in great form. So drawing against her with the black pieces, Carissa should be happy.
Yep. So let's see what Alina decides to go. Where to go with the rook? So are you planning to keep the rook on the e file to not allow the king, the black king, to get closer to the pawn, or are you going to try to have the rook immediately active behind the pawn, rook a6?
Well, I like your move, Katerina. Rook e8 is the move which simply prevents the king crossing the Rubicon. Yes, like you cannot go on the e file and you cannot get closer.
I will tell you. So if we play rook a6, which I think it's, I mean, Nazi said it's equal, but let's say king goes to e4, I can see how, you know, white can start feeling a little bit uncomfortable. Rook a2 check, and forcing you to the first rank, rook d3,
Threatening mate.
You have to be kind of careful not to get checkmated, which is not that difficult not to get checkmated, but...
Let's say, where do you go here?
Yeah, I don't know, king b3 or...
Well, king b3, I will check you, and then, yes, we might end up with this position. So let's say king b3, rook b6, king a3. But this is still a draw.
Okay, so Alina is going for rook a6, which is completely safe. My idea with keeping the rook on e-file would just not allow the black king to get more active. But as we see, Alina is just confident. She will avoid to get checkmated, and she will transfer her white king quickly to that b1 square, making sure black cannot promote the pawn.
You can simply control, of course, the a1 square. So this is the position that we analyzed, and they're following our analysis because those are the best moves for both sides.
So king d1 is expected.
King d1, king d3, threatening mate. Okay, Alina just played it. King c1.
Okay, so they reached move 60. They need new score sheets.
Once again, king c3, threatening mate once again, and king b1. So are you going for stalemate here? What do you think? How do you make a draw?
So I go king b1 here.
But I mean later on. So how do you repeat moves, or you trade rooks and go for a stalemate?
You can go king b1, king b3, rook b6 check, king a3, and repeat. Rook a6 or something. But you play rook
a4, rook a4. Like this, you can make a draw.
Yes,
let's show this variation maybe on the board. So now king b1, that's the line that we analyzed. So rook b6, king a3, rook a6, and if a4, rook a4. And this is a draw. What a beautiful position. You know?
So if you move back for a second, yeah, that's a nice tactic. So if after rook a6,
here after king a3, rook a6,
I go rook b2 check.
So let me try
then
king
go
a1.
rook b5, because again, I cannot go a4. You're going to just grab that pawn.
But that's why I was talking about stalemate ideas. So let me get back to the h file.
So a4.
Okay, and what do you do with your king?
By the way, Carissa did not go king b3, so maybe we can, yeah, it's draw. But let's go to the game, because maybe Carissa is trying to simplify it faster. Because rook b2 check means we can go king a1 for sure.
Then rook b5 she wants to
then
play.
Only move rook b5. And then probably just king a2. Our idea is just
no, but now that your king is here, you can simply move your rook. Or you want
I mean,
to. Yes, whatever.
I don't think that there's a difference.
It's kind of impossible to lose,
Yes, of course,
right?
any squares. So.
The white king is making sure the black pawn is not going to promote.
Of course, you just occupy the square.
It's even impossible for the king to move anywhere because that b file is guarded by the black rook.
Like, Alina is still thinking, and she looks puzzled to me, but this is such an easy move to make. Yes, king a1.
Just 30 seconds.
No, 10 minutes.
Oh, yeah. I didn't say the 10.
Yes, 10 minutes is a very important part of this story. And
wait, why would you go to c1?
I don't know.
Is king c1, of course, still a draw?
Okay,
I mean, she
king
played
a1,
king a1, but...
or on the board.
Yeah, king c1 is also a draw, but just why?
Why do you want to complicate
yeah.
matters? Just as I will just glance at this game. What was played, by the way? What was played? She didn't take the pawn?
Yeah, your pawn is still alive.
Just a second. What did she play? So queen is...
Yeah, let's take a look at the game between Nana Dzagnidze and Bibisara Assaubayeva. We are pretty confident Carissa against Alina Kashlinskaya is going to be a draw, but probably not immediately. So where did we pick it? Where did we left off?
She forgot about this beautiful geometry because she gave a check and then she played queen d5 because I think the immediate queen a2 was very important here. But then she gave check, queen h4, queen d5, and Nana found this move, queen a4, protecting the knight and the pawn on a2.
And the d1 square as well from checks.
Yes, exactly. You don't have
so
checks.
Now you can give a check queen h5 if you want.
Yes, let's show this beautiful geometry because the queen is protecting everything.
But then king g1 and you cannot check
and
me
this
anymore.
is it.
Okay, now we have more moves in the game, so let's see what happens. So check
so
here.
Check, yes.
Knight check. And now we will see the discovered attacks. So knight e6 check, or maybe just knight.
Yeah, this has been played. Queen c2 is on the board.
Queen c2 on the board. So we are guarding the pawn on a2, and then we are just getting knight to f4, which is a very strong knight.
But yes, you can bring the knight to f4, of course.
So let's go back to the game of Carissa and Alina Kashlinskaya because that's headed to, well, it's already in endgame, that's draw, but we will see handshake very soon.
We are heading to a stalemate, I told you about.
Absolutely. When you have a pawn on the edge of the board, the king in front of it, this is a draw.
I would have played king c4 and just shake hands. Take on a4, please.
But it's so rare that we see a perfect stalemate on the board. I think just for the beauty of it, yes, we should, yes. We should witness it, yes, on the board.
So let's witness the beauty of a chess stalemate.
I'm an aesthete, you know, like I love art, so I want to see it.
So here is just for you, Almira.
Yes, please.
We are 2 moves away from a beauty just for you. A2. And Nana has won her game. So congratulations to Nana. First win in the tournament. You came back after a difficult loss yesterday, but you managed to win against Bibisara Assaubayeva.
And
we see the handshake. I don't know if we saw the stalemate. I think we didn't. We have to disappoint you, Almira.
I've been denied. I've been denied. Yes, this unique opportunity.
But we have a draw between Alina Kashlinskaya and Carissa.
And all the games are finished. This is it. We only had 2 decisive games, correct?
Yeah. This time, yep.
So we have now 2 co-leaders, Alice Lee and...
No, Alice Lee is the sole leader.
Sole leader, yes, right? Because Nana defeated Bibisara.
Nana defeated Bibisara.
Almira, just for you. This is
Thank
a recap.
You so much.
2 moves away.
Yes, but this...
Now Carissa just denied you?
This is such a beautiful image. She didn't play King A3.
Kings on the board, not enough material to make a win and a draw.
So let's have a look at the results. Yes, I think it's important for us to summarize this round.
I think we'll wait a little bit for that to happen, but tell me, Almira, what was your favorite game of today?
Well, Alice Lee stunned me. You know, she played... Well, maybe it was not a perfect game, but I think that her capacity not to crumble under pressure, to calculate variations perfectly, and to score a victory against a former world champion and her second victory in the tournament just speaks for itself. She's having the white pieces tomorrow, and we know that she needs a +3 score to make a GM norm in this event.
But she's also looking maybe to win the tournament. And as you said, in the game, she played A5 important move, E5 super important move, then capturing bishop takes E4. I mean, she had a line of the best moves by the computer.
Right, as soon as tactics began, she made the most precise moves. And now she's going to have so much confidence after 2 wins in a row like this. The only thing is that she should not get nervous that she's this close to making that GM norm, right? She should not think about it at all and just continue playing the way she's been playing.
So taking it one step at a time.
Absolutely.
And I think even her opponents are going to start being intimidated, because when you know your opponent has that momentum and keeps winning the game, you're a little bit worried how it's going to affect your performance.
That's what I thought, because I thought Mariya came today, you know, maybe a bit unprepared, but at the same time, Alice told us in her interview so that she lost such a terrible game last time against Mariya. So maybe Mariya thought, okay, this is going to be an easy game, but no one is going
to underestimate Alice Lee right now
to
after
think
these
that
2
way
games
anymore. This is it, you know.
And Yaser is with one of our winners. Yaser, over to you.
Over 35? Oh my. Thank you. And I'm here with Nina. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I was just saying, a very, very hard fought win.
Yeah. It was a tough game, I think. I thought I had pleasant post position.
Right.
It was, for white, I think it was more pleasant to play. And in time trouble, she made a mistake. I think knight c7 was a mistake.
That was what,
yeah,
that was
but
key.
I was pressing, and it wasn't easy to find the moves for black, especially in time trouble.
It was funny because you had set up this nice battery on the long diagonal, h7, so you could go knight takes d5, bishop takes d, rook takes d5. And then it felt like there was no reward after you did everything so beautifully.
Yeah.
Rook takes b2 was a good answer by Bibi.
Yeah, in this position, I think white has nothing special.
Right.
But
like you said, it was your side that was pressing.
Yeah.
That was very good. Winning. It's nice, huh?
Yeah,
but it's hard.
Very nice.
But these victories, they're so hard to come by, yeah?
Yeah.
Wow. What did you think about the 5-0 start in the first round?
First round?
Yes.
Yeah, first round, even for me, it was a very tough game against Koneru.
Right.
It was very ups and downs. I had 2 moments where I could get almost winning position.
Right.
Especially one moment, this queen d6, if you remember, Yaser.
Yeah,
very beautiful move. Yeah, queen d6. But generally, it's never easy, you know, to start a tournament.
Exactly.
To get in shape, it takes time. I just only 2 rounds left, so everything.
It's early days.
Yeah.
The ladies were having a conversation. And I remember when the great Mariya Chibernitsa, she came to Seattle in 1990, and I was her chaperone. I got to take her around the city, and she loved it. And I took her to my favorite restaurant. It was a Mexican restaurant, Casa La Pita. And Mariya said to me, Yaser, please, there should be more tournaments in Seattle. It's wonderful. I like it, I like it, I like it. And I said to her at the lunch, I said, Mariya, there's a small problem. The problem is in Seattle, not only does nobody know who I am, nobody even knows that you are the world champion. She goes, such a pity. The busboy stopped, looked at her, came to the table and said, "Are you Mariya?" We were both laughing because, yes, he recognized her. Why are women from Georgia such great chess players? Nasi didn't have a good...
Everybody asks this question, but
right.
To be honest, I don't know what to answer. Maybe
Nasi
we give so much time.
Nasi said you inspired her because you were successful
really?
in beating everybody.
Yeah,
She was a young lady, and she saw you that you were beating everybody, and she said, "I want to be like you."
Oh, really?
Yes.
It's very pleasant to hear, because in my country everybody knows Nona, Mariya, but new generation, me, my team, let's say my Georgian team,
right.
We won twice World Team Championship. We won Olympiad. But to be honest, there are not many people who knows about us. But Nona and Mariya, they are quite famous.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Nona is kind of celebrity in Georgia.
It was very nice when she came to the World Chess Hall of Fame and was inducted, and she was a big influence even in my life, because she had come to America and played in one of our strongest opens, Lone Pine, California, where she has won and made the Grandmaster norm as well. And it was like, whoa, women can play. But anyway, congratulations for today. It was really nice. Thank you for joining us, and good luck in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Back to studio.
Thank you very much, Yaser. I'm so sorry. That was such a beautiful interview. Let's have a look at the standings, ladies.
Yes, so 2 rounds. Okay, so Alice Lee managed to win her second game, and she's a sole.
Oh my God! Sorry.
She's the sole leader of the event. I'm sorry. Let's go back. Let's take a look at the standings. I think we had okay. So Alice Lee won the second game. Her current score is 2 out of 2, and then we have a 3-way tie for the second place. Humpy Koneru, Harika Dronavalli, and Alina Kashlinskaya. And then Bibisara, she lost today, and Nana Dzagnidze, she turned it around. She lost yesterday, but won today, so they are tied for the 5th place. And a 3-way tie for the 7th place, Zhongyi, Nino, Batsiashvili, Carissa, and so far Mariya Muzychuk is the only player who lost both games. And let's take a look at the tomorrow's pairings, round 3. Harika Dronavalli is going to be facing Mariya Muzychuk, who really wants to get back in the tournament. Carissa playing Nino Batsiashvili. Alice Lee, who is really on the road, 2 out of 2, facing Nana Dzagnidze, who won today. Then Bibisara Assaubayeva playing Zhongyi, and Humpy Koneru against Alina Kashlinskaya. And Yaser, final words from you.
Thank you. It wasn't a 5-0 as round 1, but round 2 was very eventful. Right now, the story is about young Alice Lee. She is not only the youngest player in the tournament, she's the lowest rated player in the tournament. Guess what? She's inspired. 2 out of 2, chasing her first Grandmaster norm. She needs to go +3 to make that Grandmaster norm, but +2 is fantastic. And the match between our 2 highest rated players, Tan and Humpy, is really an extraordinary one. I will be analyzing that for days, and I'm still not sure about it. But back to you in studio.
Thank Thank you, Yaser. Yes, we agree. We were also impressed by Alice's not only second win, but also her game, her style in this second round.
So all the newspapers are going to have these headlines tomorrow. Will Alice Lee win again?
And let's take a look at the predictions. So who is happy?
I'm very happy. Alice did a great job today.
Well, I'm fine. You know, Humpy played a very good game today. She saved it, like a
Nino
very complicated
got back
position.
with a draw. Carissa also made a draw. So everybody's kind of getting back on their feet.
I'm happy that Carissa righted the ship. Remember, she started with 2 blacks. So give my gal some white pieces. Let's see what she can do.
Totally agree. Well, thank you so much for watching. Tell your friends if they want to see more chess, the best women's players in the world here in St. Louis, and hope you join us tomorrow. Bye, everyone.
Thank you, and see you all tomorrow.
Bye, everyone. Thank you.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.